What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, July 8th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will recap our 4th of July holiday weekends, plus we'll recap the not-so-great weekend it was for Texas football recruiting. Is it time to panic if you are a Longhorn fan? We will discuss. We've got All-Star rosters announced in Major League Baseball. We've got Bronny James making his NBA debut. We've got Joey Chestnut continuing to do Joey Chestnut things. Some funny videos and stories from the weekend, including a potential documentary coming out about the Hawk Tua girl. Got to talk about that and tons of sports and fun stories to discuss over the next couple of hours. How are you this morning, my friend?
I am doing fantastic. It was a fantastic weekend. We got a little rain, but looks like the rain is gone away. It looks like we're going to miss out on rain for the rest of the week, maybe later in the week, but nothing. If it doesn't happen today, I don't think it's going to happen this week. As a matter of fact, it looks like the hurricane has kind of missed us, went east of us.
I'm not calling you out here, Buck. I got to call the weather guessers out because when I checked the forecast on Friday, it was showing that it was supposed to rain every day this week.
Every day, yes.
Monday to Friday, like nonstop rain. And I was like, great. And it also, the weather guessers also said that it was not supposed to rain this weekend. Well, I'm out at a bar drinking some ice-cold Altstadt on Saturday, and then all of a sudden it starts pouring down for hours. I mean, the bar I was at had cable. They got DirecTV. They lost TV service. There were places losing power around the city. There was no chance of rain on Saturday, and it pours for hours, and then it's supposed to rain all this week, and now it's not?
Nothing, no.
Come on, man. What do these people get paid for, these weather guessers?
Hurricanes are very, very difficult to predict, and I'm really kind of glad for the coast because it wasn't looking good for Galveston area, but now it looks like just some winds. I think they'll get some rain, but we're going to get nothing. This thing was supposed to come directly over the top, right through Austin, and up towards the Dallas area, but now it's more towards Houston, and I don't even know how much they're going to get now.
Yeah, I think it was looking bad for a while, but it was a tropical storm for the last few days, and I think technically it got up to a Category 1 hurricane. So There's storm surges, there's wind, there's rain down there by the coast. Thankfully, I'll knock on wood, and maybe I'm counting my chickens before they hatch here.
You're licking your chicken?
Or licking my chicken before they hatch, but seems like this isn't going to be one of the really big and bad ones that we've had too many of in our lifetimes.
No,
but
we just need the water. We need the rain.
Yeah, we could have used a little bit more. Saturday was nice getting some rain, but we could have used 4 or 5 days straight of it, and it doesn't appear that we are going to get it. So
that's all right. It was a quiet weekend here. It was 4th of July was very quiet in my neighborhood. I mean, I can't recall. I think most people were out of town. For some odd reason, I think people with the long holiday, on a Thursday, got out the week before. Like, let's take 2 weeks. Here's our summer vacation. Let's go. I felt like nobody was around this town. It was really different.
It's not a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing at all. Get the hell out of here.
I was going to say, there's too many people here as it is. So if we can get rid of a few of them, that'd be great.
But it was still hot, man.
And we need more people not just vacationing elsewhere. We need more people moving elsewhere. How do we make that happen?
That's not happening. They're still coming every stinking day.
It sure feels that way. All right. Did you give the shout out to the soldiers yet?
Yeah. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do for our independence each and every day. Thank you. And please do be careful out there.
Absolutely.
And for folks coming back, be careful driving back to your homes.
No kidding. Yep. Shout out to all of the soldiers who allowed us to celebrate our Independence Day here back home, the land of the free because of the brave. So thank you to our active military and our veterans for their service. And it was a nice long weekend for us at TSU. Hope everyone out there had a nice, safe holiday weekend. And we might start off with an interesting video, Buck. I'm not sure if you saw this, but there was a big fireworks show in Provo, Utah at the BYU football stadium. And I cut the
Fireworks
sound
gone
out.
bad? Is that fireworks gone bad?
It's fireworks gone bad. Now,
Yeah.
thankfully, nobody died at
Okay.
this event in Provo, but 6 people got sent to the hospital with injuries because we had some fireworks gone bad or fireworks gone wild.
Or dope's gone dopey.
Did you ever watch those Girls Gone Wild videos back in the day?
Back in the day, oh yeah.
And that feels very much like a Buck thing. But here it is with no sound because the sound is just obnoxious and we can't talk during it. But it's a compilation of 4 different angles of just stray fireworks getting shot out into crowds of people. Look, this one lands on the field. There's like cheerleaders standing on the field. You've got a marching band on the field, and you've got thousands and thousands of people just sitting at this BYU football stadium at this event that I guess they throw every year on the 4th. And, dude, fireworks are just, look at that. That girl gets peppered. She's on the field as a cheerleader, and a stray firework comes and hits her. Show it again.
That thing went right by her little mini skirt.
I'm telling you, this looks like AI generated. No, this is real. This really happened. Once again, 6 people sent to the hospital, 1 with pretty serious injuries, not life-threatening.
Somebody had to get burned out of that deal.
Yeah, but look at this, man. I mean, just fireworks going astray and just being shot off.
They're lucky there wasn't a stampede out of that place.
Yeah, I'm surprised there was less panic from, I mean, dude, look at that.
She was just the only one to jump. Everybody stood in line. I would have been out of that line.
Oh, yeah. Every single cheerleader should have started running off the field after that.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm not, maybe they're like, oh, it's like lightning. It's not going to strike twice in the same place. So if one firework comes here, that means we're not worried about another firework coming here.
My goodness.
But, dude, I mean, that's the worst firework thing I saw from the weekend. Hopefully there wasn't
I landed in the stands where the crowd was.
Look at this. Boom. You see a couple land in the stands.
I'm out of there.
And then, yeah, these are landing on the feet. Come on, Mormons. What are we doing here, BYU? What would Joseph Smith have to say about this?
He wouldn't like that, I tell you that.
He'd probably be terrified because he's like, what the hell is going on here? What are these things shooting out of the sky?
I'm surprised. I mean, I'm thinking of massive exodus out of that place.
Yeah, I don't think we had that either.
They didn't panic. They were like, okay, cool. Maybe this is part of the show. Maybe somebody's supposed to get blown up here.
And that's part of Mormon religion?
My goodness.
I don't know. They soak and they have fireworks shoot off.
Shoot them at them. You're supposed to get shot at. Somebody's shooting at them.
Yeah, somebody had to lose their job for that.
Oh, yeah. That's the last. That crew won't be back next year.
No, I don't know where those fireworks came from and who was shooting those, but somebody is getting.
That company's about to be sued this morning.
Yeah, it was right after the flyover, too. You see the flyover, and it's a cool event, and boom, just like that. It's the last time we'll show up. But yeah, flyover, then all of a sudden you see fireworks shooting off. It's like, did these come from the planes? Did they just drop bombs on us?
Is that a movie with aliens coming from space on us?
I don't know, man.
They're very fortunate nobody got hurt. I mean, really, really hurt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. People have lost their lives with fireworks over the years. So thankfully,
lucky I wasn't around to find that and stick it in a phone booth.
Oh, I forgot about that story.
Yeah, it was on the 4th of July.
What happened again?
Well, I was at a fireworks display in Hellertown, Pennsylvania, and where I was sitting, the big bang at the end, a little piece of dynamite that makes the big boom in the end, landed right beside me and didn't go off. And I took it and I stuck it in a phone booth, a glass phone booth, and lit it.
Oh, and it just exploded.
Oh, there was nothing left the next day except for the metal plate at the bottom of the phone booth.
Did you get far enough away to where?
Oh, that's the one that knocked me to the ground as we were running away.
Oh, yeah.
Shook the whole neighborhood. I mean, it shook everything. It's a piece of dynamite.
Sure. Yeah. Thankfully, nobody was walking by that phone booth at the time, or your ass would.
There was like midnight. I would still be in jail.
I was gonna say, yeah, you'd still be in jail if that happened.
You do that now, you're a terrorist and you're going to jail.
Yeah. In a phone booth. What did that phone booth do to you?
Not a thing. I used that phone booth forever and a day back in the day.
Oh my God, that's awesome. I got to try that. That's actually sounds pretty fun, blowing up a phone booth. Nobody
Nothing.
uses phone booths anymore. Like, this is a perfect time to throw a firework in there and set
You
it
don't
off.
even, I haven't even seen a phone booth itself. Now, I've seen a phone hanging somewhere. I don't even know if they have those anymore.
Yeah, I've seen a few payphones around the city, and at airports they always keep payphones. But I couldn't tell you the last time I've seen a phone booth. Is there still a phone booth in Austin somewhere?
Somebody tell me where there's a phone booth.
Yeah, we need the people's help on this one. I'm not
The
gonna
Buck
do
will go
anything.
blow it up.
I'm not gonna. Oh yeah, it's now people are gonna be watching that phone booth for dear life after hearing that story.
That
Making sure.
thing, dude, you should have heard that. The sound of that
Oh,
metal and everything. It was like a stick of dynamite.
yeah, a firework going off in an enclosed space like that.
Whew.
It's gotta be loud as hell.
You couldn't even
Thankfully,
see I mean, there was just shards of glass. It wasn't even there was anything to see. It was like, like your windshield. That's how it shattered.
mm,
And like I said, if there was somebody that needed an emergency at midnight when that thing was going off and they got out of their car and walked to that phone booth, wow.
yeah, that could have been a disaster. But
Never
thankfully,
went to
it's
jail. Never even got nothing ever happened.
no.
Nothing.
Nobody would know about that unless you told the story.
Oh, it was just incredible. And except for the clowns that were with me that hit the ground too, and that thing shook the earth.
Yeah,
But it was the fourth, so people were like, "Ah, it's just another explosion," like
yeah.
right at the street level.
That one, there's no way they heard that and were like, "Oh, that's just another firework." They're like, "Something just got blown up. What was it?"
If you lived across the street from that phone booth and the Rose Garden, you were probably going, "Oh my God!"
You probably locked all the doors, locked the windows, hid in the attic of your house. Like, we got a shooter.
Yeah, we
Something's
got.
going on out there.
You know,
We
they're
got an
throwing
active,
hand grenades in phone booths.
yeah, someone's got a rocket launcher here in
Yeah,
Bethlehem.
that was a dumb kid deal.
Yeah, we've all done dumb kid deals. It's
Yeah,
part of
that
being a
could have
dumb
killed
kid.
somebody or killed yourself.
Sure, 100%. It's
I mean, the
part of it.
fuse wasn't. That's why I never made it. Only about a half a block. The fuse was still so short.
Yeah.
That thing it only took about 15 seconds for it to go.
Yeah, thankfully it wasn't one of those where like you lit it and you
Oh,
wasn't sure if it was lit, so you stayed back a couple of extra seconds to
oh
try
my
to light
God.
it again. So you were late getting out of there. Thankfully you
Cut
were
you right
long
into.
gone. Yeah, that would have been game over for the Buck right there. All right, well, we got to get into some Texas football here. It was not a great weekend on the recruiting front
No
for Steve
fireworks on campus,
Sarkisian.
huh?
No, no. Look, the good news is they did land a commit over the weekend, so it wasn't all bad for the Longhorns. Four-star cornerback Cade Phillips committed to Texas on Saturday. He's from Fort Bend Hightower High School down in the Houston area. Chose Texas over LSU. Had a bunch of different offers, but a nice get for the Longhorns. One of the top 25 cornerbacks in the country in this
Quality.
class of 2025. And Buck, look, we talk about it a lot. Like, the secondary needs bodies.
Yes.
And obviously, Cade Phillips won't be here for this season. And I don't know if he's going to be the type of guy who can come in and make an immediate impact next season, but never a bad idea to try to stockpile in the secondary.
Sure.
So they get him. He's 6 foot, 170 pounds. That's a nice get. That's a nice get at an important position of need. And even though a lot of Longhorn fans have been critical of Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon, the job the two secondary coaches have done, it's nice that they've still been able to recruit at a pretty high level. So that's the good news. The bad news is Texas has missed out on a number of blue chip targets over the last week and change, and two of them were 5 stars from the state of Texas who committed over the weekend. And for weeks, if not months, of these guys' recruitments, Texas fans and Texas insiders and like everybody in the industry felt good about the Longhorns getting commitments from both of these players. But they got commitments from neither DeCorian Moore and Riley Pettijohn. DeCorian Moore, the 5-star receiver from Duncanville, was one time committed to LSU. He decommitted a few months ago. And really, since the moment he decommitted, everyone's like, oh, he's going to Texas. He's going to stay in state. And, Sark just had 3 receivers drafted, and Texas has everything figured out, and they're going to the SEC, and they've got the NIL, and everyone, it was almost like in Sharpie. Forget pen or pencil, Buck. It was almost in Sharpie that DeCorian Moore was going to eventually commit to Texas. But over the weekend, he committed to Oregon. And then Five-star linebacker Riley Pettijohn from McKinney, also in the Metroplex. For a while, it felt like he was a strong Texas lean. He ends up committing to the Ohio State over the weekend. So 2 5-star Texas kids, Buck, committing to not only not Texas, but out-of-state schools, with one going to Oregon and one going to Ohio State. That is not ideal for this coaching staff.
That hurts. Generally they own June, but so I can't blame it on June. They got some decent players in June, but I thought this would be a culmination of the entire summer, and this is quite a hit right here, losing. But you can get quantity, but you look for quality, and I guess hopefully the 4-star is a fantastic player, because you're losing out on. It sounds like you're losing out on quantity and quality here to this, and especially lose a defensive player. That's tough to lose a big man to someplace else, like Ohio State. Generally, it's a running back or a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And now you lose a big one to them. That sucks. That's not good for the Longhorns. I don't know. Maybe the Maseratis and the Ferraris and all that stuff. Everybody else got those too now. So
sure. Yeah, and you assume NIL played a part in these recruitments, right? They play a part in seemingly every 4 or 5-star recruitment.
Sure.
I don't know if Texas just didn't have the NIL. Or they
just
didn't
keep winning, man. That's all you can do. Just keep winning. Get the quality players. Keep. You're going to the SEC. Keep winning games. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, and look, the silver lining, if you're a Texas fan, and there are a few different silver linings here, but one of them is that signing day isn't until December.
True.
So, like DeCorian Moore already decommitted once and committed elsewhere. So there's a chance that he could decommit from Oregon and commit to Texas before signing day gets here in the first week.
Stay right on him.
Of December. And, same thing with Riley Pettijohn, right? Like, all right, he committed to Ohio State. Well, he hasn't put pen to paper, so there's still an opportunity for Texas to recruit Riley Pettijohn and ultimately find a way to flip him between now and signing day. So that's one thing. And also there are tons of other Texas targets that are available, and the Longhorns could still put together a really, really good class here. But, man, this was supposed to be a big-time weekend for Texas, and it just felt like they got gut punch after gut punch. And then last week, we talked about this kid a little bit on Wednesday during our last show before the holiday. Another 5-star from the state of Texas committed to Oregon. That was a cornerback by the name of Dorian Brew. Just 3 5-stars in the last week from Texas that have gone elsewhere. And that was, it's been a problem for a while. Obviously, we saw that a lot during the decade of suck for Texas football.
Sure.
You're kind of hoping, like, all right, this team just won 12 games. They won a conference title. They made the playoff, and they're going to the SEC. Like, we're not going to see a mass exodus of the top players in the state going to other states. And we're still seeing it right now. And it's like, that's frustrating. It's annoying.
Well, you're once again, your defensive staff's got to stand up. Now you've got a defensive line coach, a new one. Guys aren't quite sure, so they're looking other places. And this Oregon thing, Oregon's had it going on in this state for quite a while.
Yeah, they've got money. I mean, look, Phil Knight has more money than just about anybody in the country, and he's getting up there in age. He's never seen Oregon win a national championship. They've gotten close a couple of times, but they've never won at all. And he's on the record saying, like, he's willing to do anything and everything he can to ensure that Oregon wins it all. And now with NIL, he's able to do more than ever before. So they've got money. I mean, they crushed the transfer portal this offseason, and they're doing a great job on recruiting. So
seems like a bad year to lose your defensive line coach to LSU.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's another gut punch that Texas sustained, right? You talk about twisting the knife a little bit. Not only did the Longhorns miss out on a couple of guys who committed this past weekend, they had a player decommit and commit somewhere else over the weekend. And this was not a surprise. If you listen to Jeff and Jordan on It's Only an Hour, they've been telling you that this was coming for a while. But Brandon Brown, a defensive tackle who was committed to Texas, flipped to LSU. And he committed to Texas back when Bo Davis was the defensive line coach. And since Bo Davis took the job at LSU, there are a lot of folks who have felt like the writing's been on the wall that at some point Brandon Brown was going to flip over there. But, yeah, he did it this past weekend, so it was just more salt in the wound for Texas. And, yeah, the D-line, I mean, that's obviously a major, major area of need going to the SEC. And Texas did a great job in the portal this year, but they've got to restock through the recruiting ranks, and they have missed out on a lot of their top targets as of this moment.
Yeah, well, what they can't do is start losing out on offensive linemen. They've been doing such a good job with the offensive line in this state. That can't start happening to you. So just make sure the ones that you have, you keep them and continue to grow on that side of the ball. But you're going to have to do something with these defensive linemen. You can't give them to Oregon and Ohio State and then
Yeah.
lose them to LSU. You just can't have big men flip on you like that, you know?
Yeah. And Texas, I think like they've had 5 top defensive tackle targets commit
Wow.
somewhere else in the last 3 weeks. So once again, they're just commits. They're not signees. And once again,
That's true. I mean, this is a long recruiting period. These kids change their mind all the time.
right.
So,
Exactly.
Texas has to do a great job of staying on them. You know, Sark and his group have to stay on them till the very end.
Yeah. But look, I'll do a little screen share right now of the top ranked recruits in the state of Texas for the class of 2025. And look, if you're a Longhorn fan, maybe avert your eyes a little bit here. You see DeCorian Moore at the top of the list. He's the number 1 receiver in this class. He's going to Oregon. Devin Sanchez, the 5-star corner, he's committed to Ohio State. You look at Jonah Williams, the stud linebacker from Ball High in Galveston. He's looking at A&M in Oklahoma. Ty Haywood, the offensive tackle from Denton Ryan, everyone projects him to go to Alabama. So those are your top 4 players in the state. And 2 guys are committed, 2 guys are uncommitted. But as of now, none of them are really leaning Texas. And that's not ideal. Now, you know,
No, you need to get one of those guys. You got to change their mind.
Yeah. Now, the good news is you look at 5, 6, and 7.
Sure.
Like a lot of insiders feel good about Fasusi coming to Texas. Khalil Lockett, a lot of insiders feel good about him coming to Texas. Same thing with Michael Terry, who I think commits next week. So it's like Texas could still end up with some of the top players in the state. But, yeah, like you said, you'd like to get the top guys.
Right.
You want it like Mac Brown. And Texas will never have a recruiting type of run like it did in state when Mac Brown was coaching in the 2000s, right? There's just, college football is just too big now, and too many out-of-state schools are coming in here to poach your top kids.
Plus, you're in the best conference in the world, so.
But yeah, if you could get something close to that where it's like, oh, man, all the top players were like, the thought of going somewhere other than Texas was crazy. If you could get somewhere near that, that would be spectacular because it ain't what it is.
Get into the playoffs and play for a national championship. Things will start to change again. Just keep going on the same trajectory. You can't. Sometimes it just doesn't happen every single year. And like I said, it's the quality of the guys that you have. How good are the guys that you have? They better be really, really good. And some of them are good. I know you may lose out, but you still have to have the ones that, not blue collar, but I'm talking about blue chip players. They have to be really, really special. And, the wide receiver that they got, the best in the nation last year, that's a quality guy. He didn't change his mind. He ended up coming to Texas. That guy will see a lot of action, and he's going to change a lot of kids' mind, wide receivers. Now you got to get defensive linemen. You just had a great year, 2 guys going to the NFL. So the ones you have right now, BK, have to do really, really well in order for you to continue on that trajectory for the defensive players. You can't have that 1 year where 2 guys go to the NFL, and then all of a sudden you've got a lull of 3 or 4 years where a guy is a second rounder or some guy's a free agent. You got to have players that go.
Yeah,
that's what the SEC is all about.
You need guys at every position, right?
Yes.
I'm with you. You look at the Texas wide receiver room right now, and it's like, okay, they can sustain not landing a 5-star recruit because they've done a great job adding talent there. But, yeah, you got to stockpile everywhere because, like you said, you want to be in a position where you've got dudes leaving for the NFL every single year.
Absolutely.
And you got to make sure you've got guys who are just as talented waiting in the wings. So you're right, though. Look, the good news for Texas, DeCorian Moore, I'd love to flip him. We'll see what happens. Once again, still 4 months left before signing day. Hell, almost 5 months left before actual signing day gets here. But there are 2 other 5-star wide receivers in this class that Texas is very much in the mix for. So even if they lose on DeCorian's the best. He's the highest rated of all the 5 stars. But Khalil Lockett from Saxe and Jamie French from the state of Florida are 2 super talented studs on the outside who are still very much looking at Texas. So Texas could still bring in an awesome wide receiver class. But like you said, the defense, like a guy like Riley Pettijohn, to me, is a bigger loss. He's a linebacker. You don't have a ton of linebackers right now. You need more of those guys. And you're talking about a 5-star from your home turf who goes out of state. That one stinks. And you're talking about these defensive linemen who are flipping or just committing elsewhere. Like, those sting. Because, I think people are willing to trust Sark in the offense, but the defense we're not quite as sure about when it comes to recruiting, when it comes to a lot of things.
Well, if you can't get the ones in your state, it's hard to go to the SEC area and steal one out of the Atlanta area, Georgia or Alabama.
Yeah, like right now, Buck. I'm not pushing the panic button right now, but that little like glass encasing over the panic button,
Right. Oh yeah. You have to open it up.
I got my hand on it, ready to open that glass case up. Because right now, as it stands, according to the 24/7 composite rankings, Texas has the 20th ranked class in the country.
They'll finish in the top 10.
I think you're right. I think they will too. But 20th in the country, you're like, well, that's not that bad. You're not in the Big 12 anymore. Like 20th in the country, if you're a Big 12 school, that's still probably second in the Big 12 most years. Because it was like Texas and Oklahoma were always head and shoulders above everybody else. In the SEC, being 20th, that ranks 10th in the conference right now. You're below Kentucky in recruiting.
Yeah.
You're below TCU. You're below Rutgers.
The Scarlet Knights?
The Scarlet Knights currently. And that which Texas will have a better recruiting class than Rutgers.
Sure.
But I'm just, like you said, we're just so used to like the summertime being, this is it. This is when Texas makes its hay. And you almost don't have to worry about anything going into the season because they already have a top 10 or top 5 class seemingly locked in. And now we're just past Independence Day. And once again, they could get some great news over the next couple of weeks. But you're sitting here with the recruiting class worse than Rutgers right now.
You start to think about all that stuff. Now you have to be careful. Are we spinning too many of our wheels in the state of Florida instead of our own state? I mean, those things, they all come into play. Yeah. You all sit there with your recruiting coordinator and say, we're spending too much time here. We're getting great running backs and, we got receivers here, but we need to spend more time in our own state looking for our defensive linemen. We can't let the best walk away from here.
Oh, you're right.
Especially if they don't even sniff it. If you don't even have a sniff, if the guys just flat out say, well, no, I'm going to Oregon, and they don't hit your campus, that's a problem.
Yeah. And I admit at this point, like I was slightly wrong. Like I thought what Texas did last year on the field was going to have an immediate impact in recruiting.
I did not think so in the defensive area.
I thought it would everywhere. I mean, I don't know. Texas had 2 D linemen drafted in the top 40. They had the Outland winner and the Conference Player of the Year on. I thought like the combination of everything that happened, plus you hear recruits all the time talk about how much they want to play in the SEC. I'm like, dude, Sark can almost take his foot off the gas and put together a top 5 class. And I don't think he did. I don't think what's happening right now is because Sark just isn't working as hard. No. But I was just thinking, all right, like Texas has a great 2023, and boom, the chain reaction that'll happen on the recruiting trail, it'll be easy. And it's been everything but easy right now for Texas.
Well, like I said, to lose your defensive line coach and losing players on those positions, that's going to hurt, especially in this conference. And then in this conference, you got to go, as I said, you have to go to those same places and recruit those guys. Like, as I said, in Georgia, Alabama, Texas has been beginning to get specialty guys from like wide receivers. But they're not getting big guys from those places yet. Mm-hmm. That's going to take a couple of years when you're into that conference and doing well that you can walk to the outskirts of Atlanta and grab a kid from Georgia or Alabama or LSU.
Sure.
You have to start owning. You got to own your state first. You got to own Louisiana, which you've been trying to do. It's a tough deal, and this is a tough season because you lose your defensive line coach, who has now walked over to LSU. Yeah. I mean, you don't think of them as a rival, but they are a rival when it comes to recruiting in the state, because you go there and you take a quarterback, you take a Manning out of their state. They're not willing to let you take defensive linemen. They know what the heart and soul is in the SEC, and it's offensive line and defensive line.
Yeah. You got to look, everyone's your recruiting rival, right? And
Yes.
Texas fans will always debate on who the actual on-field rivals are in various sports, but when it
They
comes to
all are.
recruiting, you're competing against everybody. And right now Texas is losing out on a lot of their top targets. So
But for
hopefully
me,
we
it's
can.
still, give me quality. I know quantity is.
These are 5-star. Like, these are quality though. It's not like they're losing bodies. They're losing some of the top players.
But the ones they have are pretty good players.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's always room. There's always room for a 5-star.
Sure. And this will change. This will without a doubt change. But right now, Texas has one player ranked in the top 100 committed, and he's number 65. So they're going to get a few more. They're going to end up with some 5-stars in this class. But, like, it's not pretty right now. And this was supposed to be a really, really big weekend for Texas in recruiting, and it was everything but. So they'll be fine. I'm with you. I still think it'll be a top 10 class when it's all said and done. But top 5, I don't feel as great about top 5 now.
No, not losing the deep, not losing defensive line, and not losing guys that were committed to you, decommitted, committed to you, and now they've decommitted again. That sucks.
Yeah.
That's a lot of spent time right there. So, but once again, 4 months, 5 months away, stay right on them.
Absolutely. Yeah, December 4th is the date of the first National Signing Day this year. So,
wow,
long way to go. A lot of people texting in and commenting saying, relax, it's all good. Things will be fine. Things will be fine, but they're not right now. So, you can't sit here and feel great about the way recruiting has gone in the class of 2025 right now. But, hey, plenty of time to
you got to win these games. You got to come here into this season. Like you said, you got to go on the road, beat Michigan. Let everybody know that you're here to stay for a while. You're not. It's that last year was not just a flash in the pan; it was for real. Sure. And you're going to continue to make it that way, even in the SEC. And then your kids in your home state will start really believing.
That's all you can do.
Yeah, all of a sudden you have a year like that, and your defensive line coach leaves. It's like, why would that guy leave?
Mm-hmm.
Why would he leave? Well, he's been at LSU. His son is there. He wants to coach his son, possibly. Yeah. There's a lot of reasons, but kids don't understand all those reasons. They just want to know, why would that guy leave? Why would a guy like Bo Davis, who had 2 guys going to the NFL, why would he leave Texas? What's wrong there?
Yeah. Well, like you said, the kids won't understand this. They won't do the research on this like we will. But Bo Davis.
Who does the research? The grown-ups who are trying to get him to go elsewhere.
Well, Bo Davis doesn't stay at places. Like, go look at his Wikipedia page. I don't think he's coached at any one spot longer than 4 years. So I don't know. Like, obviously, his son is on LSU, so that made it a very easy transition for him and an easy decision for him. But like, that guy just likes to leave. I don't know what it is. Some people want to stay in one spot forever, and some people are rambling men, right? They want to move. So that's kind of been Bo Davis to this point. I wouldn't be surprised if he leaves LSU within a couple of years, because that's who he is. So, all right, we'll take your thoughts. Am I panicking too much? Is everything fine? Is the sky falling? What do y'all think about Longhorn recruiting right now? We always want.
Well, it's going to make me panic because June is supposed to be their deal. And this weekend, coming out of June, was supposed to be it's a huge weekend. And I expect them to, if it's a huge weekend, I expect them to do well. So, yeah, you're going to panic.
Yeah, we've got good news for Texas football. We'll get to it. We've got other sports stories and other fun stories to get into today. But, not ideal for the recruiting front. All right, before we shift gears, though, my friend, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
My good friends over at Sue Patrick, J. Williams, and Sue Patrick since 1975. And, folks, they've got all the Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and even more. Tons of Texas-themed items right there at their store. A wide variety of men and women's clothing. You got to love that place. They offer free shipping on any online order over $49, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. They've got those wonderful, how about schedule glasses? Got one of those. I got a few of those, as a matter of fact. I shipped those babies all around the city here over the last couple of days. And they've got a ton of those SEC glasses with the schedule on it for, you can put your All-Stat in there. Hey, you can put your big hat in there. You can put anything. You can put your Olipop in those glasses. I have my Olipop in there this weekend, but I love those glasses, BK. Nice collector's item that Jay has put together. They got all the wonderful hats like this one that I'm wearing right here, all the caps. There you go. tons of all these caps, apparel, T-shirts, the whole works at Sue Patrick's, and even more. Located once again at 5222 Burner Road. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Absolutely. Love our great friends at Sue Patrick. Also love our great friends over at the Altstat Brewery.
Yeah, man. Put that in your Sue Patrick glass and drink it up.
Absolutely. Matter of fact, I did that over the holiday weekend.
There you go.
I had more than a few Altstats over the long holiday weekend. Hopefully you did too. Altstat, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. It's brewed locally in Fredericksburg, right in the heart of the Central Texas Hill Country. But once again, you can pick it up wherever you get your beer all throughout the Lone Star State. Your favorite grocery stores and liquor stores, and your favorite bars and restaurants have it as well. Altstat is growing like crazy, and with damn good reason. It is a damn good beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, too. Something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, my personal favorite. They've got the Kolsch. They've got the light, the Hefeweizen, and so much more, including the Peach Radler, which is a great seasonal brew, too. Something for every beer drinker out there. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. And a shout out to, who else do we need to give a shout out to? How about Jack Allen's Kitchen this morning?
Oh, yeah.
I think you went out there over the weekend at some point. Love Jack Allen's Kitchen.
Love it too.
Yep. If you're looking for a great meal today or anytime this week, go see our friends at Jack Allen's Kitchen. 5 Austin area locations. Southern comfort food with a Texas twist. Awesome service. Fantastic food. A wide variety of items as well. I'm telling you.
Sounds like twisted Cobb salad for me today.
Oh, yeah, you do like the twisted Cobb salad. Yeah, even the salads are good, Jay. I hate salad. That's like rabbit food.
Those are great.
But they throw in so many like non-lettuce ingredients that
man.
It's delicious. They've got the burgers, the chicken fried steaks, the chicken fried chickens, the tacos, the enchiladas, the soups, the everything. Seriously, anything that you're thinking of, they've got it at Jack Allen's Kitchen. 5 Austin area locations. Go and see for yourself why we rave about Jack Allen's as often as we do.
Love it.
All right. But a little Major League Baseball, Buck.
Yeah, how about my Yankees blowing it up to the Red Sox?
Yeah.
They blew those dudes out of the water the other day. I watched that 14-run game. Had a good laugh. Had a good laugh on the Sox.
It was a good Saturday for the Yankees, but Friday, oh man, the Yankees had a 3-1 lead in the top of the 9th inning in that series opener at Yankee Stadium, and they blew it. They gave up a 2-out, 2-strike, 2-run, game-tying home run.
About 2 outs.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the Red
2
Sox.
2 strikes, 2 outs.
Down to their final strike. It was a 3-2 pitch. I think it was Clay Holmes on the mound. He had to throw a strike, and he threw a strike, and it got sent out into the stands at Yankee Stadium. And then the Red Sox ended up winning that game in extra innings. And it was like, oh, my God, because the Yankees were struggling going into the weekend, and then they lose that one like that. That was a total groin kick. They did bounce back on Saturday, but they lost last night. And they end up losing the series. So Baltimore's got a 3-game lead in the American League East as the Yankees have just had a horrible 25-game stretch.
Hey, Booney, bye for the All-Star break. That's just next week. See ya.
It is. Are you saying he's got to get fired?
I've been trying to get that guy fired before the All-Star break for the last 2 years.
Come on. They've got one of the best records in baseball.
Dude, they had such a winning streak, and now their losing streak is like the worst in baseball right now. Their record ever since, since June, their record is horrifying.
Yeah, they've been, you're right, one of the worst teams in the league over the last month or so. And
Judge is playing well.
Yeah, Judge is the best player in baseball right now, and Juan Soto's been great too. The Yankee pitching has just kind of fallen off, and it's all been bad, and they're making dumb defensive errors and base running blunders, and they are losing it in New York. So I do wonder, like, is there a scenario that happens where Aaron Boone does get fired mid-season? Because for a while, they had the best team in baseball, and it's like, okay, it was the right decision to keep him around for another year, and now it's like, oh God, what do we do here?
No, if they totally get out of it early August and if they just sink to miserable proportions, then he'll be gone before the season.
Yeah.
They'll start finding somebody else then.
That team's too talented to be falling apart the way that
Damn,
they
Mets
are.
are winning games.
Well, yeah, the Mets are starting to win games now. But I did want to show this. There was a giveaway for one of these Red Sox-Yankee games over the weekend. It's a George Costanza
Come on, man.
Yankees bobblehead.
I want that.
Dude, there were people, like the gates open, I think, an hour before first pitch. There were thousands of people waiting in line before the gates even opened to try to be one of the first 18,000 fans to get their hands
I
on one of
want
these
one of those. That is awesome.
Costanza bobbleheads on Seinfeld nights. And, of course, it says assistant to the traveling secretary, which was the job Costanza had when he worked for the Yankees in Seinfeld.
Definitely got to have that.
Dude, I looked. So obviously, I wasn't in New York. I wasn't going to make it to the game. But I was thinking the same thing. Like, I want this bobblehead. I looked on eBay like 2 days after.
How much?
$150. Like, more than a ticket to go to this game.
I'll pay $100 for it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. If I see one for $100, then I'll let you know.
You got to have that.
And I assume, I think the prices will go down. I'm sure there are a lot of folks like me who are like, oh, this is awesome. I need my hands on this right now.
Maybe I'll make the trade for this little fella.
No.
I don't think so. I wouldn't trade anything for the captain.
What? You could get another one of those for like $1.
Are you kidding me? No
Small
way.
ass Derek Jeter figurines. You could buy that at.
Look at that guy on his knee making plays, making big time plays. Little man making big time plays. That guy makes plays right there.
You just like him because he's on his knees.
Come on, Jeter. Plus, that guy his wife talks to horses.
This is, yeah, she does. But, Costanza, this is better than the Jeter one. Come on.
No, I wouldn't make the trade, but I'll give $100 for one of those.
Yeah, this thing is badass right here. So I'll keep an eye out for you. I'll keep an eye out for me. Because that was a great bit right there. I don't think I've ever seen a bobblehead better than that in my life.
But I know that's great.
That's the best bobblehead giveaway I've ever seen at a major league ballpark.
Better than any Ranger one, that's for sure.
Oh, hang on here. Don't be bashing my guy.
Yeah, your guy.
Adrian Beltre.
Look at that outfit. Cut me a. Yeah, that is a real bobblehead right there.
Come on, this is what he wore when he played, when he was man in the hot corner in Arlington for all those years.
How the Rangers doing anyway? They making some moves?
Yeah, so we can get into the Texas teams now. The Rangers did sweep Tampa Bay over the weekend. That's the good news, but they needed it because there was a report from Bob Nightingale, who's one of the MLB insiders, and he tweeted out over the weekend that if the Rangers don't turn things around, they are going to be sellers at the trade deadline, which is crazy. We're talking about the team that just won the World Series. And the Rangers
what that means? They'll be sellers for a new manager at the end of the season, too.
Wow. They'll keep Bochy as long as he wants to stay because that guy's a Hall of Famer. He's won 4 rings, and he brought the Rangers there first. So they'll let that guy hang around as long as he wants. The question becomes, Bochy already retired once, came out of retirement to take over the Rangers job. If he senses that the Rangers are no longer contenders, does he decide to retire again? I don't know. But yeah, it's almost like the Rangers players caught wind of that report and they're like, okay, we got to figure our S out like now. And they dominated Tampa Bay in Arlington over the weekend. And the good news, look, the Rangers are 6 games under 500. That's the bad news. The good news is the American League West sucks. So they're only 6 games out of first place. Now,
they're only at the halfway point. They got the All-Star break. Gather themselves a little bit.
Yeah, and the All-Star game next week, obviously in Arlington. And we'll get to some of the All-Star rosters because they were announced yesterday. But, like the Rangers, it's been a struggle. They've had guys hurt. That's impacted things. Obviously, Jacob deGrom has not pitched an inning. Max Scherzer just came back. Guys like Josh Young and Evan Carter have been hurt. So,
did you say the word deGrom? deGrom?
Yeah, I know.
They're still talking about that guy?
Hey, he's got to pitch his 3 games, okay? He hasn't done that yet. He'll come back. He'll pitch a few games. He'll get hurt again. Whatever. We know the deal.
For another year.
Yeah. That's usually how it works.
Sell him back to the Mutts.
And the Rangers they're getting healthier. But yeah, look, they look like a one-year wonder right now. And once again, plenty of time to figure it out. And the American League West is not very good, so they're absolutely in the mix for a playoff spot here, but they got to kick things in gear because this hangover has lasted a long, long time for this
And for
Rangers club.
The Astros are awake and alive.
Yeah, they did lose a series over the weekend, but the Astros, we talk about the Yankees being one of the coldest teams in the league. The
Yes.
Astros over the last month have been one of the hottest teams in the league. They did get walked off by former Astro Christian Vasquez yesterday to lose that series up in Minneapolis. And, man, there were some fireworks there. Jose Altuve got hit. The fans were cheering. That happened Saturday. Yesterday, the Astros hit Carlos Correa. He had to leave the game with an injury. So you had some extracurriculars going on there in that series. And the Twins take 2 of 3, but the Astros are fine. And the Mariners are choking. That's the good news if you're a fan of either of the Texas teams, is that Seattle had a pretty hefty lead in the division a few weeks ago. And, yeah, speaking of ice cold, they've been terrible.
Seattle seems to be the team to me that makes their run later in the baseball season. For them to be out in front so early and have to hold that lead, BK, and I still watch them. They'll make a run, at the end of July again, like they always do. But that's too early for them to have a lead. They're just gagging that thing away.
They're perennial gaggers. The Mariners suck. They suck. And I've said it for years. As long as Scott Service is managing that franchise, I don't know what it is about him. I just think that guy's a loser, and he loses. That's all he does. Like, I know we got the Mariners to the playoffs a couple of years ago for the first time in, 2 decades. It only happened because they expanded the playoffs. But, I don't think that guy's a good manager. And as long as he's there, I'm not going to be worried about Seattle. So I've said it all. Go back and check the tape. All these Astros fans out there. All these Astros fans out there. Everyone, even Astros fans are like, this team sucks. We got no chance. The run is over. I'm like, you guys will be fine. The Astros always figure it out, and the Mariners always blow it. The Astros are still going to win the division. Sure enough, they're 2 games out in July. Everyone's like, oh, if they do come back, they're going to maybe in September. It's like they're right there. They're going to have a lead in this division before the month of July is over.
Like about a week after the All-Star break.
Yeah, because the Astros are always good and the Mariners are always bad, and they are chokers. They are consistent chokers, and that'll never change as long as I'm alive. Maybe it'll change before I die, but as long as Scott Service is there, it won't change. All-Star rosters in Major League Baseball announced, Buck. Your Philadelphia Phillies. You could have been a Phillies fan after all.
Never can be. Never will be. Dick Allen, it doesn't matter.
Oh, we need to call him that. What did he do to you?
Richie Allen, never. Mike Schmidt, none of them, ever.
Yeah, they're the best team in baseball right now. And
Larry Boa.
The great Larry Boa. What about John Kruk? You're not a Krucky guy?
No, I'm not a Phillies fan.
Yeah.
I'm not a Philadelphia sports fan except for the 76ers. That's it.
Who's your hockey team? Is it the Bruins because of Bobby Orr?
Yeah, it's the Bruins. And that's hard for me, rooting for any Boston team. But it's always kind of been the Bruins. But back in the day when I was growing up and playing hockey myself, on my figure skates, I was a Broad Street bully guy. The Flyers. I was a Flyer fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew you liked the Flyers at one point. I wasn't sure who your allegiance is.
No, I'm more of a Bruin fan.
Philly's the best team in baseball. They have 7 All-Stars, which is more than anybody else. The Dodgers right behind them with 6. Texas teams, the Astros have 3. Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, and Kyle Tucker. The Rangers have 2. Marcus Semien, who should not be an All-Star. He's been terrible this year. I think he only is because the Rangers had to get a position player in there as the host team. Kirby Yates, the Rangers closer, who is deserving of an All-Star spot. He's the other one. The Yankees have 3 All-Stars this season, Buck. About 32 first-time All-Stars. There are going to be a lot of new faces. If you haven't been tuned into baseball and you're like, oh, I'll watch the All-Star game just to see what's going on, you're going to see a lot of players that you've never seen before and hear of a lot of guys that you've never heard of before. It's a lot of young dudes and a lot of first-timers in Arlington.
You don't like that at our All-Star games.
No, it's a good sign for the future of the sport, right?
Sure.
There's so many young guys who are up and coming and turning into star players, but I don't know, for TV ratings and for like what you want from the All-Star. Like I want to see LeBron play in the next 30 All-Star games. Like I want to see Steph Curry. I want to see the guys who have like been there forever in these All-Star games. I don't want to these random ass dudes who are only going to make one of these games in their lives. I don't care about those guys.
They're not going to be back anyway.
No, it's like some of these dudes, like guys like Bobby Witt Jr. from the Royals. Like that guy's going to be around for a while, but there's just these random dudes. It's like I don't. When you're coming into the game, I'm going to change the channel. I don't need to watch this stuff. So that's where I'm at.
There you go.
But there's your Major League Baseball. Astros lose over the weekend, but they're fine. Rangers sweep. They need to be fine. And the Yankees continue.
And who's the best team in the American League? Did you say the Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah, the Cleveland Indigenous Peoples.
Really?
The Cleveland Crisscross Applesauces.
Come on, man.
Can't say Indians anymore. You got to come up with something new. Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah, the Guardians of the Galaxy. The best record, like I think a half game over the Baltimore Orioles right now. You know who the oh no, he's not the manager. And I always forget Tito's no longer the manager with the Guardians. He's done. I was going to give Terry Francona some love, but I forgot that guy is no longer managing the team.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, the Guardians the best record in the American League. The Phillies the best record in the National League and in Major League Baseball. But a lot of teams still in the mix as we inch closer to the All-Star break. We've got one more week. Rangers-Astros this weekend, by the way, in Houston. I know our buddy Tom McKay will be at some of those games down in H-Town. But one more week, and then the All-Star break will get here.
And we will be in Dallas.
We will be in Dallas, yep, a week from today, and a week from tomorrow, and a week from Wednesday, and a week from Thursday. Boots on the ground coverage from SEC Media Days, the first official event for the University of Texas in the SEC. We will be at the Omni in Dallas, bringing you live coverage from all 4 days of SEC Media Days. Cannot wait for that one, Buck.
Yeah, good job by the Big 12 going to Vegas, those creeps.
Yeah, they'll be there later this week. Shoot, it would have been nice for us to be in Vegas.
That's what I'm saying is, what the hell was that about?
Yeah, where was that when we were in the conference? They save all the fun shit for after we leave?
Stuck us up in Arlington.
It's how they get us back. We're a better conference without you. We're going to show you by moving our media days to Las Vegas.
That will enlighten the Aggies because that's where they're headed, so...
Oh, yeah, you keep saying that. A&M's going to the Big 12. And I was checking Twitter a lot over the weekend.
You didn't see anything that said that yet?
No smoke to the Aggies going back to the Big 12, but I'm on pins and needles hoping we get that one. That'd be nice. But, yeah, Texas's day is next Wednesday. So you got 4 days for the SEC. 4 teams will go Monday, 4 on Tuesday, 4 on Wednesday, and 4 on Thursday.
Awesome.
The Longhorns will be on day 3 with Alabama, Florida, and Mississippi State. So we're going to have to interview Kalen DeBoer the same day we interview Steve Sarkisian, which I don't like seeing those two dudes in the same room at the same time because that usually doesn't go well for us.
You don't like that guy. That guy is dynamite.
I think he's awesome. I think he's a great coach, and I have no ill will against him. He seems like a good, genuine dude, and his story is a great one. But, yeah, I don't like having to play against him. I think I'm like the only fan. I think Texas fans are the only fan base. And, look, Nick Saban's a better coach than Kalen DeBoer. But, like, most college football fans and most SEC fans are like, oh, hell yeah. Like, major downgrade. Saban to DeBoer, this is great. And I'm sitting here like, shit, they got that guy?
Yeah, they could have got somebody else, but that guy?
Like I would have rather them got Dan Lanning from Oregon, who was their top target.
Oh, for sure.
I got to deal with Kalen DeBoer again. That guy's beating us 2 years in a row, and now I guess we're not going to see him the next 2 years, but we'll have to deal with him at some point.
Yes.
In the SEC. So, yeah, shout out to our sponsors. We'll give you all some names of some of our sponsors who are allowing us to bring you all that coverage from Dallas, but excited to be up there next week. All right, before we get into some more Texas football, and we've got some more videos and some Joey Chestnut news to get into.
Oh, Chestnut.
He's doing his thing. But before all of those other stories, how about some more love to some more of our sponsors?
Folks, we love the folks that relax the back. You know, I've got this messed up back, and I've had it for over 20 years now, and I need the really right support. And It's been difficult to find that, but it hasn't been difficult any longer because I'm in my Relax the Back chair, and it gives me the comfort and the support that I've needed. And folks, Relax the Back, they are incredible when it comes to that. They've got the zero gravity chairs. They've got, of course, the Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses, everything that you need for the great support of your lumbar area, your thoracic area, your back, your shoulders, the whole works, your calves. They have it, all the accessories that you need. They're going to give you the comfort that you need and the support you need in your body. It can be found at Relax the Back. Two great stores in BK's at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and up north at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free, like the Buck, at Relax the Back. Love those folks.
I still need that roadie from you.
It's sitting right there in the garage in between the cars. That's right. It's coming. It's coming. Next time we're at St. Patrick, it's getting in the car. I'll stick it in the car. You need to have that roadie. Because are you still in the lounge chair there?
I'm still in the pool lounge chair.
Oh, that is gross. That has got to feel so horrible for your back. You must try to move at every angle. Every 2 seconds, you have to wiggle your way around to get into that thing.
Oh, you see me squirming in this chair all the time. It's not great. It's not great. So shout out to Relax the Back. Shout out to 7-Eleven as well.
Oh, yeah.
I think I went to 7-Eleven only twice over the weekend. I'm a little disappointed in myself. It was a low number of trips for a 4-day weekend for me. But that just means I'll have to go back today. It's all right.
There you go.
No harm there. Love 7-Eleven, the best convenience store in the world. They've got everything you need. The food, the beer, the Slurpees, the big gulps, whatever you need to get you through the summer. You can find it 7-Eleven. Make sure y'all download that 7-Eleven app as well to cash in on the 7 Rewards program. You get great deals every time you shop in store. You also get some free stuff after a while as well. Love Ashish. Love the whole team at 7-Eleven, the best convenience store in the world. It's great having them as a sponsor with us on TSU.
It also likes to have a sponsor as Big Hat. The mocktails that they have, the margarita mocktails, boy, my wife loves those. Those guys, they have all kinds of energy in it. It's got now I'm waiting for the next brand that they come out with the mocktails. They got the mocktail margaritas. Boy, are they delicious, BK. And you thought thirst quenching, you put those bad boys over ice, whether it's on the golf course or just sitting back. Because I was watching a little John Deere this weekend. Another guy wins his first tournament at the John Deere, which is great to see. But it was also great to see Jordan Spieth do well. But I love the Big Hat margaritas. They are, I mean, if you want the alcohol, you can get them, of course, and the mojitos. But if you want a alcohol-free drink, you got to try Big Hat mocktails. Totally delicious, folks.
Absolutely. Love our friends at Big Hat Spirits. And a quick shout out to our friends over at centextickets.com. If you're trying to get to any live event anywhere in the country, they've got tickets for you online at centextickets.com. I'm looking at the website right now, Buck. There's a comedy show coming to Austin tomorrow called the Gay Enough Comedy Show. Would you like tickets to that?
Gay Enough? As in laughter? Gay laughter?
I don't know. It's called the Gay Enough Comedy Show.
I'm into funny.
I feel like you're gay enough to go to that.
I am.
Yeah, so you can get tickets online at Centex.
I was jolly all weekend. I had some good laughs this weekend.
There you go. Love to hear it. Yeah, sporting events, comedy shows, concerts, festivals, Broadway shows. It doesn't matter. They got it for you online at Centex Tickets.
Hey, get ready. Get those F1 tickets because Lewis Hamilton's coming back after his big victory.
How about that? Somebody besides Max Verstappen won an F1 race.
Lewis Hamilton? That guy?
His first win since when?
I think 2021 or 2022, something like that. It's been a while.
It's been a while. Yep, finished ahead of Max Verstappen over the weekend at the.
And that was the British Grand Prix, right? That was British. Yep. That was his home base. Got that win. That was nice for him.
Big win for Lewis Hamilton. And I don't know, did you watch any NASCAR last night? We won't talk much about this.
No, I did not.
Dude, it was rain delayed, but they were racing in the streets of downtown Chicago.
Nice.
Like they built a track literally in the city.
Running over gang members?
I don't know if they ran over any gang members. Tony Stewart was not participating. But yeah, it was literally in the heart of like downtown Chicago. It was really cool. You could see the skyline in the background, and they were on like Lakeshore Drive and Michigan Avenue. Dude, it was nuts. Like, great bid, NASCAR.
First time that won't be the last time if it looked good.
Yeah, they got screwed. Like, it got rain delayed, so they had to time the race. So it wasn't, your normal length NASCAR race, but they were still able to get most of it in, and they had a winner. So, it was a fun watch last night. Shout out NASCAR. Shout out Rodney. I'm sure he'll talk about that a little bit with Chaos Theory later today.
Get your car hijacked.
Yeah. Yeah.
You imagine that deal?
You had a guy
pull into the pitch, and all of a sudden the guy comes out, and you get your car jacked. Wow.
Yeah, he's dressed up as a member of the pit crew, but actually he's just some thief in downtown Chicago, and he gets in the car and just holds a gun to the driver. He says, "Get out. This is mine now."
He yanks him out.
And then he drives it away. Hilarious. All right. Joey Chestnut, Buck. Do you want to mention Joey Chestnut and give this dude some love? You know, the 4th of July happened, obviously, 4 days ago, which means we had the Nathan's world-famous hot dog contest on Coney Island.
Oh, yeah.
Just outside of New York City. I did not watch. I told everyone I was going to boycott the event because Joey Chestnut was not involved, and I stayed true to my word. I did not watch.
So what did he do? He went vegan for a day?
So he went, remember, he was doing that charity event with soldiers at Fort Bliss, and he was competing against, I think, 4 or 5 soldiers on the Fort Bliss military base, and it was streamed to his YouTube channel. So it wasn't on TV. It was just on YouTube. Joey Chestnut ate 57 hot dogs and buns in 5 minutes.
Man.
The guy who won the quote-unquote real hot dog eating contest ate 58 hot dogs in 10 minutes. So Joey Chestnut in half the time basically did what the winner of the actual contest did. That guy is incredible, and whoever won the actual contest, I didn't even take the time to look because I don't give a crap. That guy should have an asterisk by that title because without Joey Jaws in there, irrelevant.
Why didn't Kobayashi jump into that deal?
I don't know. I think he's
not a vegan. He's not getting the money that Joey's got too much money to be a vegan for a day.
About 57 hot dogs. They were all beef hot dogs that he ate. It wasn't like he was eating the Impossible Meat hot dogs. He just, Major League Eating had a problem because he signed an endorsement deal with an Impossible Meat company. So that's why he didn't participate in the actual event. So he did his own thing. But he ate real meat.
Damn.
And he ate 57 dogs in 5 minutes. That's on pace for what, 114?
Is that dogs and buns, or is that just dogs?
Dogs and buns. I don't know.
Buns down your gullet.
I don't know if they were as big as the normal ones because that's a pace we've never seen from even Joey Chestnut. But I'll tell you what, that Netflix special coming up in a few months, if I'm Kobayashi, I'm calling in sick. I'm backing out. I don't want any part.
I got a tummy ache.
I watched what that dude just did, and I'm like, oh, no thanks. I'm good on that.
Dude, I think I've seen 2 of those in my entire life.
You don't watch the hot dog contest?
That's nasty.
Oh, man, it's so good, though.
No, it upsets my stomach to watch those guys eat like that.
Those guys are athletes, man. Anyone who says otherwise.
They're not athletes.
Come on.
All they are is participants. They're like guys that play darts.
Dude, they've got to train. They've got to get their bodies into a certain shape to where they could eat that much, that fast.
So they dropping watermelons on their bellies from 3 stories high or something? What is it they do to train?
Eat.
Just eat?
Yeah, runners run to train.
Yes.
Fighters fight to train.
Eaters eat and shit.
Eaters eat and shit. Well, we all shit. But eaters, they eat and they defecate.
Yes.
That's part of it, I guess. That's part of the regimen.
Same room with that guy when he drops one.
I mean, look at, oh my God. No, if that dude farts, that's a safety hazard.
Everybody, hey, I just got to tell everybody, hey, everybody out of the room.
That's when you pull the fire alarm if there's a Chestnut fart anywhere.
Joey Chestnut gets people and locks them in his car, and he's the driver, and he drives around town farting. Oh.
You need one of those biohazard suits.
God.
The hazmat suits. You got to show up looking like Walter White, about to cook some meth every time.
That guy will never be able to talk me into telling me his shit don't stink.
No, everyone knows. Dude, the bathrooms at Coney Island must be a
Ah,
disaster.
that guy around, my goodness.
And all those guys and gals, because they do the women's one too.
They
And
don't
all
eat
those
news
guys.
with those dudes.
No, but the woman, Miki Sudo, who's the goat of women's eating, she, I think she had like 55, 56. She damn near, she set the women's world record, but she damn near beat the man who won this year. So, yeah, no, her crap
Practicing
stinks.
those wieners, man. How does she practice?
I don't know, man. Well, wieners for sure. If you're eating hot
Yeah.
dogs, you got to.
Be careful being around her.
Yeah. I think she probably uses teeth on those, so be careful on those. Well, that's how you eat a hot dog, right?
Yeah.
And she chews them, you watch them. She chews them.
Man, oh, man.
Yeah, so there you go, Joey Chestnut. How about raising over $100,000 for military families?
That's what I'm talking
On
about.
the 4th of July. So Major League Eating's loss is charity's gain. And, yeah, that dude eats a lot. They also had, like, a lemonade contest. This guy chugged, like, a giant gallon of pink lemonade. They're not messing around with these contests. I love watching this stuff, dude. I don't know why. And they are absolutely athletes. Look, Joey Chestnut. You think Joey Chestnut would be like 300 pounds with how much
He's a little guy.
He's in shape because he works out. He trains. He's an athlete, man.
Dude, you hit that guy with a stick, he'll like explode like a pinata. You don't want to be around that guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gross.
All right. Some Texas football here this morning, Buck. I did some more reading over the weekend. And look, here's some good news. We spent the first 30 to 40 minutes today talking about how Texas recruiting is coming off of a disappointing weekend. The Longhorns did land a commit from a 4-star cornerback out of the Houston area. Cade Phillips gave his verbal on Saturday. So it wasn't all terrible, but an underwhelming weekend for recruiting for Texas. But got some good news, I think, in regards to the Texas schedule in 2024 that I think is another reason for optimism for Longhorn fans going into this coming season. So I've been studying the Phil Steele magazine.
Oh yeah, I got mine yesterday at Barnes & Noble.
Very nice.
$21.
I'm telling you, man, and the price on that thing goes up every year. But hey, for the price of a sandwich, you got the price of a Phil Steele.
That's true. No kidding.
You can look at it that way, right?
You're absolutely right. You're right about that.
I get my money's worth. I think we all get our money's worth with the Phil Steele magazine, so it's worth it. But yeah, it used to be like $10, and now it's double that. Hell, at one point you could probably get that for like $5, but I digress. We're old man yelling at the clouds right now.
Absolutely.
But I looked at the strength of schedule, and Phil Steele does his own schedule rankings every year, where he takes into account a number of different factors. And I was curious, all right, where does he think Texas's schedule stacks up? You know, Texas is in the SEC, and they are going on the road to play Michigan in the second week of the season, and Michigan's coming off of a national championship. So those two things, you would think, all right, yeah, that's a pretty tough schedule for the Longhorns. But we also have talked about how, all things considered, it's a relatively easy SEC slate.
It is.
Maybe easier is a better term to use than easy. It's an easier SEC slate. And Phil Steele kind of backed that up because, according to him, Texas has the 36th ranked strength of schedule in the country, which, okay, there's 130 teams, but you think about being in the SEC, which is far and away the toughest conference, and you think about having to play in the Big House.
I just think of 3 teams. I think of Georgia, Michigan, and Oklahoma. Wow.
Yeah. Kentucky might open the year ranked in the top 25. A&M could be ranked by the time Texas plays there. That's obviously the last game of the season.
They'll just be rank. That's what they'll be.
It'll just be rank?
Yeah, that's it. That's what they'll be.
It'll be that bad in Mike Elko's first year?
Yeah, I'm not seeing them as being very good.
Yeah,
I'm hoping they are.
I'm not.
I do. I want them to be good.
Hey, you want that game to be a bigger game.
Oh, I definitely want it to be.
You want them to have more confidence that they can beat Texas.
As long as they don't play Texas State, just stay away from them. You'll be okay, Aggies.
Yeah, they're playing Notre Dame instead of Texas State this year.
Oh, man.
It'll be a tough one. But yeah, Texas with the 36th toughest strength of schedule. That is 12th in the SEC. There are 16 teams in the SEC. And according to Phil Steele, Texas has the 12th hardest, so the 5th easiest. Only Ole Miss, Tennessee, Auburn, and Missouri have easier schedules, according to Phil Steele, and Texas actually plays none of those 4 teams, which is a big part of why their schedules are as easy as they are. But that's pretty good. Like, that's about everything you could ask for if you're a Longhorn fan. And, oh, by the way, Texas will play the same teams next year as well.
Right.
So 12th in the SEC. I mean, Florida was number 1 on the toughest schedule. They've got a gauntlet, dude. But Texas is 12th in the SEC. And if you took the Michigan game out, it'd be even easier for Texas. Yeah. So, and I compared it to last year, right? It's like, okay, all right, 36, that's still pretty tough. Once again, 130 teams. You're still in the top third in the country. That means you've got to play some tough teams and some tough games. I was like, all right, where was Texas in this preseason schedule ranking last year? Texas was number 10 last year. Because remember, they had to go on the road to Alabama, and they also had the toughest schedule in the Big 12 a season ago. So even though it's the Big 12 and not the SEC, Texas did have the hardest schedule in the conference last year, and they did also have to play in Tuscaloosa last year. So they actually had a much tougher, on paper, schedule going into 2023 than they do going into 2024, at least according to Phil Steele.
That seems right. I mean, you got to be excited about. We were excited about that schedule immediately. First year in the SEC, I'm still excited about it. I mean, I think it's right where it should be in the 30s.
I mean, I love that because Texas, with the tougher schedule, just went, 12-2. They won a conference and they made it to a 4-team college football playoff.
They also are a group that just lost 11 guys to the NFL, so it falls just about right where they should be, which should be still one of the best teams in the nation, losing a lot of players to the NFL. So they should be as competitive or even more so than they were last year.
Yeah. That's it. Right. I mean, it's obviously both ways, right? On one end of the spectrum, like you said, Texas lost 11 players to the NFL. They've got a lot of dudes to replace. They're not as experienced as they were going into 2023.
And this is the group that's not used to having a bunch of guys leave them to go play at that level. So that's gonna hurt. So you need to have a schedule that they have this year.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the good news, right? It's like, all right, you're losing a lot and you're going to a tougher conference and you got to play the defending champs in their building in the non-con, but
you're not used to losing a lot like that.
But they added a lot. They had a good offseason. They're not used to adding as much as they added in the transfer portal as well. So that's like they've got guys who can offset those losses that they had. But that's a good thing, right? And that's why, despite losing as much as Texas lost, they've got the second best odds to win the SEC this year.
And what have they done in the transfer portal, BK, over the last couple of years that players have meant a lot to them? The wide receiver last year, the linebacker. I mean, those guys have meant a lot, that have come to Texas. I mean, and have made unbelievable contributions, not just players, but great players. So now you've added 4 or 5 guys now. Mm-hmm. What will those guys bring to the table? They have to bring the same. They can't just be guys,
No.
And not everybody's going to be a star. Not everybody that is coming here for somewhere else is going to be a first or second round draft choice. But they've got to be draftable players, I got to believe.
Yeah, you would think. Look, some guys, look at a guy like Kendrick Blackshire who transferred in and then transferred out in the same offseason. Mm-hmm. Like not every transfer portal addition you make is going to work.
Correct.
Right? And that's a good thing. Like Kendrick Blackshire wasn't great. Man, I remember a few years ago, guys like Ben Davis, guys like Ovia Gofu. Like it was like if Texas just got a player from Alabama or LSU or Notre Dame or Ohio State, it's like, well, they weren't good enough to play there, but like maybe they're good enough to play here. And it was like you were excited. And it's like
it's not that way now. They have to be players. They have to be NFL type of players. And they've done that. They did that with the wide receiver. They did it with the linebacker. There's the possibilities now that you may have 2 receivers that are in that position again, 2 or 3.
You can't be one man's trash is another man's treasure school anymore. It's like, this guy wasn't good enough to play at Alabama, so we'll take him at Texas and see if we can figure it out. It's like, no, like, you don't want to be that anymore.
No, we're not just taking players. You're not just taking players for, to fill up numbers anymore here.
Right. So you're right. Look, not every transfer that Texas added is going to be a first or second round pick.
No.
Like Adonai Mitchell was last year, to use him as an example. But, I mean, some of these dudes have a chance to be, like Isaiah Bond could be a first round pick at wide receiver as a transfer.
Kid from Houston could be a second or third round pick, I believe.
Yeah, Matthew Golden, before it's all said and done, could be up there. You look at a guy like Andrew Makuba on the defensive side of the football.
There you go.
Safeties don't go super high in the draft nowadays, but like if he puts it together, he could be maybe a second round or a day 2 draft pick in the NFL next season.
Those guys matter to your program now. They're not just numbers. They have to come to your university and perform. And so far, Sark has done a great job of guys coming here and actually performing. It's not, I mean, you don't get what you got out of the wide receiver, Adonai Mitchell, like you get. Those guys don't come around that often. That's an impressive get, and a guy continued to get better when he got here. Even
you got lucky with A.D. Mitchell, right?
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, my expectations that he was going to be a good player, not a great player. The guy ended up being a great player.
No pun intended. He was a godsend for Texas.
Yes, absolutely.
You just don't get 2-time national champs from Georgia to leave like that. Like, he left because he's got a kid in Texas and he wanted to be closer to his kid. And it was like, oh, what a perfect storm. Like, you got a guy like that, and you're right, he put it together. He had his best season in college here in Austin. But like, it's tough to find dudes like that.
Dude, I'd love to find a defensive lineman like that from somewhere that just said, you know what? I'm coming here. I need a fresh start, but I'm a baller. I mean, that would be neat to walk into one of those, some monster,
Yeah, they tried with Dominic Williams, the TCU transfer who ended up at Oklahoma. So obviously we'll have to see him in Dallas in October. That guy was pretty damn good for TCU as a defensive tackle.
Yes.
Look, Texas did get Trey Moore, an edge rusher. Now, he wasn't coming from a major program. No offense, UTSA. But like, he put up major numbers last year.
It wasn't like he was coming from Texas State. I got you.
Oh, that's the major program?
Yeah.
Texas State is way better than UTSA now.
I got you. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
it's like he came from the major. But you know what? He can't be just a numbers guy.
No. But look, and a big question I have about this Longhorn team this year, and this goes to this conversation, who's the top-end talent? Do they have the top-end talent this year? Like, going into last year, you knew Xavier Worthy was one of the best wide receivers in the country. Like, he was a preseason All-American. You knew Jatavion Sanders was one of the best tight ends in the country. It was like, Brock Bowers is clearly number 1, but like, JT Sanders is probably number 2. Like, you knew how good Tavondre Sweat was. You knew how good some of these other guys were on Texas going into last season. It's like some of the best players in the country were on Texas. Now it's like, where is that? Quinn Ewers is
the quarterback.
But I would not call Quinn Ewers elite. Would you?
No, but he's one of the best in the nation.
He is, yes. And he could turn into an elite quarterback this year. And at times he's looked elite. But like, I would not throw the 2 years of football I've seen from Quinn Ewers at Texas as elite football.
Well, I thought last year his ability to know when to get out of the pocket, make some things happen with his legs, have trust in his legs, do all the right things, make some good decisions. I think were some elite moves by him that made him really, really special last year. And I expect him to continue to do that. I don't expect him to now, when there's a chance to take off and go and get you a first down, not do it. I think his skills will have to be even better without those receivers until he gets used to the guys that he has, until he really grows a trust with those guys. I mean, I think one of those receivers got to end up being elite. Now they don't. It's not like you're going to have the 1-2 punch you had last year, but somebody in that group has to be an elite receiver, I believe.
Yeah, and I think somebody will. Maybe you might get 2 guys who end up being elite receivers,
which will be awesome.
But it's just different because going into last year, you had so much continuity from the 22 roster to the 23 roster.
You had an elite running back. You did have an elite running back.
Yeah, you did. You didn't know going into last year.
No.
But like, you knew you had elite receiver with X. You knew you had elite tight end. Like, there's one guy that I know is elite on Texas right now, and that's Kelvin Banks.
Yes.
And he's incredibly important, and he plays an incredibly important position. But, like, you need more than just one elite player to win in the most elite conference in the sport. So who's going to be elite? Multiple guys will play at an elite level for Texas. They will have multiple first-team All-SEC players at the end of the season. But I'm curious, when the preseason SEC team comes out next week, Buck, I don't know how many Longhorns are going to be on there.
Well,
like Quinn's not going to be on the first team. It'll be Carson Beck. Texas might have one first-team SEC player on the preseason poll next week, and that's Kelvin Banks. That might be it.
Yeah, their running backs won't even be in the top 2 or 3.
No. And it's, they could be. They could have Jonathan Brooks-like seasons to where at the end of the year they're
right with that offensive line. I expected they would, yes.
But it's just like, Texas, I got to go back and look. I'll do some more homework today. But I feel like the preseason All-Big 12 team last year was just littered with Longhorns.
Dude, you're not going to see that. You're not going to see that on the defensive line at all. I mean, you're not going to see honorable mention guys.
I don't know what defensive player, like Anthony Hill maybe, but there's no way he's first team coming off of just one season. Andrew Makuba maybe, but as a transfer, like I don't think he will be. So be ready, Longhorn fans. I think there will be one Texas player on the preseason first team SEC when that thing comes out. I think we get to vote on that too, by the way.
Very nice. I think it'll be the tackle. That'll be it.
Yeah, so that's like who
else is going to be there as a second or third team, maybe the center because of his longevity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
He's going to be maybe, honorable mention, maybe third team.
I don't know how many teams they do for preseason polls.
Probably 1 and 2.
Yeah, I don't even know if they do a 2. It might just be a 1. So, yeah, postseason they do a few. And like Phil Steele does multiple teams. I think he does 4 teams for every conference. So I'll do the work on that and find out how many Texas guys he has on the 4 teams. But if there's only one poll that the media puts out, then
wow,
there won't be a lot of Texas flair on there. I'm letting y'all know. Like they need guys to step up and be elite. Quinn Ewers is a very likely candidate, probably the most likely candidate. But if they can get one of those 2 running backs to be elite,
I would agree. Yes.
If they can get one of the wide receivers to be elite, that'd be great. If Trey Moore can be as good as he was at UTSA, then they'll be fine there. But yeah, I don't know who the elite guy is right now.
They need somebody on that defensive line to make the second team if they have 2 teams, because there's nobody's going to be. They're going to walk out there and be on the first team. But
yeah,
I think you have to. I think somebody's got to be second teamers.
Right. Yeah. Look, CB saying BK now questioning if the talent's elite. No, I know there's elite talent. I don't know who's going to step up and be elite, because we haven't seen these guys be elite at Texas before.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the same questions you'd have at the beginning of a football season when you lose 11 guys.
Yeah.
It's nothing. It's not a panic. It's just. I mean, are you serious? I mean, when somebody asks you that question, if you're in panic, that same person needs to tell us who is the guys that you're talking about. They're not talking about them either.
Yeah, like I think guys are going to be elite. Outside of Kelvin Banks, there hasn't been anyone who's been like all that elite at Texas. I think at the end of the year, Anthony Hill is going to be in that category. I think a guy like Manny Muhammad is going to be in that category. I think, once again, there are a few other names you can point to, and it's like, oh, no, I see those guys being awesome players. But right now, I don't know.
And out of all the names that we've talked about from last year at 11 guys, I never thought JT Sanders was that guy. I never thought he was the number 2 tight end in the nation. I mean, I watched so many of these young tight ends coming to the NFL, and I said, he's not going to be like these guys that are coming from North Dakota State that are getting to the NFL and playing immediately and making big impacts. I never saw him as that guy. Even last year, I didn't think he was an elite tight end. I thought he was okay.
Yeah, he still was one of the top 3 tight ends, I think, in the country last year, but it was not an amazing year for tight ends.
No.
But, I don't know.
It's not a panic. It's just that you're asking a question, and it's not the panic. Well, I'm in the panic because I don't see it on the defensive line. So
yeah,
I will be on a panic in that case.
Yeah. Yeah, look, they've added pieces to the D-line. A few different transfers have come in here, and those guys are needed. None of those dudes will be Tavondre Sweat or Byron Murphy, but
Right.
those were the two best interior D linemen last year. So,
I'm totally believing in what the offensive line is all about. This
yeah,
will be one of the best in the nation. I'm excited about the running back room. They've got two running backs and a third young one that should be pretty doggone good behind this offensive line. They've got a great play caller, so you know what they can do offensively. I don't think there's much to that side of the ball. I think most of the thoughts is how do you stop people?
right. Yeah, I have more questions about the defense. I think every Texas fan has more questions about the defense and
Sure,
this offense
not a
right now.
panic. It's just a question.
Yeah, and it's crazy, like, because the offense, they lose its top running back, and the
Right,
offense loses its top 5 receivers.
right.
Because the 3 receivers plus the tight end, and Jonathan Brooks, I think, was the 5th highest, or had the 5th highest receiving totals on this team last year. So there's a lot to replace on that side too, but I feel better about where that is right now than where the defense is. With the coaching continuity, with what we saw in the spring game, with just having the quarterback back. Also, the fact that, Sark can talk to Quinn Ewers in his helmet this year, I think is going to be good for his development and his progression, and just this offense being good again this season.
Well, I expect
So,
the special teams to be fantastic like they have been,
yeah,
under Coach Bank. I mean, I expect them to be special when it comes to special teams because I think they have those kind of athletes now. As I said, they're getting guys, even when they bring in players, they're bringing in incredible athletes for your special teams. You got to replace your kickoff punt returner, and I think you'll find that you shouldn't get a scholarship if you're not a great athlete as a secondary guy or a wide receiver that you can't return punts or kickoffs. Somebody's going to be good in that.
I'm with you. Yeah, I think they've got a number of different options for those
Sure.
return spots. And, Matthew Golden was second team all conference at
Right.
Houston as a return man last season. So he could be the guy. Isaiah Bond returned some punts at Alabama. Jonte Cook was a guy a lot of Texas fans wanted to see more of back there last
Absolutely.
season. Yeah, there are a number of different options, and Jeff Banks has done a fantastic job with the special teams. Hell, if there is a second Longhorn on the All-SEC preseason team, might be the kicker. Like that guy might be your second most elite player right now.
There you go.
Sideshow Burt, Carrot Top, whatever the hell you want to call him.
You're right.
So hopefully not shit show Burt like he was at the start of last season.
Yeah, I think your quarterback is going to be that guy. I mean, he's the number 2 guy behind Banks.
Yeah. Oh man, if Quinn Ewers puts it all together, then he will be elite. He will be in New York for the Heisman ceremony. He might
He'll
win
also
the damn
make your wide
Heisman.
receivers elite too. There'll be a couple of your wide receivers. It won't be just one wide receiver. It'll be more than one.
Now, if that guy's elite, you're right. The wide receivers will be great. His numbers will be great. Texas will be great, and in the playoff, and then Quinn Ewers will be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft next year. Like the quarterback's always the most important player on your team, but the quarterback can really mask some of the other issues you might have from losing 11 dudes to the NFL.
Well, once again, I will worry about this secondary, which means I will worry about this defensive line. So if you think I'm in a panic, I am. I was in a panic after the season was over about the defensive line. I said that from the get. There's nobody that stands out on that defensive line, and you're going to the SEC, and your lines of scrimmages are so important. So once again, Texas was tested in the run game last year. Nobody could do it against them, but believe me, no one's going to stop going after them in the run game. Now that you're missing 2 guys of that quality.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys like Bill Norton and obviously Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton, those dudes are going to be huge. Tia Savea, Jermaine Lole. I mean, they tried. It's not like they just said, "Oh, we're fine with the guys that we've got." No, they went out and brought in 3 or 4 dudes from the transfer portal.
And that's why that little thing in July hurts right there, what we just saw this weekend.
Yeah, but a lot of those guys are leaving after this season. So
yeah,
you're right. Texas has not done great in recruiting really anywhere as of late, but they've missed out on a lot of their top-end defensive tackle targets. And I think, 4 or 5 of those defensive tackles we just named are guys who are leaving after this season. So you've got to replenish that room. Yes, you can go in the transfer portal every year and get 3 or 4 guys, but you'd like to not have to go to the transfer
Oh,
portal.
no, you'd like to recruit those guys that by their second year, they're ready to get going.
Yeah.
They're big, they're strong, they're ready for the SEC. They're ready to not just compete, but be really players for you in the SEC. So that's why this weekend hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You named a couple of guys, and then you got one, and now he's going. That's not good.
Yeah. BST, I agree with this comment too. Like you and I have touched on this a couple of times, Buck. If the pass rush can be better, if the edge rushers can be better for Texas this season, then that will offset what you could be losing with T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy.
Oh, because we know what you had up the middle.
Yeah.
It wasn't like those guys were just run stoppers. Those guys made it tough on quarterbacks wanting to step up in the pocket. So yeah, but in order, you got to keep winning these games. You have to keep winning the SEC, as I said, to go recruiting in the SEC. Because they come to your state, you've got to go to theirs. I mean, you got to go to California. You still have to, as much as I keep saying, be careful in Florida that you don't overextend yourself in Florida and forget about your own state. You still have to go there and get the best of the best, like Florida State does. They're going to always have a defensive end at Florida State now that they're not letting leave their state. He's not going. I don't care if you money whip him or I don't care how you get him, you end up getting him. Florida State will always have some defensive end, BK, that's unbelievable, or some outside linebacker that's a war daddy,
I want to get to that point. And it's
yes.
I'm trying to think, like Joseph Osai, maybe the last elite edge rusher that Texas had.
There you go.
A few years ago, but even he was a third-round pick in the NFL. But man, this pass rush, like top to bottom, it's so deep, and it should be the best pass rush Texas has had in a while. And if it's not, that could spell some problems because.
Well, I think guys like Sorrell. I mean, here's a guy who decided to come back. In his mind, he had thoughts of leaving last year. That I think I'm good enough. Or decided, you know what? There's a reason why I'm going to come back for one more year. I'm going to be above and beyond. He's got to be above and beyond. He's got that kind of physical capabilities to be that kind of guy. I think he'll be fantastic against the run because he'll be big and strong. Entering his fourth year, fifth year, he should be physically ready to do that. But now it's the nuances of that position of getting to the quarterback and stripping the ball and making things happen that way. I think that's where that has to change for him.
Yeah. Yeah, Sorrell's one of those guys. Ethan Burke going into his third year. He's one of those guys. Obviously, Trey Moore, we talked about him. Colin Simmons, the 5-star freshman from Duncanville. Justice Finkley, Colton Vosick. You've got dudes. I don't know how many edge rooms in college football are deeper than the one that Texas has right now. But, yeah, you've got a new defensive line coach and you got a new linebackers coach. So you trusted Bo Davis to develop. He wasn't the most elite recruiter, but he was one of the most elite developers of talent in college football. Look at what he just did with T. Sweat and Byron Murphy. Yep. So now, all right, Kenny Baker, you've got a lot to work with. There's plenty of good clay for you to mold something nice. How are you going to mold it? We'll see. It should be there. That has to be. If Texas is going to be, a 10 or 11 win team this year, make it to the SEC championship game, and basically be guaranteed a spot into the CFP, I think they need that edge room to be.
Yeah, and awesome. We know that it's not just the starters; it has to be too deep because of we saw that last year. As I said, those guys never wanted to come out, but a lot of guys did get some playing time, and it helped them out. And they're going to need that again this year. It's a hot son of a gun this summer for working out and getting ready to play these games in August and September around here.
Yeah, absolutely. Sark's talked about that a lot, and it is important. So they've got some depth on the offensive and defensive lines. We'll see, but I think everyone agrees those are.
They just did a fabulous job last year of mixing guys around on that offensive line. When a guy would get hurt, they would bring somebody in. They would bring a guy who played a total different position, and their offensive line coach. They obviously, all of those guys have played all the positions, probably with the exception of center, at some time in their life, And so those guys are pretty easily moved around. Defensive guys, you go from a nose guard to an outside rusher. That's different. That's not you don't draw back on your high school thoughts or what you did then. It's totally different in college. You can do that, go from guard to tackle and all that. I mean, you just got to have a great body, great feet, and a little bit of skill at doing that, and understanding that. You can move those guys. Those defensive guys, shit, a nose guard to a rush in, that's a different world.
If you're doing that, you've got a problem.
Yes,
That means you haven't built your roster the right way, or you've got like
absolutely.
15 dudes who are injured. Those are two incredibly different positions in today's college football.
Yeah, and because I look at that center position, I go, damn, man, who is the next guy up at center? You've had a guy who's been there for like 12 years now playing center. The next guy in line has got to be pretty good.
Yeah, and Texas, Texas in that lost Oklahoma last year, they lost Jake Majors
That hurt.
in the first possession of that game. And then, the guy who was their backup center was also hurt in that game. So they were on their third string center. And Oklahoma's defensive line, they won up front. And I think Jake Majors not being there had a lot to do with that.
Sure.
So, look, Texas has more depth on the offensive line than they've had in a long time, right? There were years where Texas didn't have 5 guys that you felt good about on the offensive line.
They hard to have the spring game.
Yeah. You're right. They couldn't play a spring game a few years ago because they didn't have enough scholarship offensive linemen. I know Sark's first year, he couldn't even have a normal spring game because Tom Herman had left him with so little up front that it was bad. And, forget 5. There were years where you weren't sure if you had 3 or 4 good offensive linemen. And now you feel like, all right, you've got 7 or 8 or 9 guys to where, if injuries happen, and injuries tend to happen everywhere, but especially on the O-line, and there's not going to be some tremendous drop-off in talent.
But you can get away with a lot. If you got one of the best play callers in football and a quarterback, you're going to go a long way.
Yeah,
and that's why they have that.
That's why Texas is a top 5 team in the country, right?
Sure.
Like that's why people feel so good about Texas because, the other 3 teams who made the playoff last year lost either their coach or their quarterback, and 2 of them lost both, right? Michigan lost their coach and their quarterback. Washington lost their coach and their quarterback. Alabama lost its coach. Texas is the only one of the 4 that has the coach back, and they've got the quarterback back. Do I have to say that twice?
Yeah.
And Georgia, the preseason number 1, they've got their coach and they've got their quarterback back. Like that's why Georgia, for a number of reasons, but that's why everyone is like pegging Georgia as the national champ right now, and that's why people feel great about Texas as the 2 most important people they've got.
The fact that what they do is they put out defensive linemen every year to the NFL. There's somebody in the wings waiting on that defensive on the defensive line. It's a war daddy. Not just one of them. There's probably 3 of them.
Georgia did not have a single defensive player taken in the first round this year, which I feel like it's been a half decade since that's happened. So
they're all playing the Eagles.
It probably means, like you said, they've got like 3 coming this season because that's how it's worked in Athens under Kirby Smart.
But no, it's not a panic. It's not a panic. It's just the realistic part of the football season that's getting ready to be right upon us. And that doesn't just change itself. And there's work to be done. There's a new defensive line coach. He's got new, he does things a different way than the other guy did it. How it all fits, it will really, really matter. And we'll know by game 2.
I mean, how many games do you think Texas is going to win this year? If I were to ask you right now, like what this team's record is.
9.
You're going 9?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that might be a little more panic than I thought. I thought you were going to say 10 or 11. Yeah, 9 is shooting pretty low. So
9 for me going to the SEC is just fine for year 1. It would be just fine to me.
That'd be disappointing to me if they only win 9 because they're going to be preseason top 5, which means you'd expect them to make a 12
at least 10,
playoff.
10 or 11.
Well, their Vegas win total's 10.5.
Yeah.
So it's like, some people are just like, they only look at the Vegas win total to determine if they have a successful season. So there are people who are like, 10's not successful because that's the under. Like 11 or 12 is what we need. And for me, it's like you make the playoff, it's always going to be a successful season.
Sure.
9-3 is not making the playoffs.
No. You got to have 10 to get to the playoffs.
Yeah. So that's, to me, if you miss the playoffs, that is.
I don't know what the toss-up game is in there. Okay. If I want, I may change.
Who are your 3 losses then?
Well, I may change to 10 once I see how the season rolls in. There's going to be some weird ass loss in there somewhere.
Well, Georgia's 1.
Yeah.
OU, Michigan.
I'm still saying that game, that number 2 game, is a huge game. Never playing there on the road, playing the defending champs at their place, even though they've got quite a defense coming back.
Right, they do. Yeah, no,
Yeah, I
that
mean,
won't
they
be
got a
easy.
hell of a defense coming back. So that would be the second one if I would think of two right there. And then I don't want to give up that game to Oklahoma. No, and it's not the Aggies.
Okay,
It's somebody that you're not supposed to lose to somewhere.
okay, Kentucky or something. Florida, they're not losing to Florida.
Well, Miss
Vanderbilt.
Mississippi State, maybe?
Oh, in Austin. Dude,
No.
that would be a disaster because that's the first SEC game, and you have a bye after that before OU. So it's like you got 2 weeks to stew on losing your first ever SEC game to a bad team.
Okay, well, I'll be nice and say 10.
Okay,
But in my mind, I'm still thinking there's somebody in there, and it's not OU, it's not A&M. It's one of those other mugs.
Arkansas.
Oh my God, they do play them
All right.
away.
Yep.
Okay, that maybe was where I got the 9-3.
Sal says I'm worried about the Vanderbilt game. I am too for Vanderbilt.
Yeah, really.
I'm worried about them. That's
Oh,
they don't.
Arkansas. Just listen to that name
I
on
know
the road.
they've had Texas's number last few times they've played.
Dude, they may not have their coach at that time. When is that game?
Pretty late in the year.
That guy maybe not even there by then.
Yeah.
Two coaches in the SEC could be gone, the Florida coach and the Arkansas coach.
You're right. You're right. You're right. And before Texas plays either of them, because
Right.
both of those games are in November. So
I'll be safe. I'll just say 10.
All right. I like
That,
that.
that way maybe people don't think I'm in a total panic.
Yeah.
10 is okay.
The sky's falling this morning. Yeah, it's a Monday after a long holiday weekend. Nobody likes working today, so of course we're in a bad mood.
Yeah, and what are you talking about? They just lost all these daggum guys over the weekend.
Yeah.
Wasn't that they had a successful recruiting weekend, by the way?
Like I said, I'm not pushing the panic button on the recruiting yet, but the glass enclosure around the panic button, I got my hand on it. I haven't even lifted it yet, but I got my hand on it. All right, I'm thinking about it. Just thinking about it. I didn't want to be
quality
here.
and quantity, but
I don't want to have worse recruiting than Rutgers.
Wow.
And that's for 5 months.
Schiano, really?
Greg Schiano.
Looking for that Penn State gig.
Yeah, that guy left Rutgers at the altar once. He'll be quick as hell to do it again if he gets the chance to.
Yes, he will.
You know that. All right, keep the thoughts coming. Good discussion this morning. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. YouTube comment line is open as well. I'm still looking for more suggestions on who the elite players on Texas football is this season, and they're not coming in.
Oh no, they think they don't. It's not there. And there's you can't just pull guys out of your rear end and say, "Oh, that's an elite player." I mean, you got to know what they've done, and they haven't had an opportunity. Some of them haven't had an opportunity to really kind of prove themselves, or in your mind, because I thought people really thought that JT Sanders last year was as good a tight end as the kid from Georgia. I think people in their minds here thought that, oh no, this guy is as good as the kid from Georgia. They weren't even on the same planet.
No,
those two.
Well, yeah. I mean, Brock Bowers was a top 15 pick as a tight end. Like.
Yeah.
J.C. Sanders could still be really good and not be that guy good. And he was still really good last year. But still, going into the season, you thought he was elite. He might have not been as elite. That's my point. It's like there will be guys who are elite on this football team. But going into the season, you only have one or two that you can confidently say are elite football players.
Well, I think they thought the kid from Arkansas that played secondary was going to be an elite player.
Nah, I don't know.
That guy was
I wouldn't.
Guy.
I wouldn't throw him in. I'd throw Worthy. I'd throw Sanders. I'd throw Kelvin Banks. I would have thrown Sweat. I wouldn't have even thrown Murphy in there before last season. He played elite. But like Texas had 4 or 5 guys where it's like, yeah, no. I mean, Jalen Ford would have been pretty damn close. That guy should have been.
That's true.
We thought he got snubbed of Conference Player of the Year defensively in 22.
Absolutely right.
So
yeah.
Like
I said, if he didn't have all that time spending coaching and playing, being a coach player, I think he would have been an elite player. I think he's a really unbelievable linebacker and has great skills.
Yep. So who's it going to be? Ant Hill could be one. Absolutely. A freshman DB could be one. Absolutely. I want to see it. I want to see who it is because right now I don't know. I don't know who it is. All right, let's give some
Agreed.
sponsor shout-outs here. We've got some funny stories to get into, a couple of other sports stories to discuss as well, but how about some more shout-outs, Buck?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and, of course, non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology. Dr. Christopher Staney and, of course, Dr. Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics, folks, is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. Shout out to Audiovisual Consultations. We mentioned Tom McKay's name a little bit earlier in today's program. Now we'll let you hear from our man, Tom McKay, over at AVC.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
And folks are good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway. Wines, of course, liquors and beers. They've got it all at 34 Wine and Spirits. Hopefully you went over there before the holidays. Hey, but the holidays are over. You still need your wine and spirits on a Monday, I would think.
Yeah, now you got a case of the Mondays.
That's right. So you need to get a case of the All-Stats. That's
100%.
it.
Absolutely. Maybe a couple of cases of the All-Stats.
There you go.
No harm there. Yep, love 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway. And how about this, Buck? TSU is going to Vegas.
Vegas, baby.
Vegas, baby. That's right. And it's all thanks to our friends at Circa Resort and Casino. The biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. The Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to $16 million in guaranteed prizes.
Thank you. $16 million?
$16 million. They will be giving away that type of money during this football season. I think everyone knows how the Survivor contest works, right? You pick one team every week, no point spread, you last the longest, you win it all. About $10 million guaranteed in Survivor. And then Circa Million, you make 5 picks against the spread every week. And if you win, full season payouts plus quarterly payouts as well.
Yeah, you'll be looking to me to give you the game winners, obviously.
Absolutely. So here's the deal. So you don't have to live in Vegas to participate in these contests, but you have to register in Vegas. So TSU will be out there the week before college football season starts. It'll be August 22nd and 23rd. We'll be doing some broadcasts live from Circa Resort and Casino. You can hang out with us there in Vegas while we're there, but you don't have to be there when we're there. You just have to register at some point between now and the start of football season. If you do that, you can make your picks from here in Texas or from anywhere in the country.
Get your ass to Vegas.
So get your ass to Vegas. Have a great weekend there. Spend a couple of days there. Sign up for these contests. And then, you don't have to go back every week to make your picks. You can make your picks from your phone here in Texas or wherever you're tuned in. So Circa Resort and Casino, it's sports heaven. We'll be talking about them a lot over the next couple of months. But make sure, we're talking about $16 million in cold hard quiche they'll be giving away during this football season. Go to circasports.com for details. Circasports.com for more details.
Very nice.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Looking forward to an Olipop, too, after today's show. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you.
Got the Coke right in my refrigerator, ready to go. Start out my week.
I've got 7 or 8 Olipops in the fridge. I got to crack an ice cold one open. Tons of great flavors, 17 of them as a matter of fact. And every Olipop is good for you because they have ingredients that support good digestive health. Look at the sodas you've been drinking. Actually, you're probably too scared to look at the back of the sodas you've been drinking. It will freak you out. you don't have to worry about Olipop because you're putting in good ingredients into your system. And most importantly, at least for me, the taste is on point. Get you some Olipop wherever you buy your groceries, H-E-B, Target, Whole Foods, Costco, Walmart, you name it, they've got it. It's Olipop. Okay.
I'm going to have to make a run. I'm going to make a Costco run this week. Yeah, it's been a while. I need to go in there to the United Nations of buying and see the people. I always see people that I know in there. And I'm not going to go around to the key. I'm going to walk around and do things, pick up stuff, and then just get out. I'm not going to go back and take the little cups and pills and all that other stuff that they have in there.
Come on, the samples?
I'm not sampling. That's
Why
for
not?
those people. That's for those people, not for me.
Who are those people?
Those people that think that that's where they go for lunch. Instead of going and buying a good lunch, they'll just go to Costco and walk around and go to the little kiosks there and keep going back. Oh, can I try it one more time? Cut me a break.
Well, go get, okay, what about the Costco diner, right? Is that okay?
Sit there in the United Nations?
Yeah, they sell the pizza and they sell the hot dogs and the chicken bake. You don't like that stuff?
I need to have a good hot dog. I have not, after Jay and that wiener machine that they gave me for my birthday.
Yeah.
I'm on a good hot dog. I got to go to a baseball game maybe next week, or maybe go to the home run derby or something.
There you go. In Arlington?
Yeah, give me a couple dogs at the ballpark.
They've got the boomsticks. They've got the 2-foot long dogs. You want to split one of those with me?
Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, I haven't, like I said, the only time I eat a hot dog is if I'm at a ball game, a baseball game, not football or basketball, only at a baseball game do I eat a hot dog. Hot dogs wieners are never on my list when I'm making hamburgers. Wieners don't come into play.
Okay, not a big wiener guy, huh?
No. That's why I got the wiener toaster.
It goes against a lot of what you've said on this show, but that's all right. Here's the boomstick, the 2-foot long.
You have got to be kidding me.
Oh, man. My buddy and I, is back in high school.
Look at the jalapenos on that bad boy.
Oh, you can get chili on there. You can get cheese. You can get onions. You can get jalapenos. And, of course, you can put on the mustard and ketchup yourself if you want it, and the relish, too. But, yeah.
Look at the dog. That's a sausage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 2-foot long hot dog.
Hot dog or sausage? What is that?
I think they sell, like, giant sausages, too. But this is an old-fashioned glizzy right there, my friend. Could you eat this?
Kosher? Is that kosher?
Well, the cheese on it makes it not kosher.
Yeah.
And it's probably not a Hebrew National Frank, so no.
Yeah.
I don't think it's kosher at all. And there's chili. Yeah, no chance.
No chance at all.
The more I look at this thing, the more I realize it is not kosher.
Those big old jalapenos on that thing. Oh, man.
You think if you and I, I'll ask the people this too, if you and I split this, you think we could down it, just the two of us? Grover, Washington?
I'm going to say I will not be able to fulfill I will get a third of a half down there.
A third of a half?
Yeah, I can't. I don't know if I can't finish off I couldn't finish off that whole half, BK.
Okay, you'll get a third of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, if you get a third of a half, that's like one bite.
No, the whole thing. Yeah, I couldn't do. I couldn't do that.
So a third is 8 inches. So you see from the left to 8.
Yeah.
You think you could that's probably like the size of that's a long hot dog, but
yeah, I got a little baby belly. I fill up real quick.
Yeah, you do. You don't eat that much.
I don't eat that much. Yeah, that's why these 3 meals a day to struggle to put this weight on is tough.
Tanner asked a great question. PEDs. Are PEDs allowed?
Ooh.
Because, dude, if I'm eating like an edible before this, I could maybe down this whole thing by myself.
Seriously?
Dude, it's bad.
A whole wiener?
Oh man, if I'm smoking, if I'm getting high on pot,
you can eat that whole thing?
I don't stop eating. It's terrible.
Man.
That'll be a test one of these days.
That's a nasty looking event right there.
So PEDs, the two of us could definitely house this.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Sober, if you're telling me you could only eat 8 inches, I'd have to eat 16. Yeah, I think I could. I'd be hurt.
I'm going to have to have some fries with that.
Oh shoot.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hold on. You're not if you can only eat 8 inches without fries, then with fries, you're
just
eating what?
Just give me that potato masher in me. I can go ahead and eat the dogs with that.
You want who in you?
Give me some potatoes with that chili and cheese and jalapenos. Yeah, I could do it then.
Man, that looks so good, dude. I might have to go get one of these.
Dude, that's making me so hungry right now.
I haven't been to a baseball game this year. I haven't been to an Express game this year. I've been slacking. I got to reach out to our man Chris Almaderas up there and get to a
Hell
game.
yeah.
Yeah,
I would have to give me a dog to start out.
Part of me is like, I don't know if I ever want to go to another baseball game again, Buck. Because the last baseball game I attended, Major League
championship.
The last professional baseball, I did go to some UT games, so I guess I'm kind of lying. But the last professional game I attended was, I got to see the Rangers win a World Series. It's not going to get better than that. Why would I go back?
You're just going for the eats now.
And I'm just going for a 2-foot-long glizzy down my guzzle.
That's just getting me. That excites me right there because they're getting me all excited about high school football, brother. Because I can tear down me some nachos.
Oh, the government cheese, baby.
Love it. Oh, love it. It's the best cheese in the world. With some jalapenos, the big yellow. Hey, the big yellow. Oh, yeah, baby.
The government cheese.
I love that. That is the best.
Hey, before we get out of here, I got to ask you a question and maybe congratulate you in a second. First, though, quick shout out to Covert Bee Cave, the best car dealership in the world. I think our man Zay might be in the market for a new car.
He needs to go out there and see the gang out there.
He texted me over the weekend. He's like, which guy at Covert should I reach out to? I'm like, oh, man, we got you. We got you. Covert Bee Cave, they treat all of us like family. They'll treat you like family as well. Great people, an unrivaled selection. And what do they say about the prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Go see them. CovertBeeCave.com. You can see some of the inventory online, see some of their weekly specials right there, but go out and see the gang off of 71 at Covert Bee Cave, part of the legendary Covert Auto Group that, of course, has been around for over 100 years here in Austin, Texas, USA, America.
Yeah, and by next week, we'll be able to tell you where we're going to be for home and away games this year. We'll be out and about, getting out there and getting it done, and have you come join us for some great food, some great beverage, and some great pregame.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. We are pumped to announce what we've got in store for our first year in the SEC, baby. Pitbull's going to be performed. No, we're not going to have Pitbull. That's already taken. Been there, done that. But we will be at some badass places around the city. And, oh, man, it's huge for us, but it'll be huge for y'all, too. We're excited about it. Yeah, CB, you're right. I was on TV when the Rangers won the championship. That was the peak of my life. There's no doubt about it. Like,
championship play, man. You're used to championship play.
Being born was cool, but I don't remember that. My bar mitzvah was pretty cool. The days my younger sisters were, I don't like them that much. I don't know. No, nothing tops that. When the Longhorns won in early 06, that was pretty cool.
When you see that, you're going to miss that because you're not going to be able to see that replay over and over and over and over again because the Longhorn Network it's gone.
It's stream only.
Oh, it's stream only now?
Yeah, just like the old radio home of the Longhorns. It's nobody can really pick it up, but it still exists for now. Wow. Yeah, so there you go. All right, I got to congratulate you. You went to Boston College, correct?
I did.
And you graduated from Boston College?
Yes, I'm a graduate of Boston College.
Well,
elementary and special ed, yes.
You were a student, or?
I was a student, yes.
You studied special ed. You were not in the special ed program.
No. I was not a part of the program. I was a special ed minor and elementary ed major.
You did take a shorter bus to school, though. Is that correct?
At a lot of occasions, yes.
Interesting. Okay, that explains some things. Well, I have to congratulate you, my friend. And I also have to congratulate myself because I graduated from the University of Texas. And I did not know this until late last week, but we can now call ourselves Ivy League grads. Because Forbes, you heard of them?
Yes, I have.
I think that's a real group. They released a new list of public and private Ivies. They've literally called these schools Ivy League schools, and they dropped a new list of public schools and private schools that are now considered Ivy League by them. And look, under public Ivies, you see Texas, and under private Ivies, you see Boston College.
I'm not an Ivy Leaguer.
You are an Ivy League grad, and so am I, my friend.
Wow.
And so is Wags. Wags graduated from UT. He's an Ivy Leaguer. We've got some Ivy Leaguers on our staff on TSU right now.
My God. BC, why would you do that? Now, I know it costs as much to go to BC as it does to go to an Ivy League school like Harvard or Yale. But no,
Look at
I'm not
us.
an Ivy Leaguer.
Who would have thought? Look at us. Ivy League.
So I've been to Ivy League school all my college career because then I was at Dartmouth. That's why I started my coaching out. So.
Oh, I forgot you started there. And look, yeah, Illinois is on this list too.
What?
You're an Ivy League coach?
Get the hell out of here.
Why is the Illini on here? Is that even a good school? I like North Carolina, Virginia, Michigan, Texas, Georgia Tech. Those are all like great schools.
Illinois?
Is Illinois a great school?
Yeah, it is. I see Virginia. Of course, Virginia should be there.
Yeah, Virginia's a great school. And then some of the private, like Vanderbilt's awesome, Rice, Notre Dame, Northwestern, Emory, home of former UT president Greg Fenves. He's now at Emory now.
Northwestern, yes.
Yeah, most of the Georgetown, most of these schools make sense. Illinois?
That doesn't make any sense to me.
This whole list is
and neither do the Gators. Illinois and the Gators right beside each other. Now that should not happen. Why are they? They should not be on there.
They got threatened by Aaron Hernandez if they didn't put Florida on. He's dead. I guess that joke doesn't work anymore.
No, Florida shouldn't be on that deal.
But look, as Daryl says, we're Ivy League Sports Unfiltered now.
Jeez.
We are Ivy Leaguers, man. So I'm
gonna have to go to the Harvard-Yale game. Nice.
I'm gonna be so obnoxious about that. I'm gonna be bragging about being an Ivy League grad everywhere I go now. It's good stuff.
Oh gosh.
I see one Ivy League grad.
It's pronounced colonel, and it's the highest rank in the military.
Oh.
Yeah. There's an Ivy League grad. There's an Ivy League grad, Adam Wagner.
Out there.
Cornell. I'm doing a Cornell bet because Bucky went to Dartmouth. I can't believe you went to Dartmouth, Buck. Are you serious?
I was a graduate assistant at Dartmouth in Hanover, New Hampshire.
Well, look at you. Look at you. Yeah, how about this prestigious reign we have going on here? Who'd ever thought? Not me. Not me.
Hey, yeah, sorry, Rodney, but you're not on our level.
Yeah, dude. Really. Yeah, I think I'm going to just have to resign here. I don't fit in here very well. It's
to us. We are true tea sips now.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, boys, we have high tea around 1400 today.
There you go.
Name the venue. We'll be there. So
high tea, huh?
Yeah, you ever had high tea?
What, like Frank Thomas high tea? What are you talking about?
No,
that's low tea.
Yeah, I have the opposite.
Tea, my dude.
I have the opposite. Yeah.
High tea is like a tea party, like a dish, like a cuisine where they have like 3 layers of pie, cake, tea.
Oh, very nice here.
It's an English thing,
What?
It's a British bit.
Oh, yeah, I'm anti-British.
They don't do glizzies like we do, though. They don't do that. They don't know how to do the what a quarter's 8 inches.
It's 24, so a quarter would be 6.
Ooh. There you go, Ivy Leaguers math.
Sorry, ladies. Is this the high tea you're talking about?
That is high tea.
Take a look at that.
Look at the tea set. Oh, I'm down with the tea set.
You usually have a little bit of sandwiches cut in triangles and shit.
Watercress.
And the only reason I know this is because I watch Bravo and watch Below Deck. So.
Below Deck. Yeah. I love that.
Where's the chocolate fountain? Where's that chocolate fountain they have at the Golden Corral?
My wedding, man. You don't want one of that, man. It's just reincarnated germs everywhere. You don't want a chocolate. You don't want anything that just regurgitates germs.
Anything happen, boys? Are exciting. How was the fireworks? Quiet in my neighborhood, Rodney. One of the more quiet 4th of Julys. I think people are out of town. I don't think people stick around town anymore.
Yeah,
I went to. Go ahead, Rodney. I'm sorry.
It was pretty quiet around here. We didn't have a lot of activity. So, yeah, I mean, I just kind of hung out, kept the dogs in check, and nothing happening. But my man over there, I was worried about Wags because that dude tells me he's going to South Padre. And then I see people getting chewed up by sharks.
20 feet, within 20, like, I'll send you Katie's video. Katie took Katie's video is the one they used of the shark actually at bay that came in.
Shit.
Yeah, and we thought it was 20 yards at first, but no, it was closer than that. I mean, it's where people go to wade in the water. Where
you're saying I can't get in there to my knees now?
It's where
Oh, that thing
parents
was-
take their
that thing was
toddlers out.
close.
Like that's how close it was. It was very close, and it got 4 people within 2 hours. It went right up and down the coast. And the lady that got her calf eaten, she was the
Yeah.
worst one. There's a dude that got hit in the sternum or in the chest. He got attacked in the chest, and he survived. But they had 2 tourniquets on the lady that had a calf that got the calf attack. Man, it was.
Dude, and
It ruined my. I didn't go into I didn't go into water. How can you go into water after that?
I won't go in the water. I don't. Dude,
No,
I don't like.
no.
I barely go in the water at the beach anyway. I just go there, get my toes wet, and run back to make my sand castles.
I've always wondered
I
how
usually
they
go in the
say,
ocean. I swim. I'm not like Poseidon or anything like that, but I'm
No.
usually in the ocean a good bit.
Ooh, no, thank you.
I've always wondered how they say it's like if you see a shark, you slowly move away. I'm like, slowly? I'm like, my fat ass ain't moving slowly.
Yeah, I don't get that either. I guess you don't want to make yourself out
Yeah.
to look
Or
like
it's
you're
the
an
same one
aggressor
as
or
like,
something like
if you
that.
see a bear, don't make any sudden movements around a bear.
No,
Oh,
you scream
really?
at the bear. You make
Yeah.
you make noise and try and see if you got a gun, you shoot it up in the air or whatever. You can try and
No,
scare the
no,
hell out
no.
of it.
That's
I'd
all.
rather
I'm
shoot
that
it at-
road runner. I'm that road runner that Bucky hit on the golf course. I'm like, phew.
Oh yeah.
No.
It's like, oh, rattlesnakes, just take your time, slowly walk or move away from them. Dude, as soon as I see one, I'm splitting town so quick. I'm making the quickest movement. That rattlesnake's liable to bite me right in the eye because
Yeah, but
I'm
you carry a machete where you're at though, don't you, Buck?
I
Like
just
if you're out in the damn garden or in the jungle where you're, you
Stick.
usually take a damn machete, don't you? Take
No,
a stick
just
and a
a stick.
machete.
No, a stick. That's all.
Anyway, you asked BK. I was trying to put my not like Captain Jack Sparrow or anything, but when we were at out at the ocean or out in the water or whatnot, I was trying to hang off the damn boat and try and dip my leg in there. I was getting all kinds of sun kissed or whatnot. I was trying to do whatever, man.
You should have killed that damn shark, Wags.
Yeah.
Well, you know me, Gene. I wanted to go out there and kick it in the torso fin, brother, but I couldn't.
Now,
Yeah.
dude, now
Remember
this-
that bit? Remember when Hulk Hogan compared Ric Flair to a shark? And I see
Yeah.
you, Ric Flair, and I kicked you in the torso fin, brother. Nah.
now was this one shark or was there
It
numerous
was one
sharks?
shark. It was one shark that attacked 4 people within 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. And they were
Crazy.
showing it like from a helicopter. It's like the shark's just floating around like right there at the beach. I mean, right there where people and they're all just standing there watching it. And I'm like, man, I'm
So
going to
Katie
the
was
condo.
taking film. Katie, I mean,
Where-
she was out of the water. She was out of the
Where
water, but I mean,
where was Will Smith for all this?
that's what I want to know, Legend.
Isn't he the guy who fights the sharks in Shark Tale? Isn't that his bit? The
I
Shark
thought that was
Slayer?
I Am Legend. Doesn't he do it in I Am Legend? Where
No,
he
he kills zombies in that one.
Yeah, you got zombies, buddy.
zombie attack.
Tom Cruise would have got it. Tom Cruise would have got him. That dude saves people all the time. He'd have fixed his
As
whole
long as Tom Cruise is running to the scene, he's got to
Yeah,
be
running to the scene of the action.
running.
He would be running to the shark or whatnot.
All right, boys, listen, have a great one today.
Later, y'all be good.
See
But
you
no,
guys.
it's damn later, BK. So this shark, apparently it went on a feeding frenzy because of the damn the hurricane that was coming to town. So I guess from what this captain that was captaining the vessel of the fishing trip that we went on, apparently when like big storms or whatnot, start to come up or in category 3 hurricanes or whatever, the fish can sense it, the sea can sense it, so they start to go in a feeding frenzy to store up and kind of stock up on their food until the storm passes or whatnot. It makes all the sense in the world. But again, man, to quote Tom McKay, you're going in their backyard. Stay the hell out. Right? Stay the hell out. Usually I like to go in the water, test the water, and hell, man, anybody that see me at the ocean knows that I try and do body surfing and hell, try and ride the waves and shit like that, but it didn't really ruin the trip. But I didn't even go down to the beach once. We took the dogs down for a walk like at night or whatnot, but other than that, nah, man, that was the weekend, dude. Happy 4th of July. Grilled some glizzies, ate some glizzies. Only had like one Modelo. Didn't really get too crazy with it, man.
Well, that's too bad. I did.
I mean, we're alive. We're alive. You probably drank enough for all of us. So
it really is that thing, with that to where when the shark thing, I'm like, we're going into their, into their space, and I see it all the time. We've had discussions on here on Chaos Theory. Welcome in, by the way, everybody. 222-9328. You can check in on the text line there if you're out and about. But like when we're talking about like the scorpions and all this stuff, and it's like when they're building new homes and people are like, oh my God, there's scorpions everywhere. Well, you know what? We're kind of in there
shaking it up. Yeah.
Right. When they built the tollway out there 130, where they were bitching about the feral hogs and all this stuff, it's like, you know what? That place has been inhabitable for years and years and years. And we went out and put a toll road in the middle of their thing. That's their space. So you kind of have to be ready for that stuff. And I did, man. I thought about you because when I first, and that's why I reached out to you. I'm like, say, man, you all right?
Yeah,
because it's
I'm
like,
just like, yeah,
what's out there in the water?
You're just like, oh, the
out there in the water.
I'm like, oh yeah, I'm good, man. Just my dad asked the same thing. He's just like, what's up? And he didn't even know about the shark attacks. He thought the hurricane was getting us, but no, we dodged a bullet on all aspects, man. With the shark and with the damn hurricane, we missed the weather too. So it only rained a little bit on the tail end of the trip, just on the Sunday morning as we were leaving South Padre. But all in all, man, it was great. Good weekend. Calm, relaxing, watched some baseball, saw some Orioles get selected, saw an Oriole get snubbed, in my opinion, but it is what it is.
Yeah, we can cover that. All-star rosters out, of course, and we got to get back to what we talked about before when we were here last. We got to talk about college football running backs because it's about time. It's about that time. I love what where it is right there. LB. It's funny the way everything happens now. When somebody says shark, everybody gets the camera out. It's like everywhere you go, it's like people are.
It's just like that. It's just like that in with fights or anything. Instead of trying to break a fight up, or instead of trying to protect your people, you're filming it. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to be the next Quentin Tarantino or some shit. Are you kidding me? Like, my God, like live in that, especially then live in the moment. But I mean, of course, like if you're in safety and you do see a shark, I don't think my wife's ever seen a shark in real life. And I'm not making an excuse for my wife here because she was the camera lady, but still, really cool shot to see what she saw. And I've never seen a shark that close in real life either. You know what I mean? Like that's when it's enough
you could see that thing up above the water.
Dude,
the fin.
You saw the tail, you saw its fin, and then you saw the nose kind of out there. That's how shallow the water was. That's how close to shore it was. So when it resonates enough of a message like that with me to stay out of the water, I mean, I'm toast. I'm done. Which sucks because I love the water so much. But anyways, watched a lot of sports. Watched caught up on Game of Thrones. Hell, watched summer. Do you watch Bravo TV? Does anybody watch Bravo TV out there?
Man, I'll tell you what I've been watching a lot of is Pluto TV lately. It's
what
like
Pluto TV?
Pluto TV is one of those free streaming apps, and you go on there and they have like all these different, like, man, I'm ashamed to say this. At the end of last week, middle of last week, right after we went off the air, I'm on Pluto TV back here on one of these Tom McKay TVs, and I run across a Beverly Hills 90210 channel.
Oh, and what are you talking about?
Wags.
Why are you ashamed to watch 90210?
Wags. I shit you not. Wednesday night, I sat there and watched that for 6 hours. 6 hours of 90210.
It happens. I watched Summer House. I don't know if you're aware of Summer House. This show called Summer House. I binged that for about 5 hours. But also I couldn't sleep at night because we were in like a very small bed. Yeah, the house was fantastic, but the sleep was kind of shitty just because one, we have 2 dogs now in bed. And also, it is what
the
it
whole
is.
Shark thing
With the queen. No, I was fine with the shark. Fine with the shark.
Yeah.
But
it goes without saying, we do a lot of folks. I have a lot of friends over in the Houston, Galveston, Texas City, all of that area. Hopefully, everybody doing well. That this thing looks like it came in. That was the other thing that I did this weekend. I was tracking weather, and of course, it did that northeastern turn. But obviously, thinking about all of our friends and family members that are being affected by this. What a mess that was.
Real quick, since we kind of touched on it, and yeah, by the way, welcoming everybody to Chaos Theory. Hopefully, everybody had a great weekend. You had your glizzies, you had your burgers. What was the ratio? Did you go burger glizzy? More burgers than glizzies, more glizzies than burgers. Let us know. Did you put some spicy brown on that bad boy? Hit us up. How was the fireworks? Hopefully everybody kept their limbs intact as well. Make sure you're hitting us up on our socials, not the fake wags is mine on Twitter or on X. And then Rodney's over there on X at the Rodney R, and then on the gram at the _Rodney R. I'm on there at the Wagner Wire and all other social media platforms. Make sure if you are out and about and mobile on that Coda text line, hit us up there on 512-222-9328. Yeah, smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. My dude, are you? I think I'm cool with it too. I think the national perspective on this is kind of fantastic, right? Where are you at with rookies in the All-Star game?
I heard the guys talking about this a little bit earlier. I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, I think if deserved, I mean, I'm good with it. I mean, I think it's good for the sport, to be honest with you.
The hype's there completely for Paul Skeens, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, when you get a generational guy like Paul Skeens that becomes a part of the All-Star team, that's deserved. I mean, that's deserved. But the thing that I do kind of want to counter about what the guys were saying this morning is like, I mean, you see some of these names that are going to pop in, and it's like, well, you may not see them for the next 4 or 5 years or whatever, but that's okay. I'm basing that on now. I'm basing that on what they're doing right now.
Yeah, I'm not bringing emotion into this. Like, I'm bringing stats. Like in like Trey Turner, fantastic. I know that he's on the roster for the National League, but I mean Trey Turner hasn't played all that much this year either. So
right.
Let's put the stats. Let's put the people that actually had the numbers and deserved it, not just because they're heralded as one of the best shortstops.
Yeah, and to me, it's all about. I mean, I'm all about parity in sports.
Second baseman, rather, in Trey Turner's aspect, it's second baseman.
I mean, I'm all about parity. I mean, I like to see parity in sports. I mean, dynasties and all that. I mean, that's great. I mean, when it's like constantly the same, whatever, man, I like new blood. I like seeing different things. I like guys that fall off the map. I mean, that's one of the things that's always so intriguing to me about the NFL, Wags, is it seems like every year there's this team that comes out of nowhere, and then the next year they suck. And I like that. I mean, I like that a lot. And this, I mean, obviously Skeens, like I said, the generational talent right there. And there are some guys that are on these rosters that you're going to see for the next few years. But at the same time, when you pop in these guys that are doing really cool things right now, man, that's this game. That's baseball, brother.
No,
baseball does that to you.
And of course, I wouldn't be a griping, bitching, moaning Baltimore fan if I didn't, have some shade or have some ill thoughts at Westy being or Jordan Westberg being left off.
That was a travesty. That's a travesty.
That's just bullshit. So it is. What it is.
Yeah.
But again, that's because Baltimore's. It's a mid-market. In my opinion, it's because it's a mid-market club and they have 3 names that are already there in the first place, and you got your starting pitcher is named Corbin Burns. So,
well. I mean, Wags, last week when we were talking about pitchers, I
can't give it all to Baltimore. Can't give all, but if they were wearing pinstripes, damn it, you'd or if it said Boston across it, you would. That's my gripe. That's my, and I'll always sound like a mid-market bitch like that.
The other day I was talking about Ronel Blanco. I mean, the fact that he got left off, I'm like,
yeah, that's a travesty as well too. Like,
yeah. I mean, and that's
just because they don't have the marquee name. That's all.
Right.
That's all.
That's a whole
thing. Are you
thing.
in love with the name or are you in love with the actual play?
That's exactly right. And this is where you got to look at the body of work right here. And this is where, again, this is also subjective. I mean, in the big picture, what does this really matter? I mean, maybe they get bonuses. I'm sure financially it matters to these guys. But I mean, when I didn't see Ronel Blanco on there, I'm like, are you kidding? I mean, it just didn't make sense to me. He's transformed. He's transformed. He's stabilized.
He kept Houston in it. He was the bridge for Houston.
No doubt.
Like, seriously.
No doubt. Yeah. So anyway, but new blood is good, but I just don't realize why some of this new blood is not in there.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Or what else you want to get into today? Of course, we got some racing that we can talk about as well, man. We can touch on all kinds of things.
Oh man,
pretty good weekend.
Yeah, let's go to that Lewis Hamilton thing. And again, I know we don't touch on Formula One a lot here,
but we should. Damn it,
we should, especially with the U.S. Grand Prix coming. But
especially we should talk about things that aren't being talked about that much. We should highlight.
That's right. That's right. There are a lot of people talking about a lot of things and a lot of things that get left out. So yes, that's what we need to do. But the significance of this win yesterday for Lewis Hamilton, dude hadn't won a race since 2021, and it's unbelievable to me that to see that. And I think the bigger impact for me of this is that you see so many guys, whether it be Jimmy Johnson, whether it be Tony Stewart, whether it be Kevin Harvick. Right now, thank goodness John Force is in a better place. That guy keeps winning, but it's a lot of these legendary guys that as they get deeper in their career, they don't have that signature win as they're kind of riding out. And not that Lewis Hamilton is riding out. I think
did I was going to say, did Hamilton need a win to reinvigorate his career? Because the move seems to be on where he's going over to the red. Is he not?
Yeah, he's heading to Ferrari, and I think what this really does, it's kind of twofold. It's going to energize because Mercedes and Arrow McLaren have been getting better in Formula One. They've been inching closer, and we've seen a little kink in the armor there for Max Verstappen. We've had 5 winners in Formula One this year, which is unheard of. I don't think you've had that many in the last 3 years. Yeah, so I think it's going to help galvanize Mercedes in the fact, with them moving forward, with Lewis moving off. But I think what
you
this
say
is
galvanized though, Rodney. But how many more can Hamilton string together consecutive wins here?
I think
it's just going to be one and few far between.
I think the Mercedes is finally at a point right now where they have some momentum, and they are kind of 2A. You got 2A and 2B, them and McLaren, to Red Bull. What's going to happen next? I don't know. But I think that now here's where it can be a really big deal. If Lewis Hamilton is able, and he wins the British Grand Prix, which that's his home race. I mean, that's the signature win, the emotion, everything that we saw right there. I think if Lewis Hamilton can win a race in North America, if he can win here in Austin, or if he can win, the other race in Vegas, I think that's really going to vault him into next year with Ferrari. And I think he's writing a whole new chapter of his career. I think this is something where he's going to take Ferrari to where Sebastian Vettel and all these guys couldn't take Ferrari. I think he's going to be the guy that's going to do that, and it's going to change the whole landscape of everything with new engine packages starting to come in. I think that we see Red Bull, they're going to start taking a step back, and I think that this Lewis Hamilton win is what's really going to supercharge all that.
Well, with Hamilton going over to Ferrari, I'm going to have to bow down to you to this. Is Hamilton that much better of a driver to where he can take Ferrari, or excuse me, it's not even about the driver. Is Ferrari's equipment that much better than Mercedes to where you put Hamilton in a red car and he's going to dominate again?
Ferrari's been really good this year when it comes to qualifying. I mean, Charles Leclerc and these guys, they've been kind of, the joke is they're really good on Saturday because in qualifying they're good, but they find ways to step on themselves when it comes to racing. I just think that you take him over there and just all the pomp that's going to be around this move for him to go there. I think that all of that engineering is going to get better, and I think there's going to be more dollars that come into Ferrari. And Ferrari's just kind of been sitting there, Wags. That's the whole thing. It's like, I mean, I dare to compare them to the Dallas Cowboys, but it's like, man, they're supposed to be the benchmark,
right?
Yet they're kind
Ferrari's
of
the Yankees. Ferrari, you want to talk about Yankees? Ferrari's the pinstripes of F1.
There's no doubt about it. And I think that win tomorrow, this is great for Formula One because you have different people winning and you have this move that's coming. And what's going to happen with Red Bull? Is Sergio Perez going to be out? Who's going to be Max Verstappen's teammate? Is the American going to continue? Gene Haas just signed another American driver that's going to be a part of his programs there. So Formula One's going in a good direction. I'm just glad to see a legend, one of the GOATs. I'm glad to see Lewis Hamilton get that win because that dude has been struggling. And you saw the emotion yesterday.
He's placed a few times. He's got some third place wins, placements, but I mean, you can't really call a third place, a victory by any means, but still he's been on the podium a few times this season. So
it's been better. So they're moving in the right direction. It's good for the sport. It's good for Lewis, and we'll see what happens next time. And don't forget, I mean, coming up in October, it'll be right here at COTA, and you can go out and see these guys live and in person. Syntex tickets, syntextickets.com. Go right there, and Shelby will set you up with the best seats that you're going to find for the USGP coming up. Good Formula One stuff this weekend. I was excited. There's a lot of passing, Wags. I tweeted out, I'm like, what's with all this passing going on in Formula One? These guys were like being competitive. I love it. Get
Well, I
after it.
mean, you're more the avid race watcher than I am. I usually just watch it to place bets on it, and when you tell me not to place a bet or not to lay one down on the track today because Verstappen's not going to be the winner, it's kind of like, all right, well, throw me my goat, throw me my little nugget here, because the only time you can actually make money in F1 betting is when you have the dark horse come through, or another driver from left field come in and try and upstat Verstappen just because of how dominant he's been in the past 3 years or so. But yeah, it's like you mentioned here, 5 losses already for Verstappen, and I say that usually you would say 5 different winners, right? But 5 losses for Verstappen. That's how dominant he is. He's only lost 5 times, which I don't even think he lost that many times all last season, as a matter of fact. But
yeah, man, this is a run of epic proportions. What we're watching right here. I mean, you can look at all the different Ayrton Senna.
I know I ask you it all the time in NASCAR, and usually it's gear and equipment in NASCAR. But how much is it the damn driver in F1 over equipment?
I think a lot of it is
Verstappen. My point is Verstappen can't be that good. He can't be that much of a driver where everything's just slowed down and moving in the speed of the Matrix and bullet time, to where he's just flying around everything.
It's technology. I mean, the technology there is what really outdoes everything. And Daryl G, this really is the thing right here. I mean, it was the fact, because a lot of it was tires, and this is where we saw the prowess of Mercedes. And I mean, the other Mercedes team, I mean, they screwed the pooch. They took the wrong tires, but Lewis made the call right there with his guys, and they made the right call. And it was that you had 3 cars that could have won at the end of that race. And that's unheard of. And that's what Formula One needs. But Formula One's in a really good spot. I've said it so many times, Wags, compared to NASCAR, because Formula One can have the crappiest shit show of them all, and it's still going to be considered a great race because it's a big event. NASCAR can have what they had yesterday, and a lot of people are complaining about the wet weather stuff and the rain delays and all the different, Shane Van Gisbergen goes out, and he's the perennial favorite, and they're complaining about the race. Formula One, this only helps when you have a competitive race at the end. And I, for one, which I bash Formula One on Twitter a lot, I'm glad that right now, because I'm tired of the same guy winning all the time. It's like I tweet it out every week, Wags. It's like breaking news. Max Verstappen wins. I'm just glad that you've got 3, 4, even 5 guys that can win any event. That's
speaking of about 3, 4, 5 guys that can win in the event. Can we go back to the All-Star game?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it too early to talk odds for our contenders of participants that are going to be swinging in the All-Star game, in the home run derby?
Yeah, so I haven't seen that entire list.
Alonso's back in this bad boy.
Okay.
2-time home run derby. But I mean, if you want to talk about some of the young studs that are out there, Gunnar Henderson, anybody that's watched the pop of Gunnar Henderson this season, you'd like to think that he can probably deal some damage in the home run derby contest here. But here's the thing, right? It's experience. It's about, how many swings can you get in and keeping your stamina and keeping your endurance up there, right? Alonso could just mash, bro. Like,
yeah.
I thought Atlee was going to be able to do it, and Atlee put on a nice little show last season, going from both sides of the plate. But if I want to, I don't know if odds are out. I'm going to have to check this out real quick and look at some odds. But with Alonso back in the contest now, I'd like to think that the odds are in his favor, since he is the 2-time winning champion, I would think.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, my dude?
Yeah, for one thing, for one thing, I love the Major League All-Star game, because we talk about with Pro Bowls and
so much about the All-Star game. Do you like the festivities?
Yeah.
Do you like, and this is going to be a 2-part question. Do you like the festivities more of the All-Star game than itself? And is the Major League All-Star game, Major League Baseball All-Star game, the best weekend over all the All-Star weekends.
I totally think so, because it just doesn't really seem like such a mockery of the game, with the Pro Bowl, what the Pro Bowl became. And I know now that they're trying to do different things with skills and the NBA. I mean, no defense and all that. I mean, this one right here, like we've talked about I mean, baseball is kind of hard to. I mean, because once the game starts, I mean, you're not going to have guys up there throwing batting practice. I mean, they're going to pitch, and you still have to hit it. But like with the home run derby, to me, I mean, that is exciting. Like you're talking about, when you just stand there and you're just trying to rip the cover off of the baseball, that's exciting to me. To where some of these other all-star games and all-star events and all these other things that they do, it's like, why are we doing this? I mean.
You don't like the 3-point contest for NBA?
No, I just no. I'm like, I'm done with it, man.
All right.
I'm done with it. the baseball all-star game.
I like that about the dunk contest. I don't. Like, how many more creative dunks can we get? I can feel you there. And sometimes I feel like it's been a lot of underperformance for. I don't know. I say I need to walk that back. I think, because I say that the draft. Or not the draft, but the dunk contest for the NBA has kind of been underperformed. And overall it has been, but there's been some people that have kind of emerged as like some really good dunk, just dunk masters. I mean, Mac, the only reason why Mac is still in the damn league or still relevant is because, he can dunk or whatever. So I don't know. I think I'm more of a festivities and events type of person for NBA All-Star Weekend. And I think I'm more of an all-star game for Major League Baseball and also for hockey too, right? Like I love the 3-on-3 as well. Like I would argue that NHL probably does it the best overall with all the festivities, with the challenges and events. If you're watching a Pro Bowl, you're basically only watching it for the Pro Bowl or for the challenges. In my opinion, you're not watching it for the game anymore. Hell, I've gone to a Pro Bowl live and almost fallen asleep.
I bet.
Passed out, just from the booze or whatnot. But yeah, like
I thought from the level of play,
maybe probably. Brandon Marshall did go off that contest that I was there. That was the last time. I think it was in Hawaii too. Had like three touchdowns. 7 catches. I mean, he absolutely went off, just a machine. But still, it's two-hand touch football at that point.
Yeah.
Which is cool. You could see him make great catches, but still, it's not like what you were saying or you alluded to earlier when you're playing an actual baseball game and you're actually throwing heat and you're getting aces coming out there every 2 innings, giving you their best stuff. So, and then you'll get the best closer in the game to kind of close it out. And I would think overall, NHL does it the best with all of their challenges in the game, and plus, like 3-on-3 is it's exciting as hell. But I think just because of it's America's pastime and it's got the marquee, I think I usually defer and give the nod to Major League Baseball for their All-Star Weekend. I would like to think that NBA's got the notch over NFL, but then again, NFL is the money maker, the money driver, but still, like, you want to talk about one thing that NFL shits the bed on, it's Pro Bowl week. And also that too, like, it's not in the middle of the season. It's done at the end of the season, and usually you don't even have the best players playing because they're in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, when the MLB All-Star game, when it was winner gets home field. AL wins, AL team gets home field in the World Series. I thought that was a masterful idea, because there's the skin in the game right there. I thought that was great. I thought that was really great. You know what I really do wish that they would do when it comes to MLB with the All-Star game? I wish they'd let them wear their own jerseys. Kind of, all the different, AL, everybody kind of wear their own stuff, instead of having the AL jerseys and the NL jerseys.
They don't have.
Oh, have they gone back to that? Okay. Well, okay.
I thought they've always done that.
Okay. I thought it got changed. I thought it got changed around. So I may be wrong with that.
No, I think they usually keep them to where they're either wearing their grays or their whites.
Okay,
you know what I mean. But they usually have their individual uniforms on to represent the team.
Yeah. Hey, Wags, check this out. Code a text line. Sorry for the big pause right here. This is a 633 number. Found out my girlfriend is pregnant on July 4th. Ha ha. Happy 4th. That's good.
Hey, congratulations, I guess.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, question mark?
Question mark. But yes.
I am Ron Burgundy. I don't know. Yeah, congratulations. No, for real. I mean, I'm not being stupid.
That's
congratulations.
Awesome.
That's
awesome.
a blessing, man. Congrats.
Is it yours? Oh Lord, here we go.
I'm not asking that.
No, I'm not asking that either.
What else we got going on? First off, I guess we would be remiss if we didn't tell you about the great sports that we were able to take in, or the shows that we were able to watch on Bravo. If you want to binge some of your best shows like Summer House or
weather.
Or the weather.
Radar.
Get the weather with it with avconsultations.com. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. The best viewing setup, the best audio setup in all of Central Texas, and it's done by the crew from AV Consultations. Like I said, man, if you don't know what you want, go to the website at avconsultations.com and see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years, and I guarantee you'll get an idea there. They've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 35 years. They can do so at your house as well. Maybe it's time that you get that back pool setup done or the lanai setup done. Just give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. The only way to do it. And of course, if you were looking for a car, truck, or SUV, new or pre-owned, maybe you went out to Covert Bee Cave this weekend. If you didn't, and you want to do that this week, hell, they may be having a bad weather special with all this rain that's coming in. Oh, wait a minute. There's no rain. How about a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Right. Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Yeah, Rob. Yeah, they put him in their own, league,
So,
whatever. Yeah.
That is something that I was willing to bet on. And I definitely would have got that wrong. I could have sworn that they're in base like either whites or grays.
Rotor.
But they're in individuals. Now I know they roll out in like team uniforms or in like AL and NL uniforms for for home run derby, but I thought that they played in the game in their actual individual uniforms. It's like that song "I'm Still Standing." I swear it's done by Hall & Oates instead of Elton John. And I'd lose money on it every time if I bet on it. But still,
No, I mean, I'm all about. I mean, put them in their own gear.
Clarifying it, Rodney and Jake and Rob. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, put them in their own stuff. And again, Wags, a lot of this may be where it's like you need to put them in neutral gear. You need to put them in American or national gear because some mid-market teams, some teams that are struggling, some teams that don't have any all-stars, Maybe that's the reason for some of that. But I just think that's where I go back to when I think of the MLB All-Star game. I go back to being a younger kid or whatever and watching this thing. And it was, I mean, you saw the Yankees, you saw the Red Sox, you saw the Expos. I mean, the Astros, the Rangers, you see all the different gear right there. And to me, that just kind of I saw something over the weekend as well where it was like an old NFL All-Pro game or the Pro Bowl. And it was like Roger Staubach, in blue with a 12 with the cowboy thing on, and it was like, okay, yeah, that's big. I think that's a big deal to where you can kind of pull people in with little shit like that, even though it's not really that big a deal, I guess.
No, I mean, I don't know. Not really.
Rob, you can sell the jerseys. Yeah, then you sell those jerseys.
Oh, for extra market, for extra money on the side. No, there you go. For your side quest. What else you want to get into, my dude?
How about that? I just saw that roll across as well as CB breaks that. How about that? That little flirtation with the Lakers has just earned our man, Mr. Hurley.
Now, did that earn him that contract? The fact that he turned down the Lake Show, did that earn him the contract, or is it the fact that he's got 2 back-to-back titles?
And the whole thing is, it was a sham. He was never going to take that job in the first place.
No, but you take it again. You have the conversation because it's the Lakers.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. You can't not have that conversation. And boom, there you go. So that's done. So UConn looks like they're going to be in good hands for a little bit.
Now, does UConn three-peat?
A
lot of turnover.
Yeah.
We need to get into that sometime this week. If UConn actually, we should probably wait until we get a little bit closer to college basketball. Anyway, can I indulge you with a little bit of selfishness real quick? And for anybody out there that is playing fantasy football, I am in one of the biggest leagues of all leagues. If you play fantasy football, you're aware of Scott Fish in the Scott Fish Bowl. I've been in Scott Fish Bowl the past 2 years now, 13, and now this will be Scott Fish Bowl 14. Last year, there was a premium on tight ends. This year, there's a premium on running quarterbacks. The first three off the board was Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Jalen Hurts. Throw stones at me all you want. But I need affirmation here because I believe I went with the right thing. I'm at the 4th pick overall. I can still get another quarterback down, so I just alluded that I did not take a quarterback, even though there's premiums on running quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson was there to be had, there to be taken. I passed up. I went with CMC. I went with Christian McCaffrey, one out of scarcity for decent running backs, right? I could have reached and took Bijan Robinson, but I still think CMC is going to have a better season than Bijan Robinson, or even Breece Hall. Like I've seen Breece Hall, be second on some people's boards as well. I got Bijan Robinson over Breece Hall, but I got CMC as unanimous overall one. I elected to go with CMC over Lamar Jackson just because I think the addition of Derrick Henry, I think Baltimore's still going to be a fantastic team and they're going to win games. They're
not going to be so reliant on Lamar running.
But exactly. They're not going to have to rely on the legs and the scrambling of Lamar Jackson. Now, look, they had a decent ground and pound game with who's the dude that just went out west to the Chargers? Gus Edwards.
Gus.
They had a decent, combination with Gus Edwards, Justice Hill, and hell, I think who's the dude from the Vikings that was traveling all around? I'm forgetting this guy's name too already.
The running back?
Yeah, the running back. He was Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook had a flash, had some time on the latter spells with Baltimore or whatnot, but still, like Baltimore still had a decent ground and pound game. Now, to supplement all that, they went out and got a bell cow running back with Derrick Henry. I think Derrick Henry is going to take stats away from Lamar Jackson and vice versa. I think Lamar Jackson's also going to take stats away from Derrick Henry. They're not going to get the optimal setting out of all these people. So that's why I elected to pass on Lamar Jackson. I can still get a quarterback coming down on the second and then a receiver coming up on the third round. Did I do the right thing? I think I did. Selfishly indulging in the cast and you here. Give me the positive affirmation that I need, please.
I really think that's going to be something that we're going to watch this year. And that was my initial thought with the whole, when everything came up about that move there for Baltimore, because I think this desperately does. I mean, this extends the career of Lamar Jackson because you're not reliant on him to be the bell cow running the ball. And again, like you talked about, they had a really good running game this past year. But I think when you plug Derrick Henry in right there, I mean, that's going to take a lot of that pressure off of Lamar Jackson.
And this too, Jake Gate even says it. Who picks Hurts over Lamar? I'm kind of that.
Yeah,
I'm kind of that elk too. Also with the advent of Saquon Barkley.
Saquon
Barkley is going to get all the yardage, right? But they're going to have the Hurts butt push. Like that's still going to happen. Like the forward push to where they get on the goal line. Hurts is going to get a ton of touchdowns. Now look, and like I just said, there is a huge premium for rushing quarterbacks. Like quarterbacks that get rushing touchdowns, that's a huge premium. It's a 0.25 bonus for yards and also additional scoring bonuses as well. And it's not just an extra touchdown, it's added points to the touchdown as well. It's crazy. It's Scott Fish Bowl 14. If those of you guys that are interested, you can follow me during that in the standings as I represent Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Wagner Wire. But yeah, we got 3 people from the Wagner Wire in there that used to write for me. It's pretty cool to see like different names of people that have came through my company or whatnot and came through the Wagner Wire brand and see them representing. But yes, selfish indulgement there. Thank you for letting me get it out.
Well, it's actually a great lead in because we have to talk about circasports.com because, I mean, that's coming up. You can sign up for the Circa Millions or Circa Survivor contests that are coming up. And that's millions of dollars that are going to be on the line to be attained right there before football season starts. You do have to register in Vegas. So you have to go to Circa, and you can check them out at circasports.com. You stay at the Circa Resort and Casino when you head out that way. It's the biggest sports book in the world, friends. So make your way out there. Sign up for that. The thing is, you sign up there, but once you come home or wherever you're going to be, you're out and about, you can do everything from your phone or from your tablet or from your PC, but you do have to do it in Vegas. So it's worth the trip. Go on out there. Check it out at circasports.com. Hey, Texas Sports Unfiltered, we will be doing shows there August 22nd and 23rd. Hey, man, what a better time to go out there and sign up. Go out there and see us while we're there. Circasports.com. It's the Million and the Survivor. Sign up today. Circasports.com.
We going to Vegas?
There's
are we going to Vegas? Are we doing shows in Vegas? Is that what you're telling me?
There's some stuff that's been put together. It's going to be a tremendous 2 days.
Do you see the desk rising? I just went from 6 to midnight. Let's go.
But you know that's the whole thing, man. It's that time because I mean we've been talking about.
Let's go.
We get the Phil Steele book that's out, and again we'll touch on running backs because like we talked about on Wednesday. Is that when we were here last Wednesday? I'm all thrown off. I'm so confused on what today is.
Was it Thursday? No, yeah, you're right. Wednesday is when we were.
Oh, that's right.
Wednesday was our last show. Yeah.
And also, SEC Media Days are coming up, so we'll have crews out there in Dallas for that. No, we're not going to the Big 12 Media Days in Vegas, although if we're there, I guess we could crash a party and be like, hey, Texas Sports Unfiltered. You can't get away from us. Anyway,
I'm gonna pass on Big 12 Media Days.
Yeah, I don't really care about Big 12 Media Days. We did break that down a little bit the other day, but yeah, who cares about that? Wags, running backs. So we were looking at we've kind of gone through Phil Steele's magazine right there as we all start our in-depth coverage of what's going to be just a great college football season. Talking about these running backs. We saw Ollie Gordon the other day had some legal issues right there, and we're wondering, is he going to miss any time or whatever? But looking at a bunch of different spots, whether it be CBS, whether it be Phil Steele, you name it. It seems to be Ollie Gordon III is the top projected running back in this class in this season. I'm still pretty good with that. I think he's going to move on.
Yeah, he's top 3. Let me ask you this though: who's your dark horse out of this class? And I don't even know, I have a dark horse, but I don't know if I can call him a dark horse just because of the institution he comes from and how well they are at producing not just top running backs, but it seems to be NFL elite running backs.
I really think Devin Neal from Kansas is
a
guy that's being overlooked.
That wasn't my dark horse, but that's a really good dark horse.
Yeah,
that is
it was a little bit of a 700 yards, but now he's put together 1,000-yard back-to-back seasons right there, and all the different places that I see him, he's kind of teetering at the bottom of the top 10 or into the top 15. But I think Devin Neal in the new Big 12, because that's the other part to think about right there. I think Devin Neal is going to be a guy that's going to turn some heads, and people are going to say, hadn't really thought about that dude. Who'd you have?
Everybody's big on the arm of Carson Beck, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what about the legs and ground and pound of Trevor Etienne?
Oh, yeah. Now, making the move from Florida. Yeah. I think that,
coming over to Georgia.
Yeah. That could
in
be
that system. And
massive.
Kirby Smart's, I'm not that Kirby Smart's known for his, amazing offense. He's a defensive dude, but I'm saying, do you see the ground and pound reestablished? Of course, they're going to be able to air it out with Carson Beck, but now you have a formidable running back. You always have a formidable running back at Georgia, but you have another talented dude coming in right now. I if I had some money to throw out there, and I do, let's throw a little bit on the dark horse of Etienne. But also, is Etienne even considered a dark horse? He's top 10 running back regardless. I just don't know if he's going to lead the way or be able to outduel Ollie Gordon. I think Ollie Gordon's probably going to lead the league in rushing or lead the nation in rushing. Well, not anymore. It depends on Depends on, the infractions that are placed upon him. So we'll see if he goes clean and he just gets a little bit of a probation before judgment or what, a PBJ or whatnot, and doesn't get any infractions or penalties by Gundy. I think he'll lead. He's primed to lead the nation in rushing.
And I still think here, I mean, obviously Ohio State.
Edwards.
Yeah, Edwards. I mean, Michigan. Ohio State has a really good problem. They got two dudes. So it's kind of like when you look at Ohio State, it's like, okay, there's two there. Wags, I still go back to, and I promise I'm not tooting the horn of the Big 12. I'm just talking about the changing landscape of the Big 12. And a kid that I watched for many, many years is Taj Brooks, dude from Manor that plays for Texas Tech, is another guy that I think can really.
But are they going to be stuck on the run? Like, are they going to be committed to running the ball? Texas Tech. Like, that's my question. Like, how much of a payload will Brooks need, or will Brooks have?
1,500 yards last year. So, I mean, that would lead me to believe that they would go that direction. I mean, I'm telling you, these two dudes in the Big 12 are ones that I think can kind of sneak up on these guys. And again, I think that with the new Big 12, that it's a prime opportunity for them. So that's just a couple of sleepers that are in there. But I mean, it's just a good. Again, this is kind of like the quarterback class, like we were talking about. You've got Ollie Gordon right there that is going to probably be the standout and the consensus when you look at all these different things. But then you've got all of these other guys that are just, I hate to say just there, but it's kind of like the quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not understanding this either. Edwards is kind of not being mentioned as not even in the top 5 for most national pundits, which I don't understand, because Michigan had one of the best offenses, rushing offenses in all the land last year. They return their offensive coordinator, the guy that got them, that schemed up all the rushing yards, and they did it with a 2-back system. Now you're getting Edwards in there to be the bell cow. I think Edwards is clearly a top 5 running back. I don't know how I'm wrong about that, or I don't know why other people aren't seeing that. Maybe there's new things that have come to light, at Michigan, but I think the recipe for success is still in place there for Coach Jerome.
Well, and I think that even more heavily now, with JJ McCarthy gone, I mean, you're going to be working in a new quarterback, and obviously you got a big test, in week 2 with Texas. I mean, I think you're going to lean on that dude even more, if anything. I mean, as you're trying to bring the new quarterback into the different quarterback into the system.
Yeah, I wouldn't say new quarterback, but yeah, just a succession plan, right?
I mean, I think that's a really big deal, and I think that they are going to lean heavily on it. I mean, the kid from Boise State, seems to not be in a lot of these conversations as well. So, I do think, again, Ohio State, good problem to have. I'm curious about this Texas room. I really am curious about this Texas room. I mean, you lose Jonathan Brooks, but I think some folks may be sleeping on the Texas room as well, Wags, because I think that you got a couple of dudes right here. You got CJ Baxter. You got some of these guys that may be able to break through. I'm not going to say that you're going to have one guy that's going to be the Jonathan Brooks, but I think that you're going to have two guys that are going to be very formidable and can take you to really good places in that running back room.
I'm not sure why I'm giving the nod to Henderson over to Judkins. Maybe it's just senior. I don't know if it's seniority or not, but I feel like Henderson's the better back for Ohio State. Am I wrong? Like, again, I don't know. I could be wrong on that. I feel like Henderson's more the powerhouse there, or not powerhouse, but the better back. Just in my opinion.
Yeah, and great call by Jake. Marion Hampton is a guy. I mean, that's Mac's guy. So I mean, that dude had 1,500 yards last year. So and you didn't hear a lot about that. I mean, it wasn't a whole lot of buzz about what that dude was doing there for North Carolina. So that guy's slotted in there. I've seen him anywhere from 5 to 7 on different rankings that we're seeing for running back. So there's a lot of good ones here, man. And then this is where we go back to the devaluation of the running back. Shit, these are some really good ones that are going to be fun to watch.
I think your hit on Neal being the bell, or not the bell cow, but being the dark horse is a really good one. Texas Tech, you probably got Brooks. They got Taj Brooks down here as 20. I can see him squeezing, especially if he has a 1,500-yard season. I can see him squeezing in here as a top 10 running back here. But Neal's the dude that I think is probably going to wind up in the if he has any type of season that he had last year. My God, he's probably going to end up in the top 5, especially in the Big 12. Probably second in Big 12 in terms. I don't know now because. If again, this all relies if Gordon stays healthy, but it's got to be Gordon, Neal, Brooks, or Gordon, maybe even Gordon, Brooks, Neal.
Yeah,
in the Big 12.
Well, and the other thing with Devin Neal, I mean, the dude can catch out of the backfield, and you know that you don't hear a lot about that.
Brooks too, so
yeah. So you got some really versatile guys right there. I think that are going to. There are going to be players in all of this. Obviously, a lot of the focus is going to go to the Ohio State tandem, and so forth and so on. But you've got these guys these are some really solid running backs that we got right here.
So this is a good question that Rob brings up too. If I had my opinion, I think I would keep it as a split payload. Mm-hmm. I know that it kind of sucks because I think as a running back, you kind of need the carries, as many carries as you can just to get flow, right?
Yeah.
Or at least that's how whenever I've split carries or back in the day, right? You split carry, you just don't get a good feel. You don't get a good vibe. I think you see that with Baxter, but also I think you got to be cautious of him being injury prone. Like whenever the kid falls down, it seems like he's getting hurt. So I think you need to preserve him as much as possible, unless he just had, an amazing offseason to where he's been able to shore up some of the muscles and just make it to where he doesn't get hurt as much from falling down or whatever, acting like Mr. Glass. But I love what Blue was able to show for us last year and spell at Baxter. I think Blue brings an extra addition to the passing game as well. You saw that coming out of the backfield, and Blue's got the speed. Blue's tough as nails to run in between the tackles. I think he's the full package, but again, you're going to see a split payload between. It's probably going to be 60-40, I would assume 60-40 Baxter to Blue until somebody gets hurt.
And I think what Texas has the luxury of being able to do right here is you kind of roll with the hot hand. And
it's funny we're talking about that when JB was the starting running back, right? Like what a good position we're in to have those running backs have that much experience to where they're coming back, and now we're kind of solidifying them or slating them as returning starters because they were. Essentially, they stepped in for JB towards the latter part of the season, and they did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you make right there, Wags, because we saw it. I mean, there was enough time from the time that Brooks went down last year for those guys to get in there.
So many reps.
And the whole thing about it is those guys got in there, and it wasn't in scrub time. I mean, these guys were starting. These guys were having to win games.
Crucial reps. Absolutely.
Yeah, very productive reps, and I think that's why a lot of people are sleeping on this because these guys. I mean, I'm not going to say they're polished, but I'm going to say they're refined and ready to go. They know what it's going to take, and I think that this may be to where it's going to be okay. This certain week, it looks like Blue's the guy, and you're going to roll with that dude, and then maybe the next week it's Baxter, and that's where I think it's going to be so important right now, and I think that you have such a good running back coach to where you're going to have to where Tashard Choice is going to be able to lay that out for these guys and say, look, this is the way it's going to work. I'm going with a hot hand, and depending who the hot hand is, that's going to be the guy that's carrying the tote, and the next guy needs to be ready to go. So you got to be ready to go.
I don't know if I agree with the hot hand type of scheme or type of ideology, but I do think that there are schemes and plays out of sets that backs just do better at, or just run plays better at. Right now, the problem is, if you have a really good keen eye on defense, they can hone in on that, and that's a tell, right? But still, that being said, I think they're, like I mentioned, like I alluded to, a couple of minutes ago, I think Blue coming out of the backfield is just it does wonders for the offense of the Longhorns in terms of the passing, right? We've seen flashes of Blue, but we also seen flashes of Baxter too, right? When Baxter doesn't get hurt, he looks fantastic. Now the thing is, can you keep him healthy consistently from week in to week out? If that's the case, then I thought maybe you start to see the payload start to kind of scale from 60-40 to 70-30 in favor of Baxter. But when that happens, I think we saw a touch of that last season when Baxter started getting more of the payload, and then too many added up and too many totes added up, and he kind of got banged up and injured. And then to that point, Blue came in, and Blue, that's when you saw the flashes of Blue. And another thing too, like Blue, I thought Blue was fantastic with his blocking, and I thought he was tremendous in crucial situations on third downs. Like third downs, I thought is
situational,
really where Blue, very much where Blue was able to step up and solidify himself as one of the best backs for Texas that time.
And I think that the underlying issue to all of this whole running back conversation is you've got Kelvin Banks, you've got all these guys back, you've got a pretty solid offensive line. So that right there, two-headed monster, I see that thrown around. I mean, that would be great. That would be absolutely great.
I think it's in the best interest for the offense if there is a two-headed attack for sure.
Yeah.
Instead of just having a bell cow running back.
It
doesn't allow defenses to hone in and get a feel and get a pace. So you're allowed you change pace up. You keep running fresh running backs in there, and you're going to run down the damn linebackers.
Yeah. And now with Bond and Bolden out on the outside, I mean, to open up all of that, the tight end.
And Golden coming in too. We're going to have Golden coming in as well. So,
yeah, man. So
and Cook, we're not even talking about the speed of Jonte Cook. There's a lot of talent on this offense. There's a ton of talent.
There really is. And I do think, that's why I was so excited to have this running back conversation, when it came to college football, because I knew that we could transition this into, I really think that the running back room here is being just a little bit undersold.
Yeah, but the running back room as a whole is fantastic, but you take Baxter in an individual position. He's not a top 10 running back. Neither is Blue. All right. But them combined, it's a top 10 room. I would argue that.
Yeah, that's I forget where it is on Field Steel. I think he has them 6, 7. I'll have to go back and look. I may be wrong with that, but I think that's where you truly see the value of it. And you hit the nail on the head. These guys have done it in situational football.
Critical moment.
And I think what we're going to find with these guys is they are going to have their situationals like you're talking about right there. Third down, let's go to Blue. I mean, all of these different scenarios where I think that Sarkisian and the staff are going to work them in and they're going to continue to progress. I mean, I think last year was just kind of dipping their toe in crunch time. So I'm excited about this running back room.
Yeah, they're underclassmen too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know what I mean? They were in a learning phase last season, and now it's going to be polished. They're going to have an entire offseason of a plan of attack or schemes going into this. And I just saw in the comments, you got Tashard Choice as your running back coach. Yeah, you will be ready.
That's the key.
You will be ready.
That's the key right there. Yeah, Phil Steele has him number 10. And of course Jarrett Gibson. I mean, Gibson is coming in. I mean, does that dude figure into the mix? I mean, where you would possibly have a third. So I don't know, but yes, Tashard Choice.
I don't think we'll have 3. It'll be a committee of 2. And I'd venture to say at first 60-40 or situation will dictate, of course. But there's especially if both running backs are pushing, each other to their apex, there's a really good chance that, you get optimal performance out of both of these backs, and you're looking at I would love to see a 50-50. I absolutely would love to see a 50-50. But it's probably going to be a 60-40, but if we get closer to like a 50-45, fantastic.
Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and tell you.
I just want them both to stay healthy.
That's the main thing. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you. I'm not going to proclaim on July 8th, 2024, that these two are going to equal what the Ohio State running backs are going to be able to do. No. But I think especially
now,
a
top 10 running back room.
That's right. But now that you go into the SEC, the importance of running the football is going to be even greater because the defense
balance, just balance in general.
Absolutely. So pretty high on these guys. But
you think Sark comes out with all engines firing, high speed, low drag, aerial assault first, and then leaning on the bell cow or leaning on the running game like he did last season? Because it almost seems like he did that because he had JB. right? Like he would wear him down. He'd get the defenses, rolling, and then just spent, and then hands on knees, and then all of a sudden here comes JB. Boom! Oh my God! Boom! Oh my God! And then change the pace with a little bit of Baxter and sprinkle a little bit of again JB point two on that, right? I don't know if the pedal's going to be the metal like that this season. I'm very interested to see what the philosophy is going to be, but I'd like to think with the turnover that we had in the wide receiver room, even though it's still a formidable room, it's probably a top 5 wide receiver room still in all arguments, right? I'd still think that you would like to kind of turn it on first with the ground and pound instead of the aerial attack. But look, Sarkisian's the way for a reason. He's got his ideology for a reason. And look, who am I to question? Because it was one of the top offenses in the nation last year. So,
and I do say that if you're going to do that, you definitely go with Baxter. Because I saw in the comments right there, Blue does need to go to Bucky's fall school. I will definitely say
no. Baxter does. Baxter does.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Baxter needs to go to the
Baxter's Mr. Glass.
Yeah, you go with Blue, because
you're my boy, Blue.
Going with the Blue. Speaking of Blue,
hey Jordan, are you blue today?
I'm not blue today.
No. Why is Rodney?
What are we talking about? Speaking of
why
blue,
is Rodney saying speaking of blue?
No, because down there at the bottom in the studio, your little banner is blue. It says Jordan.
So is y'all's.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. What's up, my man? How was the 4th?
How was your 4th of July, dude? Did you eat some glizzies? Did you guzzle some glizzies?
No, wasn't super fun. DeCorey and Moore went to Oregon, so
that's good for you.
It was not fun for us, yeah. So but
that's going to be the cusp of the show is loss morning.
Oh yeah,
what we're going to be doing Monday morning.
Look
what I just created. Monday morning.
Monday morning blues. That's what I meant by blue.
No, you don't even. That's redundant. If you just do the double entendre there, Monday morning.
Okay. So Jordan, what do you think about this? It's like, I mean, is it panic button time? I mean, this is kind of odd that this is happening right now for Sarkisian.
No, I'm not hitting the panic button yet. Obviously, I think the majority of the cycle he's been the top target. He was the top target across the board, but he's a receiver, There's only 2 other 5-star receivers that Texas is firmly in the mix for right now. And also, like, how many years in a row has the state of Texas produced a 5-star receiver?
Right.
Yeah.
You know? Also, like, I hate to use the excuse because it is lazy, but there's always the transfer portal too. Texas only got 3 receivers out of the portal this year. One of them was Isaiah Bond, who will be a first-round pick. So there's different ways to do it. With DeCorey and Moore, I do think, Texas was I don't know how to say it, the easiest point or the easiest school to pinpoint him to for the longest time. But I mean, at the end of the day, Texas was not going to come with the number that Oregon did. But I'm gonna get into that a little bit more later in the show.
Gonna help out Dylan Gabriel, that's for sure.
Well, Dylan Gabriel's probably gone by the time DeCorey gets there.
Yeah,
but Dante Moore. So
no doubt.
So yeah, but we got Colin on today. Jeff's out the whole week, so I kind of got a mix of guests.
What's up, Colin?
If there's one thing I've learned covering the sport, guys, don't ever question whether or not Dylan Gabriel's got another year of eligibility. Because somehow
he'll get in there.
He's gonna find a way. You know what I mean?
He will figure out a way.
This year won't even be his last. He's on the damn. Oh my God! Why are all these damn names eluding me this year? He's on the Cunningham tour. He's on the Brock Cunningham tour, where he's just going to do a decade of college, or the Van Wilder tour.
That UTSA quarterback, Daddy Frank.
What was it, Perry Ellis, that looked 40 and probably played until he was 40 at Kansas back in the day?
Exactly.
My goodness. He's got the Dylan Gabriel form somewhere.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah. Nike money, too. I see that coming up in the comments. Yeah, Nike money will do that. But, hey, we're a Nike school, too, though. Texas is a Nike school as well. So it doesn't have the Nike laundry that
a Nike school versus the Nike
school.
Yeah,
no, I got you.
That's right.
I got you. Well, you guys have a great show, man. Have a great Monday. Hopefully you guys aren't too sombrous. It does suck. It's a big loss, especially since it's a Texas loss. You can't let them get out of the state, man. Damn.
That's it. All right, boys. You have a good show.
Yes, sir. We'll see you. Sorry, Colin. I got to post something on the board real quick.
No, I really wonder what we're going to get into today. Whole world of possibilities. So, man, I'm very interested. This is the first show that you're going to be on since some of these decisions have been made, correct? We're about to basically empty the clip a little bit here on takes.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. You know me. I don't shoot from the hip too much, I feel like. But.
Well, I don't know, man. There's a number of ways we could go, and I definitely want to buy you some time here in order to get settled in. So the first thing I will say to lead off the show here, right, is the Stampede is up, and I know a lot of the questions that Texas fans will have will be regarding what's going on currently and what might be next. Hank and Jordan always do a great job with the Stampede, and today's topic is resetting the big board for Texas after what's been a little bit of a tumultuous stretch, if you will, for the Horns on the Trail. So highly encourage you guys to go check that out if you're not subscribed to Horns 24/7. We're still doing a network-wide 50% off annual VIP pass, but you can also get your first month for just $1. A great way to keep up with whatever the hell is coming up for the Texas Longhorns. And that's where we start, right? So Collier Moore, he did something. And look, I don't know where exactly you want to begin, but I'll start with this, right? I think the thing that's not necessarily shocking is that he picked Oregon, because we always had kind of known in our company, right, that Oregon was a threat to a degree. I think the sequence of events that led to him picking Oregon is probably what's most shocking, especially considering what reportedly took place during his Texas official visit and the number of ties that inevitably we felt were going to lead him to the 40. So I don't know how you feel about that, but the Oregon decision to me isn't all that shocking. It's the manner in which we got to where we are today that's still a little bit of a shell shock factor, in my opinion. But
yeah. So I mean, I guess we'll just start with the official visit. So during his official visit, which was the June 14 through 16 weekend, I myself never heard he gave a silent commitment. I know other people did, but Hank South and I, Horns 24/7, we never heard Collier Moore silently committed. We never heard that, at least that weekend. I do have a source that was close to Moore, close to the family, and they actually hit me up that Friday night during this visit, and were like, "Hey, I just got told by someone in the family there's going to be a ceremony tomorrow in Austin. Like, this is the way they're talking to me is the same way they talked to me about the ceremony that was set up for LSU in August. Because if you remember Collier Moore back in August, he put together a ceremony somewhere in Duncanville a couple of days after Colin Simmons and Kate Durham committed. It was kind of a surprise, out of the blue type of thing. So that's what was getting set up. By the end of Friday night, it was kind of already canceled and pushed back. They were like, okay, actually, no, we're not going to do it this weekend. We'll wait. So, I went on our board and I reported that there was a prospect who we had expected to end up in the Texas class that could potentially be coming off the board that weekend. Obviously, didn't end up happening. You saw Oregon the next weekend. And I mean, as far as the recruitment goes, I know a big thing for him was on the Oregon official visit. They had a really good presentation for, the success that Black Oregon athletes have had after their college career is over, after their professional playing career is over, through partnerships with Nike and other things through Oregon alumni. That was a big selling point. And, of course, NIL. I've been told a lot of different numbers for what the Oregon offer is. I've been told a lot of different numbers for what the Texas offer is. Regardless, the Oregon one was more. And as crazy as it is, like, Texas just isn't going to pay that. They're just not. I'm sorry, but like, he's getting quarterback money. Like he's going to make 7 figures next year, and that's just not something Texas is going to pay for a high school receiver. It isn't. And it's interesting because Evan Stewart, right, went into the transfer portal. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking with a Texas A&M source. I kind of asked, what went down there? What had happened? And I was told Evan Stewart was asking for $1.2 million to come back to Texas A&M for his 3rd year. Obviously, did not come back to Texas A&M for his 3rd year. He went into the transfer portal because A&M told him they weren't paying that. Where did he end up? Oregon. I don't know if Oregon is paying him the full 1.2, but I know they have the funds to pay him at least 7 figures. So I know they can do it. So the different numbers I've been told for Oregon, they kind of vary, but all of them fall in the 7 figures range. So, that being said, like, you can't fault Texas for not coming with that. At least in my opinion, that's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Because what happens whenever you fork over, I don't know, let's say 1.2 first year for DeCorian? Jamie French and Khalil Lockett are hearing about that, right?
Right.
And those are 2 other guys that you really want too. So that can mess up the dominoes with those guys. Also, just paying quarterback money for a freshman receiver I just don't see Steve Sarkisian doing that. I just don't. Obviously, he's not who's in charge of the collective, but there are ties between them. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about my take on the DeCorian Moore situation. Obviously, unfortunate for Texas, but I mean, if there's a position that's a 5-star that Texas is going to miss on, receiver's probably the best one.
Right.
It could have been way worse. I think, honestly, if we're going to talk about terms of need and a position of need, like, you could make the argument that Riley Pettijohn was a bigger miss than DeCorian Moore. Like, I'm so serious. Texas only returns 4 scholarship linebackers next year, and they only have Bo Barnes committed. Feel great about Jonathan Cunningham, but they wanted 4 backers at the beginning of the year, and they only have 1. Sure. Feel good about Jonathan Cunningham. There's 2. Matt Framo probably still going to be Notre Dame. So Pettijohn was a big miss. Obviously, DeCorian Moore is a big miss, but I mean, yeah. I don't know what your thoughts are on it, Colin. I know.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to poke fun here at all, but Oklahoma has lost a couple recruitments due to NIL, and that's been well documented. So, I mean, kind of, what are your thoughts on the DeCorian Moore Oregon situation?
Here's my thing with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
This to me is very much an illustration of 2 major things that I don't think we get to talk about enough in the world of NIL and college football. Number one, there is not like an infinite amount of money. Contrary to popular belief, you can't just dole out millions of dollars to kids every single year and everyone gets happy, everyone gets paid, and everyone gets to play on the same roster. That's just not where we are in today's game. And this is why a lot of talk behind the scenes is about, what is this sport going to look like? Eventually, are we going to get something similar to a salary cap? Because it's like, these programs do not have just cash to throw. At some point, you do have to evaluate your spending relative to not only specific players and their talent level, but also premium position value, correct? Which I want to get into a little bit more here in a second. So that's number one. You and I talked about this on the phone a little bit after DeCorian made his decision. If you're Texas, your option A is to pay DeCorian Moore reportedly a number that just is relatively unprecedented relative to market value, which I believe are the key words, market value.
Sorry to cut you off, but outside of Evan Stewart and DeCorian Moore, I've never heard of a receiver in college football making 7 figures or more in one season. But go ahead.
Which then gets into, and I'm glad you said it, which then gets into resetting the market. Because as you quickly touched on, Texas is still in the race for Khalil Lockett, someone who, as we've talked about, grew up working in the state fairgrounds just outside the Red River game. Texas is very much a player there. You also have Jamie French on the board, who another 5-star wide receiver, but well out of state. It's going to take some aggressiveness in order to get that one done. You make this move for DeCorian Moore, you have to understand that that's either potentially your only 5-star wide receiver take, or you're resetting a market and forcing yourself kind of into a very serious rabbit hole, right? And this is the other thing that I want to get to. Point number 2, because there's not an infinite amount of money, you have to go with the ebbs and the flows of availability and NIL funding. What I mean by that is we talk a lot about available talent relative to recruiting cycles, right? Like some cycles are better offensive tackle or wide receiver compared to others. Phil Knight at Oregon, he's 86 years old, Jordan. And I saw someone publish a story on this, and I'm hating myself right now for not being able to give credit to the byline. But it was a great point to make. Phil Knight, I believe his net worth is well into the billions of dollars. He's 86 years old, and he wants a championship. And at a time where he owns one of the sport's biggest brand names and can funnel that revenue directly to a school, he's sure as hell going to do that, right? Yeah. And so we can talk about how many donors in college football have FU money, as we say. Phil Knight is at the top of the FU money charts, and he's old, right? Like, yes, not every program has all this money to spend, but the guy that's helping Oregon spend money wants to get rid of it as much as humanly possible so he can just see them win a title. And whether that's this year, the next 5 years, we don't know. But that, I think, is also important to put into the context of this, man, is like Texas and a number of other schools couldn't match what Oregon is trying to pay, not just to Corey and Moore, but some of these other prospects, because it's hard to match a guy who's kind of on a collision course with a whole bunch of money and not a lot of time left. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, and I mean the kind of fun internet riff rumor is that he's just throwing money at this thing so they can get a natty before he dies. I talked to several people in the NIL world that I trust, and like they don't really think it's a rumor.
No,
like they think it's a legitimate strategy here. So, yeah, I'm not excited to cover any Texas versus Oregon battles like at all going forward. And honestly, like, I mean, with what Phil Knight's doing, if it's just him putting in the money, like, there's nothing that can really be done. But like, is it not kind of a bit of a monopoly? Like, are the other Nike schools not going to be incredibly pissed at Oregon for like hitting kids over the head with the fact that like you can get a Nike deal, you come here, you can get a Nike deal, you go to any Nike school, you know what I mean? But you're probably going to get it quicker at Oregon, and it'll be better at, you know what I mean? So I feel like that might be kind of an unfair advantage for Oregon with Nike because the other Nike schools kind of are recruited against for that part of it. But yeah, so
Jordan, let me say this. There's a difference between anger and action, right? We can all be upset or angry, but at some point, I think we all kind of have to have that moment where we realize college football isn't an unfair sport. It always has been. And until some sort of legislation is addressed in order to put some sort of cap on actions like this, what can you do, right? So, I mean, I think it's a really good point to bring up, but it's also, again, we have to remind folks, like, you can't do anything about it.
Oh, yeah.
No one can. So
and the thing that kind of scares me, one of the NIL sources I spoke to over the weekend were like, so what do you think happens when Phil Knight passes away? And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he's like, what if he puts the Oregon Collective in his will? And I was like, oh, fuck. Like, what if he does do that? So
it's 100% a thing. Boone Pickens at Oklahoma State. I know some Texas fans will know the name. When he died, a large portion of his will, and I believe another Oklahoma State donor who passed away, a large portion of his will was to build the new O'Brate Stadium that they have on campus, that huge-ass baseball field at Oklahoma State. And it's like, what once was an old guy dies and he says in his will, I want a stadium named after me, is now like, go get 3 5-star wide receivers with the cash I would have given to my grandson.
Yeah.
There's a trade-off.
America.
But hey, as Jake Bayless says in the comments, who wants to die rich? So, by the way, folks, if you got questions, go ahead and file them in. We'd love to answer them. But another thing I do want to say, like, I know that the money is going to get beat over the head. You still do have to tip your cap to this Oregon staff, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
DeCorian Moore, everyone just kind of thinks today's recruiting landscape is just about who's the highest bidder. I can tell you confidently that's not the case, and I would say you're under the same umbrella as well.
Mm-hmm.
The hiring of Samples was an elite move by Dan Lanning. Dan Lanning is as good of a head coach recruiting-wise as there is in college football, in my opinion. Will Stein, offensive coordinator, young guy. I think a lot of offensive talents really respect him, but also like the system that he runs. Oregon got this done outside of the cash too, which all in all makes them a really difficult hurdle to get over if you're a program like Texas. So
yeah. So they had the bases covered, and they had, better offer in terms of a moolah. Like it hard to beat that. A lot of people have asked me, like, do you think Texas is still going to try to flip them, especially with how things kind of ended? To be honest, I don't know. Right now, I lean towards no, just because like that number from Oregon isn't coming down. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if Texas didn't want to pay that in July, I don't see them wanting to pay that in November or December or October. You know what I mean?
Pay more in December too.
Exactly. So, and also like, it's not like Oregon can't jack that up too. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't really see a flip happening there. But yeah, another prospect that's trending to Oregon, Jonah Williams. Happy Texas hasn't really been involved there because that recruitment's been all over the place. But like, it kind of gives you an idea of how much structure there is at Oregon right now with everything. The way they are treating this cycle, and I'm not trying to be lazy here with the comp, but the way they are treating the cycle is like how A&M treated the 2022 recruiting cycle, except Oregon is 1 billion times more organized than A&M ever was. And it's Dan Lanning running the ship compared to Jimbo Fisher. That is a huge difference.
Right. Far more calculated.
Yeah. Also, you actually have a play caller at Oregon. A&M didn't have that. And they still found a way to get kids there in Jimbo's broken offense. So that can kind of, I guess, reveal to you how A&M was doing it. But with Oregon, I think they have a much better pitch than A&M. I think they're, much more organized than A&M in terms of the structure of their NIL deals and the different things they have to offer just outside of money. And another thing that isn't really talked about much, I'm blanking on his name, but the guy who was kind of the architect of the A&M 2022 recruiting class is on staff at Oregon. I believe he was the DPP at A&M during that time, director of player personnel. At Oregon, I believe he has a different title, like associate athletic director of football or something like that. He doesn't have a player personnel title, I'm almost positive. But like they have, like Oregon went out and got the guy that assembled the number one class, and it's like, okay, you're going to help us do the same thing. And look, they're on pace for it. So, I mean, yeah, but
I want to say real quick on DeCorian.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned trying to flip, right? This is another thing you and I talked about over the phone the other day. If it were me,
sorry to cut you off, Colin. One thing I forgot to mention about that. If you watched the Instagram live stream, which if you did like I did, I'm sorry, I apologize. But they did say like this is the final thing. That was also said, and he committed to LSU. Don't get me wrong, but I actually kind of believe him a little bit more this time. So,
because of the logistics that we're talking about behind the scenes make this a little bit more final. But if it were me and I were in that Texas staff room, the thing I'm saying, I mean, borderline standing on the table at this point is we have to keep up a line of communication to a player who, in one way or another, you cannot rule out being the number one ranked player in the transfer portal one day. That's not me saying that's going to happen. But like, we're talking about one of the best wide receiver talents we've seen in Texas for a little while, heading out to the Pacific Northwest. And I know it's a lot of money, but at the same time, a lot of that number one recruiting class we saw go to Texas A&M, how many of those guys are still there? Correct?
Yep.
I mean, and if you're at the University of Texas, knowing the connections you have to Corey Moore and the pitch that you can put together, the worst thing that you can possibly do is just keep talking to him, because you just never know in today's world. You could look up one day and see the number one receiver target on your board back available, just in a different capacity.
Yep. So I don't know, and that is a great point you made. Behind the scenes, us at 24/7, we have dozens and dozens of kids that we know have transfer portal written all over them, and that we think will go in the portal after 1 year. DeCorian isn't necessarily one of those kids, but like that is a worthy point you brought up. But yeah, I'll talk Pettijohn a little bit.
Yeah, let's get Pettijohn in here.
A lot of people had questions kind of with what happened. I always just said that I think he was more of a Jeff Choate guy than a Johnny Nansen guy, and he clicked more with Jeff Choate. I also said, he visited Texas was like mainly the only school he visited for a long time. Like, yes, he saw other schools, but he visited Texas more than any other school, and it's not close. So I think like just seeing that, talking to him after those visits, because he wasn't always easiest to get a hold of. A lot of times you talk to him was right after visits when opinions can kind of be skewed because it's, a little bit of a visit high is what we call it, where he's coming off a visit, he's in love with that school, right? Or something like that. But anyways, official visits really did open the eyes for him to, I think, other schools, Ohio State, USC, A&M. I'm going to save it for the behind the scenes of the full details, the annual behind the scenes story that'll come out in February. But Texas effed up this OV. They did just top to bottom. They messed up his OV. And again, I'll get into it later, but like, man, each year you usually hear about one or two kids that have a poor experience. Last year was Selman Bridges. Selman Bridges was coming to Texas on that OV, not necessarily with the intent to silently commit, but that was his favorite school entering the weekend. And exiting the weekend, that was not the same. With Riley Pettijohn, I do think he might have had some plans to silently commit on his Texas official visit, but that didn't happen because his official visit did not go well. So, again, I'll get into that in February. As far as flipping Riley Pettijohn, right now, I can't really comment on it. I don't see Texas having a great shot right now, but, who am I kidding to say we don't have 5 months till early signing day? A lot can change. Texas flipped a pretty notable McKinney line last year. Maybe they'll be able to do it this year. So, no, and when I mean they messed up the OV, again, I do want to save more of it for the behind the scenes, but just like logistics, having a meet with certain people, not having a meet with certain people, things like that. So, again, sorry to kind of gatekeep or whatever, but it's like I don't want the full details out there because Texas, I think, could still hypothetically turn this thing around between now and signing day. But
yeah, and to Jake's question, because I think I can answer it a little bit more open-endedly, right? Mm-hmm. So when we talk about messing up a visit, I had a really interesting conversation or two with some folks back during junior day season in early spring. And we talked about, okay, compare certain visits to others. What actually makes things go the wrong direction versus the right? Number one, who you talk to, when you talk to them, and how much you talk to them, right? But I also think what we forget too is that these official visit weekends or these big junior days, these guys go on campus to certain programs. And in their head, they're probably thinking what a lot of fans are thinking. I'm going to talk to all these coaches all the time, going to get to do a whole bunch of fun stuff. I'm going to be the center of attention, blah, blah, blah. They're going to keep telling me I'm the best thing since sliced bread. And then you go, and it's like one parent was telling me, it's like when you wait for a bus for 45 minutes and you're like a high 4-star caliber talent, you're sitting there going, how did they even forget me to pick me up? Like, what the hell is going on here? And so there's layers to some of these visit weekends that can kind of go awry. And some of it's the actual interaction piece, but some of it too is the logistics and the execution portion. And so just in general, to Jake's question, a lot can quote unquote go wrong in an official visit weekend. It's usually specific to that player and his experience, right? But again, there are variables.
Yeah, I'll talk about Selman Bridges' visit experience because what happened with Pettijohn was very similar to Bridges, but I'm not quite ready to share Pettijohn yet. But so Selman Bridges was barely with Terry Joseph at all during his official visit. Like Terry Joseph was just not around him at all. If I remember correctly, Kobe Black visited that same weekend, and Selman and his family weren't stupid. They're very smart people. They knew that Kobe was higher on the board, but they also had been told by Texas for months, Selman, you are our cornerback #1 target. They told him that. On his official visit stuff at the hotel, I remember seeing it. It literally says CB1, right? But he barely spent any time with Terry Joseph. He was with Joey Thomas the whole time, who's now on staff in Nevada. That was Terry Joseph's assistant, the DB assistant, who did a lot of work behind the scenes with coaching the guys up and helping in recruiting. Yes, Selman and his father really liked Joey Thomas, and they loved that relationship. But he wasn't the corners coach. Terry Joseph is. And they didn't spend much time with him. They did not feel important at all to the Texas staff. They never, outside of a sit-down meeting that they had with Joseph that, most people do on their OVs with their position coaches recruiting him, he did not really spend time at all around them. And another big thing, too, Selman's dad and his mom wanted that kid at Texas. It was always going to be his decision. But Selman's dad is a Texas fan. His mom is a Texas fan. And, that's where they wanted him. But after that experience, they were like, no, we don't, if this is how it's going to happen, we're not going to feel the same way. Another big thing, I shot Selman's commitment video and was really, really close to him and his family throughout his process. I can tell you in the week after the official visits ended and we were in the process of putting together the commitment video and shooting it all, they had all these different, flyers, packets, brochures, whatever that they were collecting from the official visits. And on them has all the past players that guys have developed or whatnot. I remember seeing a Texas one. It had it was a photo of Sark. Underneath it, it had Devontae Smith, Mac Jones, different guys they've developed, who do all that. For the defensive back one with Terry Joseph, they turned it around. And the Sark one, we're like, Texas has a better resume than almost any other school recruiting us, but they never talk about this part of it. They never talk about development. They never talk about, we did this with this guy. And he goes, we're at Arkansas, these flyers, and showed all of them, even though it's not as good of a resume, they were sold more on it. Also, Arkansas prioritized Selman Bridges much more than Texas did. There were 5 guys on the Arkansas staff calling him every day. Texas just really won't ever do that. So that's kind of how it unfolded for Selman. Pettijohn had a similar experience. Another thing with Selman and them, most of the time Texas will talk money with kids, NIL with kids on official visits. Obviously not with the kids by themselves, parents are there, and if other people are helping negotiate, they're there as well. Selman and his family didn't meet with people to talk financials that weekend. They were given an email and a phone number to call to get in touch with the collective, and they did in the week after. But that also kind of had them feeling some type of way because they saw a lot of other prospects who were there that weekend go into rooms and leave with smiles on their faces, kind of. So, that's going to affect the way a kid and his family feels about school, and that's what happened with Selman Bridges. So,
it's all subjective. Right. Again, it can be something as small as a family's waiting at a bus stop to get picked up for 45 minutes, and that becomes the topic of the weekend for this kid. It could be something as far as, what was it? I'm going to say some unnamed recruit got upset a cycle or two ago because they went on an official visit to Texas and Arch Manning was getting a ton of attention. And then Jonte Cook goes, well, yeah, it's Arch effing Manning. You pay all the attention to Arch Manning. It really comes down to the individual and their feelings in that moment. And so to Suave RP's question, why do y'all say visits don't go well and not elaborate? Well, just what Jordan said, we can talk about it in the aftermath once pen to paper and all that happens. You can't talk about it currently because the recruiting process is still ongoing. Yes, the visit didn't necessarily go well, but school X could still try to turn things around and pull off a flip, and then all of a sudden that becomes more of a footnote than the overarching theme. So again, it's something that can be discussed, just not while the active process is ongoing.
Yeah. And And again, that was Selman Bridges' experience. I knew
Right.
more about that recruitment than anyone else did. I mean, I helped that kid get a lot of offers early on, and putting him on the radar for colleges. But it was similar to kind of what I was told with Pettijohn. Not completely similar. There are things that happened to Selman that didn't happen with Pettijohn. There are things that happened with Pettijohn that didn't happen to Selman, and vice versa. So yeah, but the Pettijohn thing was interesting. I believe he committed Saturday, right? I was told Monday afternoon it was going to be USC, and he had already called the coaches and told them he was coming. The person who told me that was like, "You need to be careful though, because I think Ohio State can still win this." So I was just like, I might change my crystal ball, I might not. The next day, it was told Ohio State was really pushing, so I was like, "Yeah, I want nothing to do with this. I'm just deleting my Texas crystal ball because I know it's not going to be Texas." But I did speak with someone who spoke with Pettijohn Sunday, so it would have been 6 days before the commitment. And that person was told it was the top four: Ohio State, USC, Texas A&M, and Texas, but that Texas was not included in the final decision. It was A&M, Ohio State, and USC. Texas was just a hat on the table, or a logo on the graphic, and that was it. They were not under real consideration at the final stages of the recruitment. So that being said, I don't know how to feel about the flip chances there, but I mean, I feel like that's pretty much it with Pettijohn. Also, Antoine, I love the comment, ball, but one of these names is not like the other. I love Peyton Pierce. I was a big fan of him. Awesome kid, amazing kid. Really love covering him. But he's not Baron Browning or Pettijohn, with all due respect to him. So
it was cool though to see some of the running backs in Texas as some of that stuff was going around social media, how these linebackers in the Lone Star State are going to Ohio State, and some of the running backs in state were going online and saying Peyton Pierce is one of the best linebackers I've ever played against. I thought that was a kind of a cool little footnote. But to your point as well, I love telling the story, man. Like, I have had multiple former NFL players call me and go, "What do you know about this Riley Pettijohn kid? Because he is like that." And it's a significant loss. I mean, I was going to go ahead.
Look, Riley Pettijohn is really good. Do not get me wrong. Riley Pettijohn is really good. I think he is the best linebacker in the state. But he is not Anthony Hill or Harold Perkins. Those were linebacker ones in their cycles. Sure. He's not those guys. With all due respect to him, he still is very, 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 very talented. And I think he will play in the NFL one day. But not quite the level of CAD is Anthony Hill or Harold Perkins, in my opinion, and pretty much everyone else's.
But I also think they're markedly different players and skill sets, if that makes sense. True. I think Pettijohn is a true inside linebacker, whereas Anthony Hill and Harold Perkins were put them wherever the hell you would like on the football field, and they're going to be just fine, right? And especially with Harold Perkins, I have rarely seen an athlete do whatever he wanted to do on the field lackadaisically and make it look like one of the most freakish things you will ever see covering high school football. Pettijohn, though, I really want to give him his flowers. I have seen some folks take one of two sides. The side you're on, where this is arguably one of the biggest losses for Texas. The other side being Pettijohn might be the least significant loss compared to Josiah Sharma, DeCorian Moore, and a few others. I just personally look at Riley Pettijohn and go, that is a player in a time of college football recruiting where true inside linebackers, that's the specification there, where true inside linebackers are so rare, he's the best one in this region. And I don't think it's markedly close. It's still a huge loss for Texas, plus the fact you would have paired him with someone like a Bo Barnes, who I felt was a very complimentary player to Pettijohn, and then potentially you could have capped it off with Cunningham as well.
Yep. But that ain't happening.
So I on that note, I want to go to the Sharma thing as well, because I'm personally, this is the one I know the least about, right? Josiah Sharma in Texas was apparently a very real thing down the stretch, and yet
no, he called Texas and told them he was coming the night before.
I was going to let you kind of get into the details, but basically it was a situation where he was going to Texas until he got out of bed one morning and said, "You know what? This is what I'm going to do instead." Correct?
This is what I know. Brandon Huffman, who's the GOAT, there isn't a recruitment in the Pacific Northwest that Brandon Huffman isn't all over.
Yeah.
He was all over the Sharma recruitment. He tells us the night before, hey, done deal to Texas. Sharma called the staff. It's over with. He's going to Texas. Hank and I are like, dope. We get stories ready. We get content ready. We have graphics ready. Everything whoop-de-whoop. The next day, I'm sweating my ass off in College Station at State 7-on-7 just about 3 hours before he's supposed to commit. Because he was committing at 2 o'clock Central Time, and around like 11:30 is when I got a text. It was a group chat of me, Huffman, and Hank. And I get a text from Huffman. It's like, boys, it's Oregon. And we were like, huh? What happened? And I'm not going to tell y'all what Huffman said, but y'all can figure it out. So that's how the Sharma thing unfolded. Sharma, I think they will have a chance of flipping, but like I don't feel great about it because at Folsom High, his quarterback is Ryder Lyons, who is Oregon's #1 target in the entire 2026 class. And the way Oregon's been recruiting, if that's their #1 target, I don't think they're going to let his high school buddy leave either. Another thing, I'm blanking on the kid's name, but Oregon was supposed to get – so there was a kid committing like a day or two before Sharma was. There was a D lineman, and he was going to Oregon, and then Ohio State did what Oregon did to Texas to that kid. Ohio State got him at the last minute when he was supposed to go to Oregon. Oregon pivoted and hit up Josiah Sharma, and they ended up getting him. So that's kind of how that happened. Yeah, so with Sharma, I mean, Texas is going to try to flip him. They're going to try to flip all the D linemen that committed elsewhere, just like Myron Charles. But I mean, I'm not feeling great about it. These are going to be long-term recruitments. If a flip happens, it's not happening within the same month the original commitment was given. It's going to be in the fall towards signing day. So, yeah, and to answer this question, for those that are listening on audio only, Jose Rodriguez said, Jordan, I know it came off as a show of strength when Sark tweeted the slogan for UT football. Do you think that will rub the Corian Moore and Riley Pettijohn the wrong way? It seems like a shot at them in a way. Look, I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't think Sarkisian is going on Twitter to take shots at 17, 18-year-olds. But I understand. I understand why it is kind of thought that way. I do think a part of it is just, look, there hasn't been a ton of success with Texas lately in recruiting. They're supposed to get a lot of these kids that ended up going elsewhere at the last minute or in the last 24, 48 hours. I know we haven't fully put it on paper, but we all know most people know why that is happening. So I think it's just Sark was saying, got Cade Phillips. He's everything we want, one of our players. And I mean, yeah, so I guess you could think of it as him taking shots at other guys, but I don't really see that as what's happening. I think it's just, them getting pumped. They got a commitment. And also, they needed Cade Phillips. Like, we'll get into Cade Phillips for a little. Texas beat out LSU for him. And this is a kid who will start his collegiate career with the safeties and Blake Gideon, but depending on how things unfold with recruiting other positions and also just how Cade Phillips' body develops, he could end up playing the star position or the corner position. There's a lot to like about the versatility. Went to state for, I believe, the 200-meter and the long jump, which is pretty damn impressive because Fort Bend Hightower is a 6A program. So, I mean, yeah. Also, he goes both ways. I love that. A lot of people are usually turned off about DBs who go both ways because most of them will start their career at receiver, and people think that player will be soft and afraid to come up and hit someone. Cade Phillips is not afraid to come up and hit someone. And smart kid, good head on his shoulders, and also, I'm happy for that family. I had someone pretty close to the family throughout the recruitment, and whenever he was offered, I was told the dad kind of lost his shit because the dad always wanted his son to go to Texas, so it was like a really cool moment for them. And obviously, his dad ended up getting what he wanted. I want to make it clear, it was always Cade's decision. He made that decision, but there's a lot to like about that. Also, he's a solid kid. He's not going to take visits elsewhere. His recruitment shut down, and I mean that's pretty much the best thing you can hear in today's day and age. So yeah, I like Cade Phillips a lot. Honestly, I think it probably would have been better if a guy like Dorian Brew, or maybe some of the higher end guys that came in on OVs could be the headliner of your class. But with how the dominoes have fallen in recruiting this summer, Cade Phillips is a really good guy to have. This is a kid who's barely in the top 247, our number 241 overall prospect. But I mean, with a good senior year, this kid will likely finish within the top 200, or at least that's how I feel about it. So yeah.
I really like Cade. I think the other part of that too is for months, it also felt like that Texas A&M was just going to inevitably land. And then the recruitment evolves into the final two, like you mentioned. And I really like him as a long-term safety. The first game of the year last year, my first Texas high school football game back in the state was a Fort Bend Hightower game. And seeing Cade, I hadn't seen him in a long time. He was playing the deep third safety in kind of that center fielder role. And that was both obviously in coverage, but also coming up and kind of being that sideline to sidelines, keep everything in front. And I think that specific mold for Cade's skill set is ideal. And you mentioned the versatility too. If you're a defensive back and you want to play college football and you can't play all three, that's corner, safety, and then nickel, I don't know what to tell you, but Cade can. And so I really do like Cade as an addition for Texas, and I think it's a better get than some might perceive. Have you talked much about the Dorian Brew thing on the show yet?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I've talked a lot about that. I guess as a refresher, NIL was going to be one of, if not the main reasons for that recruitment. It was Texas, Oregon, USC. Between the Oregon official visit between the Texas and Oregon official visits, I was told by a source close to him that if everyone came with the same number, then Oregon would win. That was his favorite school with all things equal. I don't think Oregon came with the same number as everyone else, so it made a ton of sense whenever, that wrapped up in favor of Oregon. So that's pretty much how that one unfolded.
Sure. Antoine says Oregon is killing UT, Jabbar Muhammad, Jamari Caldwell, Sharma, Brew, and Decorian. Look, Antoine, I'm going to be honest with you. Oregon's killing everybody,
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's not an exclusive thing.
Yeah, and Jamari Caldwell, I felt really good about him. I don't think I've talked about this on the show, but I had a Jamari Caldwell graphic and commitment story written in our back end because I really did think he was coming to Texas, and then Bo Davis left, and that kind of fucked everything up. But if Bo Davis is still on the Texas staff, I think Jamari Caldwell is starting for Texas this season at D tackle. I firmly believe that. So yeah, and Jabbar Muhammad, that was a mix of Oregon just doing what Oregon does. It doesn't have to go that far, and also, Texas could have done a better job there. I will say that. But yeah, another kid. I want to talk about Michael Terry. This is a kid that a lot of people are scared about because I've been reporting this is a Texas versus Oregon battle for several weeks now. Trust me, I get it. You have every right to be scared of the Ducks. They're not fun. They're not fun to battle against. I will say though, NIL is not nearly as important for Michael Terry as it is for 99% of other kids that are ranked around where he's at. This is a kid who is from Alma Heights and grew up there. If you kind of get what I'm saying. So NIL isn't nearly as important as for Michael Terry as it is for other prospects. I want to make that very, very clear. Oregon is kind of going balls to the wall and recruiting him. They're really putting the press on. So is Texas. Last week, 6 coaches called him in one day. And Texas has their bases covered really well here in terms of anticipating a back and forth battle with Oregon, if you get what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
So I like my Michael Terry crystal ball. He's going to be an August decision. Another August decision is Mr. Michael Fasusi. Anything new there on your end?
I'll say this. I'm going to be back on the show on Friday, correct? I think
maybe Thursday too.
Maybe Thursday. We'll see. I just do what I can for Texas Sports Unfiltered. But maybe we'll dive into the Fasusi thing a little bit more. I'll just say I'm very much looking forward to talking about this one in depth because I think with an August decision pending, we are in for quite a treat on this recruiting battle. And I'm supposed to have a few more phone calls over the next few days to get a little bit more clarity on the situation as far as where things currently stand. Oklahoma and Texas, I Yes, I saw Rex St. Charles in the comments. Fasusi says big news on Friday. I would expect it to be a top list. He's told us at 24/7 Sports a number of times he would like to do something in August, and I would expect it to be a top 3, kind of to my point here.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk about Fasusi more on Friday, especially if he drops a top 3. But Oklahoma and Texas will be very much in that one. And I think it is about as close to being a 50-50 battle as it's ever been. You want to say something on that real quick?
No, I mean, you kind of hit on
Okay.
what I've been saying for several weeks. Let's talk a little bit Lamont Rogers, though, because that's a guy that can be really important for Texas and Oklahoma, depending on things shake out with Fasusi.
Sure. Okay. I'll say this, and there's so many different directions that I could go. I think with Lamont, as far as it relates to Texas, right?
Sorry, real quick. For those that don't know, Lamont Rogers committed to Missouri over Oklahoma on Saturday.
Yes.
Depending on who you talk to, Texas finished 3rd or 4th. Some people say A&M finished in front of Texas or right behind them. But that was the top 4, and the school that finished 2nd was Oklahoma. But again, Lamont committed to Missouri on Saturday. Sorry, go ahead.
No, so I appreciate the context, because the hesitation is for me trying to break down how much I can divulge here relative to what's still out there in this recruitment, right? I am not necessarily one to pat my back in this industry. I usually just let Jordan kind of talk about how good he is at everything, and then I just kind of go about my business. I would put my knowledge of the Lamont Rogers recruitment up against anyone's. I believe Texas finished 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
I think Texas had a legitimate chance to get into the number 2 slot. There was a ton of buzz, and I'm sure a lot of Texas fans saw this. There was a ton of buzz about Texas trying to swoop in and reportedly drop some sort of massive bag. I'm just going to be honest with you. I think that got way more smoke than it needed to. This one, I felt pretty firmly, was A&M, Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri. And down the stretch, it was going to be on Oklahoma to overtake Mizzou. And the other part of this, why I want to add that Texas context, all this talk about money with Lamont is just fraudulent. I'm just going to be honest with you. Missouri was not the highest bidder, and I'll be really honest with you.
Missouri wasn't even close to the highest bidder.
And whether it's Oklahoma fans or Texas fans or whoever talking about, oh, he just wanted a bag from Mizzou. Number one, if you think that people around Lamont Rogers aren't reading that and getting really angry, just remember your words go out there into the world. Then number two, it's the Lamont Rogers recruitment was one that I think also kind of counterbalances something like a Decorian War, right? Where on one hand, you have a recruitment that goes, even though there was a lot of quality recruiting being done by Oregon, the highest bidder, right? In Lamont, this recruiting landscape is still very much largely determined by a guy's relationship, a guy's personal fit and preferences. And I just feel like that's what helped Mizzou win out in the end. Because whether it's money or draft picks, which don't even get me started on my whole tangent about us thinking draft picks matter all that much in recruiting. Look, Lamont, at the end of the day, felt, compared to Texas, even Oklahoma, or especially Texas A&M, that his relationships and his comfortability as an individual felt best in Columbia. And people can have their opinions on it. It's a significant loss. Texas could easily get back in there. Oklahoma is still already in the midst of working on a flip plan. And I can tell you this too. If you're subscribed to Horns 24/7, you can read my work as well at Sooners Illustrated. And you can read that I published a story days before the announcement saying, I not only like Missouri as the leader, but I've been told by folks in coaching circles that other programs in the SEC are now starting to build their own behind-the-scenes attack to go try and flip Lamont. I think Texas plays a role. I think Oklahoma plays a role. Alabama, LSU, Tennessee. Look, we'll see.
Ohio State.
I'm just saying this one's far from over.
Yeah.
But Texas' role specifically within it largely depends on what takes place with the guy we're going to talk about a whole lot more in Michael Fasusi on Friday.
Yep. If look, I wrote this morning. If Texas somehow misses on Fasusi, which I used to not think was realistic, but now I think is realistic, I feel much better about Lamont Rodgers being the headliner of the O-line class than I do for Nick Brooks out of Iowa. Nick Brooks is just a really, 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 really hard recruitment to get a read on. Took visits to Georgia, USC, Texas, and Iowa in that order. Was once an Iowa commit, but he's not going there. This is between Georgia, USC, and Texas. Texas has some optimism. I don't have much. But again, this is a recruitment that's hard to get a read on. But if I had a gun to my head right now, I'd pick Georgia. He actually lived in Georgia his sophomore year. He moved there and then moved back. He lived there one singular year. So slightly leaning towards the Dogs, but I mean, I think Lamont Rodgers and Fasusi are both better prospects than him and are safer bets to, end up developing. Obviously, I trust Kyle Flood with just about anyone, but I do think Fasusi is the best prospect of those three guys, then Lamont, and then Nick Brooks. So, different
Rex
things.
Rex St. Charles saying BYU, Wisconsin, Alcorn State for Fasusi, by the way. So,
yeah. But I mean, go ahead.
I do want to say, I was going to ask you briefly about Brandon Brown, but I do know a little teaser for tomorrow's show. I know Hank's going to hop on with you tomorrow, so I would assume he's going to have a whole bunch of Brandon Brown breakdown.
Yeah.
There.
Actually,
the last thing, go ahead.
We're going to have Dallas Cowboys Nick Harris on Tuesday.
Oh,
former Horns 24/7 recruiting analyst, and then we'll have Hank Wednesday. It'll be Colin or Nick on Thursday, and then Friday's Colin. So that's
all right.
That's our schedule for the week.
So there's the slate while Jeff takes his vacation, and the last thing I want to ask you is we hit 12 on the dot. Just to kind of recap everything we just talked about here, right? Because I think after this, it's going to be all right. Move on to the next. If you had to rank the losses of the big three that we just talked about in DeCorian Moore, Pettijohn, and then Josiah Sharma in terms of significance, what is your 1 through 3? And I'll give you a bonus prompt or a pivot prompt if you like this one more. You could also slot them 1 through 3 in terms of likelihood of Texas pulling off a flip come December. Up to you. But I'm interested in your perspective on this. You know what I mean? I think fans will be very interested in this as well.
Look, if we're just talking about positional need and what Texas needs, I think it's Sharma, Pettijohn, DeCorian Moore.
Okay.
With Sharma being the number one biggest priority they lost out on. In terms of like significance that like Texas was supposed to get this kid and he started going elsewhere, I'd say DeCorian, Pettijohn, Sharma. So, yeah. And, yeah, it's the Suave. I mean, it happens. It happens at every school. There's always going to be at least, whenever you have over 40 kids on campus, there's going to be at least one that has an experience that isn't top to bottom amazing. That's just kind of how it works.
Yeah.
Usually it's a lost in the shuffle type of deal, but, I mean, yeah, it just happens. And it happens every year with every school. I don't really know what else to say, but
it happens everywhere across the country. Like bad visits are just it's subjective to the player. Suave, I appreciate you watching too, by the way. Keep up with us this week. But I think on that front, I am kind of, as far as this, I would probably say DeCorian 1, Pettijohn 2, Sharma 3. But I also kind of know, look, DJ Sanders still on the table. You guys will talk about that later this week. I'm never personally going to discount Texas' ability to go get a defensive tackle in the portal. But I also think DeCorian is one of the best receivers that was supposed to go to Texas in a very long time.
I mean, DeCorian Moore, I say this with full confidence. I've never seen a high school player that's been more dominant than DeCorian Moore. I think he is the most talented high school football player I've ever seen, and he has a full year left. So, yeah, but in terms of guys who'll have the best chance to flip, I'd say probably like Pettijohn or Sharma 1A, 1B, and DeCorian is last. That number isn't changing from Oregon. It'll only go up. And if Texas didn't want to pay it in July, I don't see them wanting to pay it in November. But what else? There's something else I wanted to hit on and talk about.
Well, while you think about that, I will say, if I were Texas, you lock down on DJ Sanders and then you pivot to Sharma.
Sorry, that's what it was. There isn't a bigger need or bigger can't miss guy in this whole recruiting cycle than DJ Sanders. Like, Texas wanted 4 D tackles last class. They ended up signing 2, and one of them is Melvin Hills. One of them is Alex January. I think Alex January would be a really good college football player. I'm not so sure about Melvin Hills. Melvin Hills would have been a really good floor setting take if you had 4 guys and that was the 4th one. But if you're taking 2 and that's the second one, like, it's not amazing. So you flip it over to the next year. Texas wants 4 D tackles. They had 5 of them officially visit. The one that was committed is no longer committed. There's only one guy left who is uncommitted from those 5 guys, and it's DJ Sanders, who we feel great about. Like, but at the same time, Texas can't miss on that kid. They just can't. In kind of when they get him, it's going to be about filling in the other holes. I don't think Brandon Brown is flipping back. Josiah Sharma, Myron Charles are going to try there. I'm sure Kevin Wynn, they're going to try there too. But they're going to need to figure out some other guys to, go and get. Senior risers don't really exist at that position. They just don't. So either going out of state, getting the Texas One Fund ready to penny up something big, because that's kind of how D-line recruiting works, or it's fully dedicating to the portal. But as y'all saw last year, like, there isn't a position that gets paid more outside of quarterbacks, obviously. There isn't a position that makes more money than D linemen. And good, actually game-changing D linemen that are really talented are incredibly expensive. Like, I'm not trying to say Texas is messing up the money here, but like Lole, Bill Norton, even Jade Tawai, who ended up at UCLA, like guys like that, they're making more than they should. Like, in terms of their skill level and talent level, they're making it the same with Dominic Williams. Like, Dominic Williams is really good, but OU is paying him way more than he should be making. They just are. And it's because they had to get him. That's how you get someone. You gotta overpay for him because everyone else is bidding. But you can fix that problem if you can recruit high school better. A lot of people are saying, well, Bo Davis wasn't lighting it up, just like CB says. Bo Davis had more to work with. I did think this year's class would have been his best recruiting class since he was at Texas, at least with the Sark staff. And I mean, with Kenny Baker, like, he's doing the best he can. He was in the NFL. He didn't have prior relationships with the kids. His only experience in recruiting was working at the G5 levels. So could he have done a better job? Maybe, but like, there's not much more I feel like he could have done.
And I do want to come to Kenny Baker's defense here a little bit. Mm-hmm. It's, like you mentioned, incredibly difficult to make that transition as an NFL staffer to what is currently the college football recruiting landscape, where it's like the NFL with no rules and way more emotions at play. And there is no front office. There's a bunch of guys. You got to go shake their hands and hope they give you money. I mean, that's tough for a defensive line coach. Again, coaching one of the most important position groups on the field. And I do think it's important to mention on Kenny. I checked the speakers list the other day for the THSCA coaching school convention in San Antonio later this month. Kenny Baker is on the list to at least attend and be around the convention. The guy's only going to get better, not only from a name brand standpoint in recruiting, but a relational standpoint as well. When you're a defensive line coach like that, that's something you can't just step right into, but he's clearly going to get there very soon.
Yeah, so we'll end it on that. We got to bring the guys in. We're running late. Yeah, we'll have Colin on maybe Thursday, but for sure on Friday. So, but how are we doing today, Keenan and Eric?
Oh, man, Jordy Scruggs, Colin Kennedy. What's going on, boys?
Gentlemen.
Colin, you're always a really good guest, man. Every time I come on and you're filling in, I'm like learning stuff. So good work, man. Always.
I try. Jordan just kind of bosses me around, which is really weird because he's like 7 years younger than me. But
well, it's interesting to get the perspective from the other teams,
Yeah, and I think it's there's value to sometimes in having that third party, right? Where you can kind of have a sanity check. I know I find value in that, but that's recruiting. You definitely need someone to tell you, nah, this shit's not hitting the fan like you think it
Right,
is.
exactly. You got to have like different people coming on to combat bias and like in creating an echo chamber and stuff. So you're always a good guest for that. And I like the Rangers in the background. So
Thank you. Yeah, the shelf is strong this way.
We're not doing so well defending that title, but
we don't need to talk about that though. We don't need to talk about that.
Hey, Colin, real quick, man. I'm glad you mentioned Kenny Baker because that's something that I've kind of been curious of. Like I've known KB since his time at Western Kentucky. So I was like covered Group of Fives before joining the Horns 24/7. Just wondering if you wouldn't mind, Jordan and Colin both maybe just kind of shedding a little insight as you guys talk about like that transition, right? Going from being an NFL staffer and then prior to that being at the Group of Five level. I think that's Jordan. I don't know if you get a lot of it. I know when I've done the weekly or daily AMA chats, a lot of questions I get is like, reference to KB as a recruiter and, why are we missing this guy? Why are we missing that guy? So just if you guys can just shed us a little bit of insight on A, making that transition, and B, like you said, this is a D-line coach. It's not like he's just like something flash like a coordinator.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Colin.
You go first. Look, this is what I was going to say. So I think another reason why, for me, it's something I'm totally fine with defending. I spent like a year and a half on the national college football beat for us at 24/7, and I got to meet a lot of guys and gauge their level of interest in the switch between the NFL and college. And objectively, for anyone to sit here and think that any NFL staffer wants to step in and try and recruit a 15, 16-year-old kid 23 hours a day, recruit your own position room, shake some donor's hand, then go out on the field and make sure all of these dudes are not only taking care of their development, but passing classes and not doing anything dumb on six and whatever else. Like, an NFL staffer is supposed to just sign up for that and not only be happy and jolly, but like exceed expectations right away. I mean, I think another point, Kenny Baker makes that transition. USC hires a defensive line coach from the NFL ranks as well. How many defensive linemen commits has USC lost already in this cycle? It doesn't matter who you are. It's hard to do it, and it doesn't just happen in the blink of an eye. But I think Kenny Baker's taking the steps needed to get the job done, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and the way I look at it is like he got to Texas in January, right?
Right.
The way D-line recruiting works is you kind of find like the top D linemen in each cycle are usually found by the end of their freshman year. Very rarely are they not. So they have the majority of the big time offers by the end of their freshman year, or at least by the start of their sophomore year. So that means these other schools and D-line coaches have been building relationships with them for that long. If you're getting there in January when you have less than a year before signing day, you're going to be playing from behind. You just are. You don't have the 2+ like every other coach he's recruiting against pretty much has 2+ years of relationship building with these kids than he does. Also, I'm not trying to shit on the G5 because I love me some G5 football. But recruiting at Texas and recruiting at Western Kentucky is a night and day difference. It just is. It just is. So I think that's part of it. But also, like, to be honest with you, and I said this kind of last week, and Jeff kind of scoffed at it, but like top to bottom, I feel like personnel should have done a better job this cycle. You're telling me you had 5 D linemen visit, only 5 officially visit in a cycle where you need at least 4, and now only one of those kids is uncommitted? Like, yes, I'm sure the Xavier Okponus or the Chance Sims or the other 3-star guys that are lower on the board, you don't really want to have to turn to those guys until shit really hits the fan. But like you're going to have a better shot if you would have kept them warm throughout the summer and at least had them on campus for an OV, if y'all get what I'm trying to say. So I think that could have been a smarter move because now at this point it's like DJ Sanders or bust. Like they really cannot afford to miss on that kid. They just can't.
Yep.
And I think that is getting blamed on Kenny Baker. I think that's more so a personnel thing.
It's also interesting to see that like look at the strength of Texas team last year. It was the interior defensive line. Like, that's the reason they got to the playoff. That's the reason they won the Big 12. That's the reason they beat Alabama, is because nobody could run on them. They had to throw the ball 40 times a game because you're getting 2 yards per carry at most. And it's really weird. Obviously, you lose Bo Davis, but to miss on this many guys this fast is not a good sign. I don't know.
Yeah, and, a big part of it, too, is what is Bo Davis pitching to kids to get them at LSU? Hey, buddy, look what I just did at Texas with Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, who are a bunch of 3-stars. That's how we got Zion Williams, how we got Brandon Brown at LSU, too. Those are guys Texas really, really wanted. But, now Bo Davis is recruiting against Texas after he helped him, get to the playoff and all that. That's just how this works. So, with Kenny Baker, though, I think just the main thing is having patience with him.
Absolutely.
Also, such a big deal of D-line recruiting is, I'll just say, bags. Like, look at how Josiah Sharma's thing unfolded. That's not rare at all. It happens more in D-line recruiting than it does in any other position. I feel very confident in that. So, if a school is going to jack up a price and overpay for a 3-star level guy and Texas doesn't want to do that, you can't blame that on Kenny Baker and say he missed. You just can't. It's unfair.
Right.
I think it's unfair, but but we'll stop talking. Y'all got to get y'all show going. Yeah. And we'll see y'all tomorrow. But
good show, guys.
No, appreciate it. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Colin. For those guys, really appreciate it.
Tomorrow. Peace, Jordy.
All right, Jordy. Really appreciate the perspective there, because I got a good buddy of mine, Keenan, Zach Grant, who is the general manager of Cincinnati's program, of course, in the Big 12, but had spent some time at Western Kentucky, and he swears by Kenny Baker. He's like, listen, because we obviously have some side conversations just by the way things are going here at Texas. He says, listen, like, guys, he's going to be good. So just don't panic there. But it is a question we get a lot during our Horns 24/7 AMAs, especially in relation to some of the D-line misses. But with that being said, it's only an hour. Jordan Scruggs, Colin Kennedy, Jeff Howe is on a well-deserved vacation. I'm assuming he'll take the entire week from the show. So Jordan will have some guest co-hosts from time to time. But we are false start. I am Eric Henry. He is Keenan Womack. I am of Horns 24/7 Sports. He's of SI Fan Nation, just like his lower third said. K-Bo, what's going on, dude?
40 months no alcohol last Friday, brother. Very proud of myself. Very proud of myself, man.
I got to go through and check and see what the drops are that BK has uploaded. So I need to know if we have like a generic applause drop. But if I do off the top of my head, I would have that there immediately. So congrats to that. Yes, I'm finishing up my vacation here in the Sunshine State before SEC Media Days. We will jump into a little bit of that. Definitely going to get in some Texas football talk. Chip and I published our Going Deep series, where we ran through a bunch of superlatives on Texas's offense, Texas's defense. I'll give Keenan an opportunity to give his thoughts on that. The Team USA basketball roster drops. So, Keenan being the hoops head is going to have some thoughts on that. Also want to get Keenan's thoughts. Sports anchor up in Dallas, WFA, Michelle Montaigne. Am I pronouncing her last name correctly?
Yeah, Montaigne. She's awesome, man. She's a friend of mine from college. She hung out with my fraternity a lot. She's really cool. Very, very smart girl.
She had I'm glad you used the word smart, because she had a very nuanced, I felt like, take, a 90-second take up there on Luka Doncic participating in the Olympics. So we definitely want to get Keenan's thoughts on that. And we'll see, maybe Keenan can get her on the show this week. But I'm going to start with this, and it's actually ironic that Chris Bennett mentions Eric being in Florida. What was it like 14 years ago today when LeBron announced that he was taking his talents to South Beach? That is correct. It has been 14 years since you heard this, Keenan.
The answer to the question everybody wants to know. LeBron, what's your decision?
In this fall, man, it's very tough. In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and join the Miami Heat.
14 years ago today, Keenan, LeBron James sat down with Jim Gray. He still had a fade that reached the appropriate part of a fade hairline. The hairline. The thing about LeBron is the hairline was running from him even 14 years ago. That's how you knew that LeBron was not made for a long time with a fade. That I can appreciate myself as someone who had to just wrap it up at 29. LeBron is the miracle of modern medicine, has been able to hang on to a little bit. That and a giant headband, able to hang on into his 40s. But with hair and an oversized pink button-up shirt, told Jim Gray he was going to Miami. Keenan, what are your memories of that day? Because I remember I was 19, you probably 17, 16?
It was 2014, right? So
yeah.
I was a sophomore at UT that year, and I remember watching it with all of my
friends. No, sorry, not 20. That was 2010.
2010, you're right. I was in high school. I was in high school. When he went back to Cleveland, I remember that when I was in college, because we were at an event or something. But yeah, I remember it because he got all of the blame for the creation of the super team, which is so funny because the Boston Celtics did it like 2 years before that, right? Everybody's like, LeBron invented jumping teams. It's like, really? Because the Boston Celtics did the exact same thing. Kevin Garnett did the exact same thing. Ray Allen did the exact same thing. Like, they made a super team before LeBron ever did a super team. So he gets a lot of blame for something that isn't all his fault. And also, the thing with that is LeBron didn't leave Cleveland because he hated Cleveland and hated their fans. He left Cleveland because he hated Dan Snyder. Whatever, or Dan, that's his name, right? The owner of
Dan Snyder.
Not Dan Snyder. Oh my God. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, you talk.
The owner of the Cavs.
Dan Gilbert. Dan
Gilbert, yeah. So if you were to look at, say you take the top 10 guys who are responsible for the 2008 housing collapse of the American economy, Dan Gilbert's probably 7th in line with Quicken. So not only is he that guy, he's also a raging a-hole. And LeBron is such a good dude. And yes, I'm going to get called out for being a bronze sexual. I don't care. I like LeBron. I think he's a good guy. I think he's a dang good player. He went back despite Dan Gilbert and still won Cleveland a title. And to me, that was the ultimate sign of like, okay, this guy can win anywhere. It doesn't matter where he is. He won in LA. He won 2 in Miami. He won 1 in his home state. So when he committed to Miami in 2010, as a Mavericks fan, I didn't really care because it was Eastern Conference. Like, it was interesting to me, but it wasn't like, oh, this is going to affect the Mavericks directly until the finals in 2011, when my Mavericks won their first ever NBA title by beating LeBron's Miami Heat, beating Dwayne Wade's Miami Heat, in what I think is probably the most impressive finals run of all time. Yes, I'm biased, but think about the run that sorry to go off topic a little bit.
No, go for it.
Like, from that season, think about the run that Nowitzki and the Mavs went on, man. So you beat the Portland Trailblazers. You sweep the defending champion Lakers. Sweep them. Kobe Bryant's Lakers. Then you beat the Kevin Durant, James Harden, Oklahoma City Thunder in 5 games. Then you beat LeBron, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh in 6. It's one of the greatest runs in the history of basketball, and something I'll always remember as solidifying basketball as my favorite sport was that run. That's when I was like, because it was between college football and basketball at that point. Never been a huge NFL guy. Always been a college sports guy, but I love the NBA, man. I know it gets a lot of crap for a myriad of reasons, but I just love the sport. I think it's in a pretty good place.
No doubt. Going to some comments here. Jake says that LeBron's hairline has been clapped for 20 years now.
Clapped.
Has been pretty washed. LeBron's hairline's been washed for a pretty long time at this point. Like, remember the little Inside the NBA skit? I don't remember Charles Barkley was like, yeah, when LeBron came out, he had the headband right here that keeps slowly going up. That pretty much just like defines LeBron's hairline. But that aside, he also talks about your point, which I think is a good point in relation to the super teams, right? It's just the deal is when Boston did it, right, they obviously drafted Paul Pierce in 98. No, sorry.
Yeah, out of Kansas.
Paul Pierce in 98, traded for Kevin Garnett, and were able to get Ray Allen, right? And put together 3. So obviously they were not the first super team, but, and this is kind of my existing memory of it, because I know you said, okay, so you were in high school. So you said you were a sophomore in 2014, so you probably were
sophomore in high school.
2010. I was a freshman in college, 2010. And, I just remember, and I'm going to touch on what CB's question was the reaction here in Florida, but I remember being stunned because, first off, I'm a Magic fan, right? So if you remember, the Magic are just kind of coming off of their peak, which is, Dwight Howard, Rashard Lewis, and teams that were competing for Eastern Conference titles. And remember, Orlando had beaten Cleveland in an Eastern Conference championship in 2008, right? Right. Then LeBron comes back and they fall to Boston the next year. So my reaction was just kind of flabbergasted. Because I mean, let's think about it, Keenan. At that time, you had never seen a prime Dwayne Wade, a prime LeBron James, a prime Chris Bosh, all on the same team. Like we're not old enough to remember, the golden years of like the Lakers and Celtics, and even back when
the Bulls. Really, I don't remember that well.
Well, I mean, even I'll come to the Bulls in a second, but even the Lakers and Celtics, right? Like those teams had Hall of Famers, no doubt, right? Like Bird, McHale, Parrish. We would need someone older than us to probably say yay or nay. But I don't think even when they had those guys, when the Lakers had Magic and Kareem and James Worthy and whatnot, if all three of those guys were in their prime, like we're talking about 2 top 5 players and a top 10, top 15 player at the time, all joining forces, right? And doing it in Miami, right? Like that's the thing. Keenan, do you remember that Heat team was kind of just coming off of mediocrely?
Yeah, they were 37 and 45 the year before that.
Yeah, they weren't a great team. This is the post-Shaq Heat era, right, where it's Dwayne Wade. They're kind of rebuilding with him and all of that, but they're not much. And the fact that they basically just kind of, and this is what I want to come to a question with you on this, but what strikes to me, and to CB's point about what was the reaction, I mean, come on, South Florida is not a major sports town, a major sports city, right? Like, let me rephrase that. They don't live and die by sports the way that had 3 prime players signed with the Dallas Cowboys, right? Let's say the Cowboys sign,
Mahomes.
Mahomes, Saquon Barkley, and, insert a defensive player to go with Micah Parsons, right? Like that's stopping, DFW, no doubt, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, in South Florida, yeah, I mean, there were true Heat fans who were thrilled about it, but it wasn't like, the running joke was, look at our half-empty sports bars that are celebrating, right? It wasn't what it would have been had those guys signed with the Celtics or signed with the Lakers, excuse me, or signed with some premier franchise. So I kind of want to spin to you in the form of a question, which is, what do you think the reaction had been like if those guys had signed with the Knicks, for example, right? Or signed with the Lakers? What do you think the reaction would have been?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because my friend, one of my best friends that I went and visited in LA said kind of the same thing. He's like, yeah, Los Angeles sites.
I believe they are called Angelinos, but
Angelinos, they're like, they love the Lakers, but there's a lot of stuff to do in LA. There's movie stars, there's beaches, there's museums, there's movies to go, And that's what my friend always said is like, even if the Dodgers lose, like the game's over by 10 p.m., you go out to the bars, you have a good time, So Miami's kind of the same way. It's just a place where there's so much cool stuff to do that sports isn't the only thing there. But it seems different than New York because New York's the same way. There's so much to do in New York too, but that city would lose its mind if LeBron signed there. Or, I really thought for a second Kevin Durant might end up in New York.
Right.
Not even when he went to the Nets. I was thinking like in the last few months, like maybe they would try to trade for him since I think Durant probably wants out of Phoenix, I'd imagine. That's really interesting. That's a really interesting thought. What was the exact question you asked me again? I'm
just curious your thoughts on what the reaction would have been in kind of juxtaposing it to what the reaction was in Miami, which really quick, I'm gonna let you respond, but to Jake Bayless's point, he says, feels like Miami only really cares about the Dolphins and the Heat. I would say that kind of sums up South Florida for the most part. The Marlins is still very, hit or miss. Panthers have a strong fan base that's been developed over the past few years. Obviously, they won a Stanley Cup, which pains me to say. But the thing is, like I said, I'm gonna come back to you, Keenan. But the thing is, with South Florida, you made a good point in relation to LA, right? There's other things to do besides live and die with sports. We remember, Keenan, what the reaction was in Cleveland, right? People burning jerseys, people crying in the bars.
Pathetic.
People, I remember there was the one I'll never forget is this guy was like, yo, it feels like my girl just left me, but that's because, and I talk about this from my experience in Chicago, in which a city where there is 8,000 things to do, right? Beautiful city. For my money, Chicago is the greatest city in America when the weather is warm, when the weather is good. But when it's cold, all there is to do is sit your ass in a sports bar or get with your buddies and watch the Cubs or watch the Sox or watch the Blackhawks or watch the Bears, right? So I think that's part of the reason why the reaction was so strong in Cleveland. But yeah, I'll let you finish that thought. I mean, had those guys gone to a legacy franchise, right? Instead of, at the time, the Heat had only won one championship. Remember that. Chris Bennett talked about the not one, not two, not three, not four. Well, the Heat had only won one championship at that time. It was the Shaq
Don't remind me.
championship. They were not, Heat culture was not a thing when LeBron signed. Pat Riley was there and he had a way of doing things. But the Heat were most known for the choke jobs they had against the Knicks in the 90s, more than they were winning championships. So the question back to you is, had they gone to a legacy franchise like the Lakers or Boston or Knicks or, I'm trying to think who else would fit in that category. What do you think the reaction would have been compared to them going to Miami?
I'm trying to think of sort of an example of that, like maybe one of those cities getting one of those big free agents. Yeah, if say LeBron goes to those guys all sign in Chicago, even I think it would have been a madhouse compared to Miami reacted pretty well considering like you said, they won that championship in 2006 that I blacked out of my memory as a child. It's the first time I ever cried over sports, man. I was in 6th grade and the Heat beat my Mavs, dude. I was so heartbroken. Yeah, I think it would have been really interesting. And speaking of that, so there's a very interesting interview that you should watch after the show from David Fizdale, right? You remember the former coach of the Memphis Grizzlies? He was an assistant coach with the Heat on those Heatles teams. There's a fascinating interview with him about their first month of practice when they all got together, and how all they ran was defensive drills. Like they didn't work on all they did was work on perimeter defensive drills, on the keeping the I forget what the term is, but basically keeping proper spacing on defense, rotation, stuff like that. And if you watch their first game against Boston, they scored 8 points in the first quarter, right? The Heatles scored 8 points. So it's just, I know it's a little off topic, but I just remember finding that interview fascinating, and Fizdale saying that those practices, even though they lost that finals in 2011, really set them up to win their next 2 titles. He said that just set the tone for them on how they practice. And even kind of turning to the USA basketball, I just heard Steve Kerr talk about this. He's like, LeBron goes 110% in every single drill, every single practice. So it's like, if you're playing with this guy, you got to be up. You got to be ready. And I think they picked a good place because I think they established a culture in Miami. And now Miami is one of those places that free agents want to go. Think about Jimmy Butler. They've been to the finals, twice now? I mean, they haven't won it, but they've been there. They beat the Milwaukee Bucks with Giannis a couple of years ago, right? You remember that series? That was insane, where Jimmy Butler just went nuts. And one last thing I'll say about the Miami Heat thing. The greatest, in my opinion, the greatest playoff game, individual performance in a playoff game that I've ever watched, LeBron James, Game 6, 2012, The Garden, Boston, Massachusetts. That was the most locked in I think I've ever seen LeBron James. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that he was in a place with his teammates where he trusted the ownership, he trusted the coach, and he trusted his teammates. And I don't know if you could say that about him when he was in Cleveland. I don't know that you could say he trusted Dan Gilbert. I don't know that you could say he clearly wasn't set up properly with the team. His second best player was Zydrunas Ilgauskas. And I'm not dissing Big Z. I like Big Z. That can't be your second best player.
Come on, let's show some love to the Damon Jones, Antoine Jameson,
Anderson Varejao,
Anderson Varejals of the world.
Drew Gooden. All right, fine. You know what I mean, though.
I do.
And you compare that to the Mavericks of a couple of years ago, who got to the Western Conference Finals behind two guys, Luka, Brunson. And then you look at some of those teams that surrounded Luka, and you look at some of the teams that surrounded LeBron, and you're like, thank God the Mavericks switched GMs when they did. Because Nico Harrison has done a monster job building around building around Luka. Just like the Miami Heat did around LeBron, they've established a culture in Dallas. They're trying to do the same thing they did in Miami. Now, I'm not saying they're going to be as successful as the Heat have been. I'm not saying they're going to win 2 titles even. They could. But it's just really interesting to watch how that one move in 2010 just changed the entire face of the NBA, just created an entirely new culture around free agency signings and around joining people, around taking pay cuts to play with better players. I mean, if you want to talk about look how crazy the city of New York went with this Knicks run this past year, with the Nova Knicks, adding Mikal Bridges in the offseason. They went nuts adding Mikal Bridges. And I'm not dissing Mikal Bridges. He's a dang good player. I mean, really, really elite defensive wing, pretty good offensive player too. But he's not LeBron James. And they were going nuts when they got him. So I don't know. I think New York has some of the best basketball culture in the country. And I think it would have been really interesting had he signed there. But, we saw the reaction in LA when he signed with the Lakers and they won a championship there. Now, a little different because of COVID. Obviously, that changed things a bit and it made it harder to see the real reaction from the championship. They couldn't do a parade. They could, they did it in the bubble. And yeah, man, I think it's really interesting. I think you can see the passion in the fan base in New York. My litmus test for New York fandom in basketball is Ben Stiller's Twitter. Like, that guy is the biggest Knicks fan in the world, it seems like. All he tweets about is the Knicks and how much he loves all the players and stuff. So, yeah, man, I think LeBron's moving to Miami created a culture in that franchise that is still going on today.
My litmus test for the Knicks is just anything that happens on First Take.
Oh, God. That's actually a way better litmus test. You're right. That's much better. Just New Yorkers screaming at each other. That's probably what it is.
Before we transition, CB and Jake talk about the letter that Dan Gilbert wrote. I actually have it pulled up.
Oh, that was disgusting.
I'm going to read just a couple snippets of it here. This is the letter that was posted on July 8th. It was today. So the letter posted at 11:32. So this was shortly after the decision. Dear Cleveland, all of Northeast Ohio and Cleveland Cavaliers supporters, wherever you may be tonight, as you now know, our former hero who grew up in the very region that he deserted this evening is no longer a Cleveland Cavalier. This was announced with a several-day narcissistic, self-promotional buildup culminating with a national television special of his decision, in air quotes, unlike anything ever witnessed, in air quotes. Of course, remember, witness was a big deal back in 2010 with LeBron, in the history of sports and probably the history of entertainment. Clearly, this is bitterly disappointing. I'll get some of the highlights here. The good news is that the ownership and the rest of the hardworking, loyal, and driven staff here over at your hometown Cavaliers have not, nor will never, betray you. You simply do not deserve this type of cowardly betrayal. I personally guarantee that the Cleveland Cavaliers will win an NBA championship before the self-titled former king wins one. You can take this to the bank. Obviously, you would have gone broke taking that to the bank had you believed in it. Nevertheless, some people think that they should go to heaven but not have to die to get there. That's simply not how it works. This shocking act of disloyalty from our homegrown chosen one sends the exact opposite lesson of who we'd want our children to learn and who we'd want them to grow up to become. So yes, the letter goes on and on. It was really unhinged letter.
It sounds like a jilted lover, man. It's so ridiculous. It sounds like, and it's almost creepy. There's like an ownership feeling to it. Like, I own this. It's like, you don't own this guy. He just grew up there. What the hell does he owe you?
Keenan,
Like, what does he owe you, man? Like, come on.
Here's the thing before we transition, because I think a lot gets made out of the letter. And listen, I don't like the tone that Dan Gilbert used for sure. However, it's pretty simple to me. It's not a jilted lover. He sounds like a dude who realizes, yo, I'm going to go from having sellouts 41 nights a year to having 50% crowds. I'm a dude who, you know, is going to lose a lot of money in jersey sales and all these other things. That's what it is. And, you know, most of these owners nowadays buy up the entertainment areas, the district around these arenas, and own them there because they want to make profit on that as well. So that's all that was a man who sounded like he was going to lose probably, and I don't know what the number is, but I'm willing to guess in the 4 years that LeBron was gone, he probably lost somewhere of a couple hundred.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he lost hundreds of millions on that.
That's what that was. But
what a guy. There's not a guy who deserves to lose hundreds of millions less than him, huh? Dan Gilbert, what a guy.
Well, I mean, sure, we could go Donald Sterling, but, you know, I won't go.
Yeah,
that's
that one. Up, man. Destroy the economy or be a racist piece of garbage. It's up to you.
But with that, we're going to transition. Before we do, we know this summer, in case you're in the market for some new wheels, look no further than our friends at Covert Bee Cave. We're going to hook you up with a new ride, but let's let the folks at Covert tell it for themselves.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
As you're getting yourself ready to watch the Longhorns coming up this year, to watch the Mavs, or even if you're in the mood right now just to watch your Rangers. Might not be the greatest right now, but you still want to have a great
coming
setup.
Back. They're getting DeGrom back. They're getting Scherzer back, or they're going to trade everybody.
Little by little. So when the squad is back, you are going to want to make sure you have yourself set up with a nice man cave or woman cave. We'll be back in 30 seconds after the folks at Audiovisual Consultations tell you why they will get you all squared away.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Keenan, we're going to stay in the basketball realm before we kind of close up the show with the Longhorns and Chip and I's Superlatives Going Deep series that we ran over the weekend. Definitely recommend you checking it out at horns247.com as we are on the verge of SEC Media Days, but we'll close with that. But first, Team USA. Keenan, here is the roster, the guards. Stephen Curry, Devin Booker, the Ant-Man, Drew Holiday, and Tyrese Halliburton. The forwards, the chosen one, the king, self-proclaimed king, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, and new NBA champion Jason Tatum. The bigs, the centers are going to be Joel Embiid, the native Cameroonian Joel Embiid, who has deserted Cameroon to don the red, white, and blue.
Anthony Jason, man, come on now.
Anthony Davis and Bam Adebayo. Your thought? Actually, really quick, the coaching staff. Steve Kerr will coach Team USA. His assistants will be Eric Spoelstra of the Miami Heat, Tyronn Lue, the LA Clippers, and Mark Few, Gonzaga's head coach. So your thoughts on the roster?
I think behind the forwards group, the coaching staff is the second most impressive group in that. Outside of, LeBron and Kawhi and Tatum, dude, Steve Kerr and Spoelstra and Tyronn Lue are three of the top 5 coaches in the NBA. Few is a top 5 coach in college basketball. So the staff is awesome. Love the staff. I want to speak to something I saw yesterday that was pretty cool. Jose Alvarado, point guard for the New Orleans Pelicans, got the Puerto Rico national team into the Olympics, and the celebration gave me goosebumps. The entire crowd was in tears. They were so excited just to make it. And I think about that with guys like Luka, who played for Slovenia, and they didn't make it. Thank God. they didn't make it. And you see Giannis, and Giannis gets greased to the Olympics. And Giannis is more emotional getting greased to the Olympics, almost as emotional as he was when he won the title with the Bucks. This means so much to these international players. That's why it's so funny that the USA is going to win gold again. They're just too loaded, man. My only discrepancy is I really wish Kyrie was on this team. I know there was some controversy around it, but I'm a huge Kyrie guy. He's made his mistakes. He said his dumb stuff. He's made his bad choices, but I really think he's changed. I think he's a much better man than he was maybe 3-4 years ago. He's a lot more mature. And I'm sad for him that he didn't make the Olympic team. I think he probably should have been there over Drew, but that's not my call to make. I'm really excited for Olympic basketball. I got really, really buck watching the meeting when they all come into the hotel room and they're all dapping each other up. And LeBron walks up to Curry and they kind of mean mug each other for a second. And then they go, I always want to play with you, MF or whatever. Or I love playing with you, MF or whatever. And I just love basketball. And I love how international the game is becoming, man. And you see it reflected in the NBA. 5 of the top 10 players in the world are international guys. Really, 4 of the top 5 players in the NBA are international guys. With Luka, Jokic, Giannis. Shea's Canadian. Who do you think is the best American basketball player right now? That's a good question. You'd probably have to give it to. Would you give it to Tatum right now?
I wouldn't.
LeBron. I don't think you can give it to LeBron.
I wouldn't. I probably listen. If you're asking my opinion,
yeah,
I think Jason Tatum is a really, really good player, and I felt this way even before the playoffs kind of went down, and where obviously Jaylen Brown, kind of asserted himself. But I don't look at Jason Tatum the same way I view the Ant-Man. I probably would take Anthony Edwards if I'm not taking LeBron. If I'm not taking LeBron, and I honestly could make the argument that LeBron is still. Listen, he's not a player who Chase is apparently Embiid might be true. Apparently, Joel Embiid is the answer. No, I probably would take LeBron James, but I do want to ask you this, or maybe I should say ask you. I want to respond to your Kyrie point. And Jake, I'm going to come to your question. I think it's an interesting question you raised. I'm going to give Keenan a chance to opine on that. But this is my take, and call me high and mighty. Maybe I'm just getting old, Keenan, because I've never been the person who views athletes as role model.
No,
I don't think your role model should come any further than the kitchen table with your parents. Quite frankly,
beautiful.
That's just my opinion, and I'm not shading anyone who views athletes as role models. I've just, even before working in sports, like, they're human beings like everyone else, and we're all flawed individuals. And I don't think just because you're good at a sport or you're a rapper or you can, have a skill as an entertainer, that makes you a role model, right? So I want to state that up front. With that being said, I do think there should be some sort of standard there is to represent your country. And in my opinion, Kyrie Irving over the past, let's just put it this way, since the last Olympic team was selected 4 years ago, Kyrie Irving has not met that standard in my mind, in my opinion. That doesn't mean, to your point, that he can't grow and evolve, right? Which we all believe that he has. He has matured. It seems like Dallas is a better fit for him than where he was. But just in what my standard is, I do think there should be a standard represent your country. And over the last 4 years, in my opinion, Kyrie Irving has not met that standard. I think, especially with, you're representing your country and you're putting us on the world stage. I personally don't think, Kyrie has met that standard. So that's just my take on him. Because I know you mentioned, him not making the team. I know you're obviously talking about pure basketball. So
I think that's an excellent point. And I didn't really think about it thoroughly. And that's a really good point. You need to be held to a specific standard to be an Olympian. There's a reason Ja Morant's not on the Olympic team.
Right.
And I love Ja. And I agree, though. Like, it's funny when they say role models and then you look at entertainment. It's like, no, like all of them are bad people. Like every musician and actor is like an awful person almost. It seems like just like news comes out every day about somebody famous doing something awful, like more so than the average guy would. But no, I think that's a fair point. I think maybe Kyrie didn't earn it. Maybe he didn't earn it off the court and maybe he needed to. And I when I say I love Kyrie, I don't want people to think that I'm a bigot or that I am anti-Semitic or so. I'm not, of course not. But I really think Kyrie has grown a lot as a person. And you're right. He probably doesn't deserve to be on the team. It just makes me kind of sad that he kind of destroyed his reputation and just kind of, I mean, he went off the rails, man. He really, I don't know if you could call it going crazy, but he's kind of going crazy. You know, he was posting some really awful stuff. And I remember being very, very vocal about that when it came out, how grossed out I was by it. And I remember taking a pause when the Mavericks traded for him and thinking, okay, I hope this works out. I knew it would work out on the court. Nobody else thought it would. I thought it would because of the Houston Rockets, right? The Harden Chris Paul Houston Rockets. And that was the example that was set for me of two ball-dominant guards that can play together and make it work. And it worked. Now, for the Olympics, this team is so loaded. Like, there's no excuse to not run everybody off the court. Like, let's be real. Who are the only other teams that can really compete? France, maybe, with Wembanyama. But their guards are clapped, as Jake would say. Their guards are not good. My problem with the French, I don't know why they didn't include Nolan Traore, man. That kid's going to be a top 5 pick this year. He is a dynamic point guard. I've been scouting him. He's playing in Europe right now. And he would have been a godsend for that team because he is a guy that attacks the rim. He can create space for you. You can create separation off the dribble. But yeah, U.S. should run everybody off the floor. Canada has the other team I would say is really good. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jamal Murray. That's a hell of a backcourt. Let me tell you. Jamal Murray and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, both Kentucky guys too. Speaking, you know.
Oh, no, go ahead. Finish that though. I'm sorry.
And just to compare it to, I've been watching a ton of the FIBA under-17 World Cup stuff, writing about it for SI. I've been writing about it. If you want to check out my stuff, I tweet about, write 3 articles a week for SI Fan Nation about the NBA draft and international basketball and college basketball. And the USA under-17 team is dismantling everybody. They have won by an average of like 65 points. Like the one game where a team finished within 20 points of them was France. Okay. And France is like becoming a powerhouse in basketball. They beat New Zealand 145-65. That was the last game I watched them. So there's really no excuse for these grown men to not win the gold medal, not do it pretty easily, in my opinion. Unless, the defense alone should get them a championship or get them a gold medal. The defense alone. I mean, think about having Kawhi and LeBron on the wings. Think about having Drew Holiday guarding you. Think about having Embiid in the post. Think about having Anthony Davis blocking shots. Like, there's no excuse for anybody to score over 80 points on this team. That's really why I think they're going to win it. The offense, obviously, you have Tyrese Halliburton to make things happen. He's an excellent distributor. Guy that can get everybody involved, guy can get you open shots. But the real difference maker on this Olympic team is the perimeter defense, and the interior defense is going to be incredibly stout.
Yeah, no doubt. The only point I was just going to make when we were kind of talking about teams that could contend was Canada, and I will really be interested to see where Canadian basketball goes over the next decade. Just because I'm a, super nerd for kind of the for lack of a better phrase, the Vince Carter effect when it comes to Canada, right? Because I mean that's the one where you can have a direct line back from Vince Carter being drafted by the Raptors and then Canadian basketball's explosion.
It's cool, man.
This is probably preaching to an audience of one, so I will not stay on it too long, Keenan. But the sociology nerd in me. I actually got my undergrad in sociology.
Nice.
Went to grad school for journalism, but I think that had Vince Carter got to the league before the Grizzlies in Vancouver, that would have been a more sustainable franchise. But, and again,
oh yeah,
that's an audience of one, so we'll save that for another day. Keenan, get ready to close things up. Going to take it over to horns247.com. Chip Brown and I's Going Deep series, where we take a look at some of the superlatives with Texas football. Keenan, going to start with the offense, where we provide the question, the best transfer addition. I take Alabama receiver Isaiah Bond. Chip takes Oregon State wideout Silas Bolden. Just curious, if you had to pick one guy as far as best transfer addition on the offense, who would you take?
Transfer Bond.
Why?
I just think he fits the mold of exactly what Sark wants. Actually, you know what, dude? Golden might be it. Because Golden is such a cross-trained receiver. He can, how Sark likes to play his receivers all like cross-train all.
Right.
I feel like Golden can play all of those spots really easily, like maybe even more easily than Bond can. So I'm actually going to switch. I'm going to go with Matthew Golden from Houston, the wide receiver, who, if you watch that Houston game, kid can play. I think that would probably be my pick for X factor as far as transfer player especially on the offensive end. I would go with Golden.
No, to your point on Matthew Golden, it's actually a good one. It's a really astute one, Keenan, because I've been a believer in terms of this receiver rotation. We've talked about it on the show, right? Steve Sarkisian hasn't played a ton of receivers since he's been at Texas. Usually a 3-man rotation. Those tight ends have to get a lot of time. I do think whichever receiver. And listen, you're going to have 2 guys on the outside, and the best players on the outside will obviously play. But for the guy who's fighting for that 3rd spot to replace Jordan Whittington, whoever can block, whoever can fill his void as a blocker, as a jack of all trades, as a multi-purpose guy, you're going to get more time. You're going to create more value. I think Matt Golden, even from a size perspective, kind of provides that him being a little bit bigger.
Yeah, he's big too.
Bond is 5'11", about $190, $195. Obviously, Silas Bolden, very diminutive at 5'7", 5'8", 170. Real shifty guy. But no, Bond and Golden both have more experience than Bolden as far as lining up at different spots on the offense. My reasoning for taking Isaiah Bond is I just felt that he is the closest, and I'm not saying he has Xavier Worthy's speed, right? Like Xavier Worthy obviously set the 40-yard dash record.
Yeah, one of one.
But he's the closest guy to fit that role for the offense. And I do think in Steve Sarkisian's offense, there is a role. Just go back and take a look at his time at Alabama, his time at SC, at Washington, John Ross. Right, John Ross, the player who had the 40-yard dash record before Xavier Worthy. There's always a role for a guy who just is a complete burner, and that is kind of Isaiah Bond, who probably has, it's the reason why Jonte Cook, why you got to feel so high about him. Same type of just elite burning speed there, Keenan. The next superlative that we go through on the offense here is best position upgrade or biggest position upgrade. And what I went with was Arch Manning's development, whereas Chip went with the depth at receiver. Just curious your thoughts there and what you think might be the biggest upgrade on the offense from 2023 to now 2024.
We're talking just offense upgrade?
Just offense.
Okay. Because I have mine on defense. But on offense, I'd probably agree with Chip on that. Just the depth, man. You got 6 guys that can start at most schools. Like, seriously, you do.
Yeah.
And my take all offseason is that Jonte Cook's going to be the guy. I think he's going to be the best receiver on this team this year. He's a freaking dog. Like, if back when I worked at another company that's a rival of yours, I remember my coworkers talking about he was at the camp pointing out the best corners and saying, I'm going to take you. Let's go. Like, going after the best. Like, that's the kind of guy Jonte Cook is. Jonte Cook's not going to not get on the field this year, man. I don't care who you bring in. That kid is going to freaking play because he just has the attitude, and I think Sark sees that, and I think Sark likes that. Look at Xavier Worthy has similarly a dog mentality, I think. You know, Adonai Mitchell was an amazing player also, but just sort of a different attitude. You know what I mean? A little more reserved, I feel like. Xavier Worthy's in your face. He's talking that's Jonte Cook for you. So I think the wide receivers, I've been saying this all off season too. I think they might actually be better this year at wide receiver. And that is saying something because Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy is a top 2 or 3 at worst combo in the history of Texas football at wide receiver. So, I mean, that 2023-24 team is one of the best teams they've ever had. It is.
So here's my reasoning why I didn't go def at receiver, and I'll transition that to why I went with Arch Manning. I have every reason to agree with you and Chip if we know for a fact that more receivers are going to see playing time this year. If we know we're going to see 4 receivers and 5 receivers get significant snaps, hell yeah. No disrespect to last year's group, 3 guys in the NFL. You can make the argument that there are 3 NFL receivers at some point. Probably won't all be 1 year, although Silas Bolden out of eligibility.
They'll get drafted for sure.
Yeah, a Matt Golden and Isaiah Bond are guys who could. All 3 of those guys could be in the NFL next year. I don't. To be honest, I don't see it. Just because of the numbers, I don't know if all 3 of those guys would be able to leave. But I could be wrong. So maybe there could be 3 NFL receivers on this team, the same way they were last year. But what does it matter if you're not getting 4 and 5 guys, right? Like, even to your point, I'm in agreement. Jonte Cook, that dude's coming. DeAndre Moore.
Yeah, Moore too.
Physically is we haven't seen him on the field yet in terms of in live game action, but physically, that dude has it. Ryan Wingo looks like a legit
Wingo. I didn't even think
stud.
about Wingo. Oh, my God.
Looks like a legit stud, right? So, to your point, yeah, the depth is there, but it doesn't matter if all those guys don't see the field. I went with Arch Manning because if you look at Quinn Ewers' history, he has missed games.
Yeah.
It's 2 years being a starting quarterback. And this is no shade on Malik Murphy, but I saw pretty quickly, and I'm not out to sound like some scout or some expert. I guess I've just been around players from my time at the Group of 5 level, Keenan, to where it was very obvious that the only way those guys were going to get better was with playing time. So that's why, and this happens at the Power 5 level too. Guys who transfer down to the G5 level, when you're at the G5 level and guys transfer down to FCS or whatnot, the only way those guys are going to get better is with playing time. Yeah. Malik Murphy, after a couple of practices, and you heard about the inconsistency, that was the main thing with him. Wasn't the physical tools.
Yeah.
Inconsistency. It's like, okay, yeah, that dude isn't going to get better with practice. Like the coaching he'll receive from Steve Sarkisian and AJ Milwee is great, but that guy's only going to get better at reps. That in kind of my positioning is the reason why he was a fine QB2 for 2 games, right? Yeah. And even that Kansas State game got a little hairy.
The Kansas State game, man, gotta give him credit for that.
Got give him credit. Got a little hairy though. Got a little hairy.
Oh, yeah. I thought they were going to lose for sure when Kansas State was at the 3-yard line, the 5-yard line, 4th down.
Right. It's my belief that Arch Manning will be a significant upgrade in terms of a QB2. Again, not shading Malik Murphy. I just think if, and for the sake of Texas fans, it's an if, because I don't believe that Texas can achieve their ultimate goal of winning a national title if Quinn Ewers is out for an extended period of time. I don't. I am not in the camp that, Arch Manning is this Tua type, figure who's going to come in and take the job. Or, you can take a look at some of the other examples of guys who've had their jobs taken by backup quarterbacks. I don't see that. But with that being said, stepping in for a game or 2, I absolutely think Arch Manning is a significant upgrade. And overall, it upgrades Texas's quarterback room. But let me go ahead and bring in the boys.
It's a great point.
Bring in the boys. We got Zay Collier coming in here. And let me go ahead. The man, the myth, legend himself. Brown of Horns 247.com. I am finishing up my stay here in the Sunshine State, ready to get back to Lone Star State. Keenan, really quick, before I jump too much into crosstalk, are you off or are you home?
Oh, no, I don't have to go anywhere.
Okay, you're home. All right, so we can.
I'm not home today. Yeah.
All right.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is when I'm at the office.
All right. Just want to make sure you don't have to run back to work. So I don't want to get.
Eric, you coming back for SEC Media Days or what?
Listen, I'll be back, man. I will be back in the the great state of Texas come Wednesday. That's what I'm getting back. But I'm finishing up my sunshine state of mind, Chip Brown. You know how it is. Zay Collier, he was on vacation. You understand. Sometimes it's got to take a little time to yourself. But Chip, I want to bounce something that Keenan and I were talking about right before you hopped on. We are running through the Going Deep series that me and Chip tag team together for Horns247.com. If you haven't read it, please get over to the site and check it out. But Keenan was talking about Jonte Cook, and I would love to get your thoughts, and Zay as well, about, is there any way you can keep that guy off the field, Zay and Chip? Because Zay, to kind of bring you in, when we did the series and Chip talked about what he felt was the biggest upgrade from last year, and he on offense, I should say, and he said it was the receiver room. The only reason why I took Arch Manning was because it doesn't matter as far as an upgrade if you're still only playing 3 guys, right? that it's not an upgrade. But Jonte Cook, man, that dude looks like it's going to be hard to keep him off the field.
Yeah. Yeah, DeAndre Moore too.
Yep.
I mean, I can't wait to see how Sarkisian rotates these dudes, because, I mean, look, Corey and Moore, I mean, it's getting used against Texas, the depth of that receiver room right now. Like, they got a bunch of dudes already. Why don't you come here and be the guy, blah, 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 blah. And it's a long way to signing day. I'm not sweating DeCorian Moore's commitment to Oregon at this time. If it's December 12th and he's still a hard commit to Oregon, okay, and then we can talk. But we got to see how Sarkisian handles this receiver rotation, because I do feel like the depth of that receiver rotation is an upgrade. And you're right, Eric, it's only an upgrade if they find a way on the field. If you find ways to use Jonte Cook, DeAndre Moore, Matt, Golden, Silas Bolden, Isaiah Bond, and Ryan Wingo.
And Parker Livingston. People forget about him too. He's pretty good.
I'm right there with you, Keenan.
Livingston. Aaron Butler, my little speed merchant, Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, fish are jumping in the boat. So let's see how Sarkisian uses all those fish,
I got a question for you football guys before we hop off. Who is the likely on special teams kick returners and punt returner? Is Silas Bolden kind of locked into one of those roles, I feel like?
I would spread it out. I would have Jonte get his shot, Isaiah Bond get his shot, DeAndre Moore, as you just mentioned, Silas Bolden, Keenan, let everybody get a run, and whoever has the most success gets the most reps. It should be very easy. If you're Jeff Banks, you got a lot to choose from.
Yeah, a lot of speed, man. Ton of speed out
there. Aiden Blue, no, he ain't it no more. He's too valuable in the backfield to be one of those guys. You got too much going on in that wide receiver room, as Chip mentioned, as deep as it is. Aaron Butler, let him give a shot. That dude, earners. You know what I'm saying? So everybody should get a test at it, and whoever, makes their path, ahead of the line, they should get the most reps once CFP time comes around.
Well, don't forget, Matthew Golden had 2 kick returns for touchdowns last year. So my early hunch would be, Matt Golden and Silas Bolden on kick returns. And then, Jonte Cook, Isaiah Bond on the punt return. That's going to be Silas Bolden had a punt return for a touchdown last year. So you got options.
Keenan, to kind of piggyback off, first of all, I do agree with what Zay said. And Zay, it was pretty much like that during spring, right? Yeah. We saw 7, 8 guys back there getting shots. Hey, who's gonna make a play? To piggyback off what Chip said, some people are in disagreement with me. I don't see any way that Silas Bolden can't be on kick return. I mean, the dude has 40-some kick returns, over 1,000 yards in his career. I mean, if my memory serves me correct, and I track this, I think Silas Bolden has the most career kick return experience of anyone on this team. So I don't see how he can't be on that role. But I do disagree with Zay. I would like to see Silas Bolden and come on. Too many names. Running back.
Jaden Blue?
Jaden Blue. Thank you. I would like to see Jaden Blue back there. And to Chip's point, yeah, I think Jonte Cook or Isaiah Bond at punt return.
But very last question, then I promise I'll get off and let you do your show. Is the punt return for a touchdown the most exciting play in sports? It's up there. Got to be up there. I think a punt return for a touchdown is one of the most exciting.
Or kick return for a touchdown, because usually that's like 90-plus yards.
I just remember that Deshaun Jackson punt return against the Giants. That was one of the most exciting plays I've ever seen. That was just unbelievable. But all right, I'm going to let you guys go.
Yeah,
I gotta go.
Do I get to answer your question really quick before we go?
No, Eric. No, please answer, Eric. What's your answer?
No, I'll be quick. I'm going to pivot, boys. Give me a good play at the plate.
That's really
a runner rounding third, coming home. We got a throw that's online. Bang, bang. That's it for me.
How about that dude from Tennessee who kind of ducked inside to avoid
that was awesome. That was such a good series, man.
All right, fellas, we are way over, so it is all yours. Take it away.
Guys.
Chip
no,
and Zay.
Good. Appreciate y'all. We love it.
Peace out, bros.
Great show.
Cheers. And in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, holding it down right here on the midday, Texas Sports Unfiltered, 1 to 3. Set those alarms in your phone. Tell your friends and enemies to set those alarms for 1 o'clock Central Time every weekday so that you don't miss a second of our brand of infotainment. We're always going to talk a little Texas. We're always going to turn it over to my man Zay for some pettiness, for some Perse Hilton gossip. It's going to be great. Just kick back and relax. Zay, how you doing, my man?
I'm great, man. How you been?
I'm doing good, man. How was your 4th of July? How was your birthday for America?
Well, it was fine. Caught something from the cruise, so that wasn't good. It wasn't COVID, wasn't the flu. So I'm in my mind, I'm thinking that it was something that hasn't came out yet, that the folks don't, Fauci and the folks don't know about, just because your boy was down bad for a little bit. Thank goodness I have a lovely wife that took care of me and held it down for me. But yeah, it was a tough few days, man. I ain't gonna lie, it was a tough few days.
I'm sorry. Did you have to get an IV bag?
No, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad, but I was down for the count.
Well, we got to get you feeling strong, because next week we'll be in Big D, Dallas, City of Dreams for SEC Media Days. And then next month, we're going to Vegas, baby. We're going to Vegas. We're going to the Circa. And we're going to invite all of you to join us join us in Vegas for sure. But, make sure you sign up for the Circa Millions, baby. Circa Survivor contest. I mean, who doesn't love a good Survivor contest? Except this time you have a chance to win a whole big pile of money, not just that little pool with your buddies. So, yeah, we'll be telling you all about that as our trip to Vegas in August approaches. So,
yeah,
get ready.
Yeah, can't wait. Circa is one of the hottest places in Vegas. They got a giant pool with a huge TV screen where they show ton of games and stuff. Like, it's the place to be. So if you want to sign up, you have to go stay at Circa, or at least go to Circa to sign up. But you can place your bets anywhere. And yeah, I'm ready for the trip, man. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. So just you got to come with us to Vegas because you do have to go to Circa. You have to go to the casino to sign up for the Circa Millions, sign up for the Circa Survivor. Then you can submit your picks, from home. But if you want to win millions, you got to go to Circa, baby. So we'll keep you posted on that. And of course, please take note of all, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, take note of all these incredible sponsors around our heads. They make it possible for us to broadcast to you every weekday right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you're listening to us on the app, make sure that you chime in on the CODA text line, 512-222-9328. Text Zay and tell him you hope he's feeling better.
Oh, I
Because
feel
my man
great.
drank so much rum punch that he apparently picked up some rum punch fever.
Probably didn't help. But those them nasty ass kids, man. Kids disgusting running around that ship. Nobody washing their hands. They make you wash your hands at the buffet. That's cool. But yeah, one of them disgusting kids got my ass. And
hey, don't bring your kids on a cruise near Zay, okay?
Yeah, come on. What are we doing here?
He needs a little space.
Right?
Hey, how about some love for I know Zay's been watching Wimbledon like crazy. He loves it. How about Lulu's son?
Yeah, I see Lulu. Come on.
The former Longhorn. She was on the national championship team 3 years ago, the Texas women's national championship team. She's in the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. She took down Coco Gauff, the number 2 seed. That is not easy to do. So
Yeah.
Lulu's son, Longhorn, into the quarterfinals at Wimbledon, and that draw is like wide open. The number 1 seed, Iga Swiatek, lost. Coco, the number 2 seed's out. Jesse Pegula's out. So like Elena Rybakina, the number 4 seed, is the highest seed left in the tournament. I think she won today. But Lulu's son, baby, watch out. She's an up-and-comer. And Emma Navarro, another American college tennis player, played at Virginia, won the NCAA singles in 2021. She is looking good. So the Americans are taking over. Well, actually, Lulu's son, I think, is from New Zealand.
Yeah,
But
she got a lot of ethnicities.
yeah. I mean, she's global. She's international. But
She can play.
man, it's exciting. It's
And
exciting.
representing. When you got CDC and Jay Hartzell and them retweeting you and stuff, you're doing something. So, yeah, she's representing the brand very well.
Yeah, and Jay Hartzell was over there at Wimbledon.
Oh, checking her out?
Yeah, he went over to Wimbledon for the first time. I don't know if he's still there, but he tweeted a picture of himself with Lulu at Wimbledon. So good for him. That's a great experience, to say the least. Yeah, so a lot of football content to get into.
Yeah,
I want to get Zay's take because Eric and I did do a little. Lulu beat Raducanu. Sorry,
Ratatouille? Who?
Ratatouille. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, all right.
Lulu beat Ratatouille. Anyway, Lulu's son through to the quarterfinals. A lot of football content, and next week is SEC Media Days. First of all, Zay, what outside of Texas, what are you most excited to learn, or who are you excited to hear from in the SEC next week other than Texas?
Multiple people. I want to see who Lane Kiffin brings as his players, with all those big time transfers that he got in the portal from Juice Wells and all them. We expect Jackson Dart to be there, but yeah, and just, you know, the first time I'll be seeing Lane Kiffin live, and I think he's an absolute character. So just to hear his perspective on why he took so many transfer players, all the pressure that he has on him, because if not this year, Lane, when? That's just God. This is the best team talent-wise that you've ever had. Nick Saban, your kryptonite, is out the league now. Again, if not now, when? So I would love to hear what Lane Kiffin's talking about. And then just talked about Nick Saban, Kalen DeBoer, where he's at now. The transition coming from Washington, which, you know, big-time football there, but it ain't Bama. So now that he's there in Tuscaloosa, how that transition has been, how comfortable he is, and all the players that he brought and what those players think of him. So many different topics in the SEC. Mike Elko, you know, Texas A&M, how he feels about the rivalry, especially with the Jim Schlossnagle situation. I don't know if he'll be asked that specifically, but that just made the rivalry that much, you know, deep, you know, that much more petty, which that's exactly what I like. That's exactly what college sports is about. So again, so many topics and so many things to choose from. I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
Yeah. I am too. I mean, and so last year I went to SEC Media Days. It was in Nashville, and you definitely felt like you were at SEC Media Days. I've been going to Dallas for so long for Big 12 Media Days. It's going to probably seem like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is this SEC Media Days? And of course, Big 12 Media Days this year is in Vegas.
Yeah.
That's your mark. P.T. Barnum. He's taking that show on the road, Zay.
Yeah, hey, they're desperate. they're desperate. They got to pull out all the balloons and whistles and everything that you can to just keep this shit together. So when you're in a desperate place, yeah, you go to places like Vegas for college kids. That's what you do. You know what I'm saying? I know they have games there and, you know, different events, but that's just like one game. When they go play at that T-Mobile Center and you see Duke, you know, play the other big-time schools in basketball, and obviously UNLV's there. It's just, you know, that's an interesting place, Brett Yormark, especially from where you came from. So, yeah, they're desperate, and it's fine. Again, we love Vegas, but
oh yeah.
Like, hey, I would have loved it.
Everyone
Circa.
Right. It ain't Circa.
It ain't Circa.
There's only one Circa.
There's only one Circa, baby.
There's only one Circa. Only one Circa Millions. Only one Circa Survivor contest. But yeah. Okay. So here's I'm gonna ask you some questions. Okay. And I want to get your opinion because I've already answered these questions over at horns247.com, but I want to get my man Zay Collier's take. So, who is the best transfer addition to the offense?
Man.
Or who will prove to be the best transfer addition to the offense?
See, I feel like the easy thing to say is Isaiah Bond, and I expect him to have a good season. But there's something about Silas Bolden, man. There's something about, I don't know if it's like we root more for the little guy that does big things, like when Nate Robinson was dunking on people and winning dunk contests and stuff, and Spud Webb and stuff like that. Like that's, even though the dunks could be, I guess, basic for somebody that size, like watching Silas Bolden, this dude's a football player, man. Like this dude's old school. Like I compare him to like Santana Moss last week, which he's not as big as Santana Moss, but Santana Moss was a football player. You know, And that's just one of those under the radar guys, especially with all the talent on the field. And you just hope that him not being an early enrollee doesn't set him back any. I think Sark is going to give him, a chance to go out and get busy. But yeah, Silas Bolden would be that for me. And again, those other guys that have came in, Matthew Golden, again, Isaiah Bond, they've had the, upper hand by being early enrollees and getting here in January. But man, the tape that Silas Bolden has, the experience, the maturity, that means something. That means something. And I think that you can put him in multiple places. Hell, I think you could put him in the backfield sometimes just to see what's up, just on some versatility stuff. Like, I think he's that type of cat. So, yeah, I would say Silas Bolden for me.
Okay. You and I see eye to eye. So I went with Silas Bolden.
Yeah.
Because this guy's a dog. He's had to outwork everybody. He's got elite speed. His dad is a track coach.
Oh, okay.
So he gets it. And yeah, I mean, Isaiah Bond, I'm not trying to.
No, this ain't no knock.
Here's the thing. Sark only took one offensive transfer last year, and it was A.D. Mitchell. That dude rang the bell. I mean, 55 catches, 12 touchdowns, or 11 touchdowns. I mean, see ya. I'm out the door. I'm a second-round pick to the Indy Colts. These guys saw that, and they're like, oh, yeah, let me get some of that. So here comes, Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond, Silas Bolden, Amari Niblack. So some dudes. And yeah, but I'm with you. Silas Bolden, I like him as a receiver and as a return guy. We were talking about that as the show opened. He's a guy who can get you those extra yards, those hidden yards in the return game, set your offense up, and just a tough dude who's going to make the big catch. I mean, Ewers is going to look for him because the guy is going to catch the football, and that's key. In fact, let me look something up here. I like to.
Yeah, that dog in him, I think that's the thing that stands out the most. Like, he made some really tough catches for Oregon State all over the field. Like, they put him everywhere. If you want those quick slants, from the slot, okay, he's good at that. If you want him to go deep and catch the long ball from the outside, he's good at that too. Okay, let's throw him on a jet sweep every now and then. He's good at that too. Like, everything he is solid at. He might not wow you, and he might be, one of those guys that he has to convince the NFL scouts that he's part of that business, just like Keenan Robinson did. And I expect Steve Sarkisian to put him in those situations. But, man, pound for pound, Silas Bolden, I think he could really bring something to the table. It's just the fact of, can he figure out the very, very tough Steve Sarkisian playbook in a short span? Hopefully he was doing his homework when he was back in Oregon, waiting to come to campus, and he was in the playbook and communicating with Quinn Ewers and communicating with, Chris Jackson and Steve Sarkisian. But you just never know when a guy goes from one system to the other and how quickly he could get acclimated to whatever philosophy at the current place he's at. So I'm banking that he can, hope that he can, but we got to see.
2 drops in 3 years.
Yeah, it's impressive.
That'll work.
Yeah.
All right. Let me ask you question number 2. Biggest position upgrade. And Eric was talking about this a little bit as we were overlapping. But biggest position upgrade on offense going into the 2024 season from last year? It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be players coming in. It can just be player development.
Right. Yeah, I would say the quarterback room. Yeah, I would say the quarterback room. Kind of like what I heard Eric and Keenan talking about at the end of their show with, just the difference between Malik Murphy and Arch Manning. That right there is a huge difference. I feel like Texas fans and myself a little bit, God forbid, but we've seen Quinn Ewers go down in the last 2 seasons and have to miss games. If that were to happen, you feel way better here in 2024 than you did those last 2 seasons. Love Hudson Card. Hope he does well at Purdue this year. Love Malik Murphy. Hope he does well in Durham this year. But fact of the matter is, Arch Manning's next up. And he showed that he's next up in the spring game. And just that 1 year of, watching last year in 2023, if he got that chance, I don't think there'd be that much of a drop-off. This is Quinn Ewers' team, 100%. We know that. We know how Arch is very comfortable in his role and where he's at in the development and the process right now. We know that the family's that way. They talk about it all the time, every single one of them. Grandpops, Peyton, Eli, Cooper, obviously. Everybody talks about, man, we're OGs. We've been around college football our whole lives. Like, we weren't around in the transfer portal. This is usually how it goes. And in our eyes, this is how it's supposed to go, and that's okay. All these guys are so quick to get to the NFL, and it's like, sometimes let's just have some fun in college for a little bit. Let's enjoy it. There's nothing wrong with that. College could be a beautiful thing if you play it right. So I think Arch Manning understanding that, but also getting better day by day. And then Trey Owens, who also, I feel like every college coach would love to have him as their third string. Like, that's something that you could bank on. And, clearly Quinn Ewers, this is the year where he shows everybody, okay, that's why you were that guy that we thought you were coming out of South Lake Carroll. So, yeah, I would say the quarterback room. Yeah. Wide receiver room's close second, though. Close second.
Okay. All right. I like that. You brought up Hudson Card, so I just wanted to check in on Hudson Card, who had he had 15 touchdowns and 8 interceptions last year.
Right. That's right.
58.
What was his running touchdowns, though?
He was missing that offensive line that he had at Texas.
Yeah.
And this year he's going to miss having Deion Burks, who he threw 7 touchdown passes to. Deion's now at OU.
That's tough.
But Hudson Card is back at Purdue, baby.
Last year, man. See what you could do. I love Hudson Card, man.
He lost his top 4 receivers from last year.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. You don't want to see that, but
But other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how's the play? No, but they do return 8 starters on offense. So Ryan Walters is the second-year head coach there at Purdue, and I believe Graham Harrell. Yeah, Graham Harrell's still the offensive coordinator there at Purdue. So
yeah, man.
there you go. There's your quick Hudson Card update brought to you by the Brain Vault mouthguard. I mean, the Brain Vault is proven patented to protect you against the effects of concussion. The Brain Vault developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. I mean, if you need a great dentist, Dr. Eckert is your dentist, but he came up with the Brain Vault mouthguard, and that is the only mouthguard that should be in your mouth or your competitor's mouth, whether they're playing flag football, cheerleading, lacrosse, soccer, basketball, football. Brainvault.com to set up a fitting. There you go. The Hudson Card update brought to you by Brainvault.com. All right, Zay. So I think we're on the same page there. Although SD says the O-line, I can see that. Kelvin Banks should be rounding into All-American form. I'm a little surprised. Didn't we, when I don't think Phil Steele had him on his first team.
Nope.
All-American offensive
number 2.
line. So, right. Yeah, he's got him as a second team, all SEC. So, the offensive line, though, Jake Majors back. Love DJ Campbell. I expect him to take a big step and he's a guy who could have a decision at the end of the year. Yeah. And then, Cam Williams. That guy's a monster.
How we haven't heard much from him. How was his spring?
Spring was good. He struggles with the speed guys. So he struggled. I mean, look, Colin Simmons is going to be a problem. And Trey Moore is a problem, but that's Caden Proctor struggled with Anthony Hill in the Alabama game last year. So he's going to do really well against the big, strong guys. He's going to have to make sure that his footwork is absolutely on point against the speed guys, because that's where, he runs into a little trouble. His footwork is not as effortless as Kelvin Banks, who seems to be able to handle pretty much whoever's lined up across from him. But his length is so impressive that, he can't lean forward. He's got to stay right there, centered in his stance, and then get his punch just right, because he can stagger you with that punch, and he's got the length to do it. So he's got to trust himself. That's the difference between Kelvin Banks. Kelvin Banks came to Texas as a ultra confident guy. Like, remember, Kelvin Banks is the guy who, and I wrote about this in the Insider at Horns 24/7 when he first got to Texas. He would go to lunch every day with the player who was maybe the weakest on the Summer Creek High School team to try to bolster that guy's confidence, because they were trying to make the playoffs, and they did make the playoffs. And the coach was like, I've never seen anything like it. Kelvin Banks literally infused that kid with confidence, and we made it. We made it to the playoffs, and that's how confident Kelvin Banks was. And then, when Jordan Whittington dropped that pass in fall camp and in a scrimmage situation, and Kelvin Banks comes running down the field, it's okay. Jordan Whittington's a 5th-year senior, and he's like, who's this guy? Like, I love this guy. He's telling me everything's going to be fine. He's a freshman, and that's what. So Kelvin Banks is rare. He knows he's good. He knows he's confident. He doesn't rush. He doesn't lean. He doesn't, get, top heavy and where guys can just yank him and throw him. And so hopefully everyone takes that step on the offensive line, and it is the best offensive line we've seen. Because remember, most of it is that 2022 recruiting class. So, all right, Zay.
Yeah, that's what scares me the most. Christian Jones was good last year, man. Like, he was really, really good, which is why he got drafted. And can Cam Williams be that? Because everybody else, you expect them to have a step taken, higher, but it's because of the experience. Cam Williams, he doesn't have that experience. He held his own in that, what was it, Kansas State game?
Yeah.
He was solid there, but it was also Malik Murphy. So, I'm saying, like, keep Malik Murphy upright. That was fine. But now you're in the SEC and all those speed guys, like, That's what you're going to see most of the time in this conference. So they're going to attack him. They're going to attack that side and maybe try to avoid Kelvin Banks as much as possible. And we'll see if Cam Williams is up for the challenge, or is Kyle Flood going to have to rearrange some things? And that's why this whole line is so valuable. So many guys can play so many different positions. The versatility where you can just kind of move guys around like chess, that's going to be beneficial if Cam Williams doesn't play to the caliber that we think he can.
Yeah, Cam Williams had a 85.5 Pro Football Focus grade in pass blocking in that Kansas State game.
That's all right.
That's great. Like,
was he on the side on the 4th and 1, the pitch to CJ Baxter? That was the right side. Was he in that? He was in that play.
I think so.
I don't remember, but he had to have done something because all CJ Baxter had to do was miss one, and it was off to the crib.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that was a big
All right.
play.
Let me ask you this. Biggest question mark on offense?
I mean, this might sound a little contradicting with how we've been praising the wide receivers, but yeah, I guess the wide receiver room, how
the chemistry,
yeah, like how quick will it take? Like how, even though these guys are expected to do such big things, like Quinn Ewers still has his moments. Are those going to go away? That pick that he threw in the Oklahoma State game, that Big 12 championship, where you're just like, what the hell are you looking at, bro? That pick he threw against TCU down the sideline, where if it wasn't for Jordan Whittington, we would remember that play a lot differently. Another one of those, what were you looking at, bruh? So the chemistry with Quinn Ewers, thinking that a guy's supposed to be in a certain spot, and that guy just, because this is his first year in Sark's system, thinking that he's supposed to be in a different spot, it could be more realistic than we think. We hope not. We hope that everybody's locked in, but when you're playing in these very tough environments, and you're going to Fayetteville, you're playing at Kyle Field, and that headset ain't working as good as you thought it was, or it doesn't work as good as it did in DKR, and then it cuts out because you only have a certain amount of time where it's allowed to be on. Like, shit can get very hectic. So is everybody going to be on the same page and looking to the sideline at the right times? And
hold on, Sark. I'm hearing Chip and Zay in my helmet.
Yeah, what are we doing? What is this? Can I get a burger and fries? What is this? Like, yeah, who knows? Like, it's college football, man. Like, these guys are still so young. Like, they're not pros yet, even though they get paid like it. They're not pros yet, so they're going to make mistakes. It's going to get wild at some point. It's just, when is that going to be? Not everybody could be the 01 Miami Hurricanes. Not everybody could be the 08 Florida Gators or those Alabama teams. You know what I'm saying? You strive for that, but even those teams had adversity. So when this Texas squad does, how are they going to overcome it? And I do think, especially early on, hopefully, I think this has to happen. I think if you have to hit some bumps in the road because you're trying different things, if you're Chris Jackson and Steve Sarkisian with the rotation, because we know Sark has gotten a little greedy with his first team on giving those guys reps and those guys waiting 0, which is a big reason why I think this whole Decorian Moore thing is a little deeper than what people are talking about. And you kind of mentioned it before we got on, but yeah, like, you need to test these guys out and see what's up. Obviously in the Michigan game, you want to figure it out early. If you see who's rolling in the first half, keep them rolling in the second half. Hopefully everybody will understand, but those following 2 weeks, we mixing it up. Everybody eating. Big ass plate, everybody get a slice. Like that's what it should be. Everybody should get some run because the parity and the talent, I think it's that close in that wide receiver room. It's just a matter of the camaraderie and the chemistry.
Here's another step in that question to me. And that is, we know Sark is he likes to get the quarterback into a flow in the passing game early in games. So there are times where he will come right out, and hell, with Malik Murphy threw it 7 times to open a game. And so the run pass balance, especially early in games that are going to be like the Washington game, where CJ Baxter runs for 16 yards, and that's the only run in the series. The next 3 are pass plays, and then it's punt. And then, basically they're averaging 9 yards a carry after the first 2 series. Just keep running the football.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I do believe in Jaden Blue and CJ Baxter and Trey Wisner. And I think the running game's going to be better. I think the running game is going to be better than it was last year because Jaden Blue knows he's good now. CJ Baxter knows he's good now. That confidence is everything. That when you show up to the big house and you walk out into the largest stadium in North America, and it's daunting. It's huge. It's not high like Kyle Field. It's a massive bowl, and it's impressive. That's not gonna mess with Jaden Blue or CJ Baxter this year. These guys are ready. They were ready in the Sugar Bowl, and I know everyone's like, they fumbled. Okay, well, I think they take that next step. I'll be surprised if they don't. So I know Sarkisian loves to run the ball. I'd look back at the 2020 season. Najee Harris ran for almost 1,500 yards and caught almost 40 balls as a running back. I mean, that offense was so freaking good. That's the team that Devontae Smith won the Heisman. Almost caught 2,000 yards.
Yeah. Is that Mac Jones too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, everyone's looking at Quinn Ewers saying, okay, let's have this be your Mac Jones year. 41 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and you just spread the ball to your playmakers.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I heard Tom Brady talk about it, how important it is to get in the rhythm as a QB and get your wide receivers in the rhythm so they can feel good about themselves for the whole game and stuff. And, I get it, but I feel like Mac Jones was okay with handing the ball off to Najee Harris. You hope your quarterback has that maturity, and you hope you have a wide receiver room that's mature enough to understand, hey, some days the run game is going to open up the pass game. And some days the pass game is going to open up the run game. Well, depending on what the defense gives us, depends on what we're going to do, instead of Sark forcing it. It just feels so forced sometimes. And that's why some of the games last year, even though they took a step in winning those close games like they did at those first few years in Sark's tenure, like you can't force it. You can't force those things to happen. You have to take what the defense gives you. I've been talking about it ever since you and I have started the show. I talked about it on the last program that I was on. That's what you got to do. Even if it's not cool, even if it's not the wave or how you like to play football, and that's the thing that's even more frustrating. We know that you've done it before. We know that you do love to run the football, as you just threw out Najee Harris stats. So then it takes you to years later, when you have Bijan Robinson, who a lot of people would take over Najee Harris if you're talking around the NFL, and there's multiple situations where he should have gotten the ball or at least have been on the field, and he was not. So those are the things where I'm like, bro, that 10 million, shit like that, moves like that, decision-making like that, as good as you've been and as much progress that you have made, there's still things that you could work on. And I think Steve Sarkisian knows that and understands that. And every coach continues to grow. We talk about Nick Saban and how when he brought back Lane Kiffin and he was like, yo, Lane, I'm going to let you do what you do. I trust you. And Lane was like, I got you. We're going to run a different style, ground and pound stuff. That was cool, but we going to do this. And Saban was like, bet, and look what happened. Greatest coach of all time. Like, that's that adapting dinosaur analogy that we like to hear. You got to keep growing. You got to see your mistakes, and you got to be able to cancel those things out as the years go. And hopefully Quinn Ewers just the same way. Those awful interceptions, bad passes that we saw from Quinn beforehand, hopefully those things don't happen and he's not forcing the issue just because Sark's giving them a play. Like, go through your progressions. Okay, A ain't there, B ain't there, C's there, bam, let's go. Check down, whatever. Let's think and dunk our way up the field. I would love to go to the big house, Chip, and on that first drive, give me a smooth 6 minutes and 38 seconds and 11 plays. Give me that and put up 7 and see how that game goes when some shit like that happens. Because that's you telling me that I want to rip the heart out of that team and let everybody know, yo, we're here. We're here early. And there's just a weird feeling in me that Sark's going to come out and be like, yo, we got to hit them deep early to just give them that bang. And it's like, no, you don't have to do that. Like, you kind of tried that against Washington, where you had to feel like you hit them with that knockout early. No, sometimes you can Floyd Mayweather your way through this thing. That's okay. Floyd was nice. He's crazy as I don't know what, but Floyd was a very great boxer. You know what I'm saying? So not everybody can be the Mike Tyson. Sometimes you can be the Mike Tyson, depending on what the defense gives you. Sometimes it's cool to be Floyd and just, think and dunk your way up the field. So that's what I'm really looking at here in 2024, especially in the SEC, man.
So in 2020, Najee Harris ran it 251 times for 1,466 yards and 26 touchdowns. And then he caught 43 passes for 425 yards and 4 touchdowns. So that was the same team that Mac Jones threw for 41 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Devontae Smith had 117 catches for 1,856 yards and 23 touchdown catches. He won the Heisman. They had Mac, Najee, and Devontae Smith at the Heisman ceremony.
Yeah.
They had 3 finalists.
That's good living. That's
that was Steve Sarkisian's offense, baby.
Yeah. Why not this crew?
Why not
this crew?
Why not this crew? All right.
40 a game.
Let me ask you this. Biggest position battle on offense?
Wide receiver room. Yeah, wide receiver room. I mean, it's starting to become like a broken record here, but yeah, that's easy. Like, you know what? That tight end room ain't nothing to play with either. Just keeping it a buck there. That tight end room, just the things we've been hearing about Malik Ogbo, the experience that he has, Juan Davis, guys like that, Juan Davis, Gunnar Helm, what we expect from Amari Nyblack,
Washington.
Like, there's a lot of cats in there that, even Jordan Washington, as young as he is, that catch that he made in traffic in the spring game, that was for real. So, that tight end room, that ain't nothing to play with. But at the end of the day, there's nothing about that wide receiver room that has anybody's spot if they play well the first few games safe. You know
All right. Who's facing the most pressure on offense?
Quinn Ewers. Yeah, without a doubt. You know, there's obviously the Arch Manning thing that ain't never going to go away. We know what national media and how ignorant they are about that. It's just a terrific story. Quinn Ewers has one bad game, and you're going to have somebody go off the walls and say, put in Arch Manning, start doing a platoon thing, you know, this, that, and the third. We know it's coming. It's just a matter of time. So, yeah, Quinn Ewers by far. And plus, we know with a trajectory that Quinn Ewers has been about throughout his whole career, going back to his days at South Lake Carroll. It's all been about getting to the next step and getting to, you know, being one of those top picks in the NFL draft. And 2025 is the perfect year for him to enter his name if he has a great year this season. So, yeah, it's on Quinn Ewers, man. He's on the cover of the game that's about to come out in a week or so, which I just purchased today. I'm a hype boy. It's on and popping. Anybody wants to see me, I might be a little trash, might be a little rusty, but once I get my feet wet, it's on and popping. So, yeah, Quinn Ewers also being at Texas. He always has that bullseye on his back. You're coming to the SEC for the first year. Yeah, Quinn Ewers, 100%.
Okay, so we've seen it before where, and even Sam Ehlinger a little bit, going into his final year, wants to go to the NFL, trying to impress, and instead starts to press. And suddenly the completion percentage is off and this and that. I don't think we're going to have that with Quinn Ewers. But Jahdae Barron last year, I think, was pressing a little bit and ended up, and he was playing through an ankle injury. And he didn't have, he wanted to go, he accepted the invitation to the Senior Bowl. He wanted to move on, but he thought better of it and said, you know what, let me get healthy. Let me come back. Let me have the year I want to have. And so I agree with you. Quinn Ewers has to, it's not only his team, he's the guy that's got to kind of manage that receiver room. He's got to keep everybody engaged. He's got to be the coach on the field. He's got to be the leader. He's got to do what he did after Amari Niblack scored to make it 27-24 with 11:08 left in the game at Bryant-Denny, and the place is coming apart. It's so loud. And Quinn Ewers let him whoop, whoop, whoop right down the field. Touchdown, ball game. That was when Quinn Ewers showed everybody, yeah, I got this. I got this. I got this in my bag. I got this. I'm an elite guy. I can handle the moment. I can handle the environment. And he's got to do it for maybe 16, 17 games.
Damn, 17?
Well, 16. 12, SEC championship game, 13, and then potentially 4 playoff games, but you're hoping it's only 3. So, yeah.
Shit.
Got to manage it.
That's a gauntlet, man. Yeah.
That's a gauntlet.
Yeah. We know he has that athleticism, man. Very sneaky.
Yep.
Very quiet athleticism, that Quinn Ewers, you know? So, got to be smart with it, though. A lot of running out of bounds, a lot of sliding, no head first slides. These guys think that that's the same. That's not the same. That's not the same. Diving on the ground like this, that's not the same.
You're going to get rung.
You're going to get run, whether it's you doing it to yourself from hitting that turf or just somebody being an idiot and, you know, trying to make the play. But, yeah.
He had a 29-yard touchdown run against Baylor and a 30-yard touchdown run against Kansas.
I went against Kansas. Both of them were a thing of beauty.
He was just cruising through the defense, man.
South Dallas Quinn, baby. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking
South
about.
Dallas
legs.
Quinn.
Quintavious Ewers.
South Lake, South Dallas, whatever.
It's the same, right? You know, it's the same place.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Okay. So.
Yeah. That's what I got to do next week, SEC Media Days. I got to go to the Cliff, get me some soul food during the day, though. I ain't going to catch me around nighttime. You know, during the day, we got some time, maybe after our show or something. I got to go to the Cliff and maybe on my way there. You know, you always got to go through there to get into the city. I mean, stop at some soul food joint, you know, give me like a 4-piece gizzard or something, and make my way to the lovely Omni Hotel. But yeah, man, excited next week. SEC Media Day. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay. Biggest sleeper player on offense.
Ooh, man. Trey Wisner. Yeah, Trey Wisner. He showed us last year, especially on special teams, that dude, talk about just another dog, talk about South Dallas, like he's got that in him. You know, he plays that way. He plays with a certain toughness and just a football player. A guy that you could put anywhere on the field. It doesn't matter. People are thinking he's going to be that Keelan Robinson role, but I still think Sark didn't utilize Keelan Robinson like he should have. Like Keelan Robinson should have got a lot more touches than he did. You know what I'm saying? So I hope Trey Wisner, that's not the case for him, backing up Jaden Blue and CJ Baxter. But, man, Trey Wisner, he going to get his opportunities if they let him, man. I think he's going to make the most of it.
All right, I'm going with Ryan Wingo.
Hey.
Ryan Wingo. I think this dude is special. I think he's going to kick his way out of the pile and show that he's different, and that I wouldn't be surprised if he leads the team in touchdown catches. I think he's going to end up being the red zone target. I think he's going to end up being that guy, that dog who just goes and hunts. And I think he's got a chance to be a breakthrough player. And that it's going to be really interesting with the guys like Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bond, because those guys are juniors. Silas Bolden obviously is a grad transfer, and Ryan Wingo is a guy who could really carve a role for himself, and then it may be cutting into the plans a little bit of some. So that's up to Sark. He's got to manage that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I know the big hoopla this past week was Decorian Moore choosing Oregon, and Phil Knight, he's old as hell. Like, he's throwing the whole kitchen sink at Oregon. He wants to see a championship before, you know, he hits 6 feet deep. So the money Decorian Moore is getting, it's crazy, but also
Phil Knight and Jerry Jones.
Yeah, Phil Knight and Jerry Jones, even though I don't think Jerry's throwing it at Calipari too. So Jerry has multiple places he's putting that money. Phil Knight is just going to Oregon. But yeah, a big part of why I also think some of these wide receivers are hesitant to come. As you said, there's so many guys in line to get playing time. It's so deep in that room. It's so talented, so much parity. So not everybody could get the football. And I do believe that, yes, you got to rotate guys, but also you got to go with the hot hand too. And the hot hand does stay the hot hand from week to week, because then it becomes consistency. And that's what these coaches are looking for. If you can stay consistent, then I could trust you. A.D. Mitchell, he was consistent. Trust. You know, what Mark Ingram used to say, trust with his crazy country self. That's my guy. I love Mark Ingram. He's hilarious. Pretty underrated commentator, very solid player, dude. But Xavier Worthy, trust. You know what I'm saying? Like Jordan Whittington, trust. JT Sanders, trust. That's why they got all the reps. So can Ryan Wingo, even though he has all that talent, even though he's coming in with that college football ready body, is he going to be able to earn that trust early on? And I think what we've heard and what we've seen thus far, he's proven that right now he could be trustworthy. You know, now practice and actual game time, that's a whole different ball game. But yeah, that's why everybody was so hyped to get him coming out of St. Louis. Like that dude, he's a special type of player. And then him already having that college-ready body, that helps with that trust too. So yeah,
and
I
we
get
know
exactly what you're talking about.
We know Sarkisian will play a true freshman because Xavier Worthy had record-setting freshman season, receptions, yards, touchdowns. And as long as you show you know the offense, you're going to be where you're supposed to be, and your quarterback can trust you. Now, I will say there were some times that I would like to have seen Xavier Worthy track the ball better. You're not going to have that problem with Ryan Wingo. Ryan Wingo's going to track that ball like it's his life depends on it, and then he's going to go up and fight for it. Worthy took some weird routes to the football at times, but he's he's a first round pick with Kansas City Chiefs. He's doing just fine. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what Ryan Wingo brings to the party.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wonder what those workouts are looking like with Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes, and Xavier Worthy. Because Patrick, you're going to see it, Patrick. You're going to be like, okay, there's some things we're going to have to work on, buddy. This is going to be some after-hours stuff. Like Brittany Mahomes is going to be calling Patrick at like 11 p.m. on some, hey, where you at? And Patrick going to be like, yo, we got to get this shit down. Like I'm with Xavier right now. We're working on the deep ball. We're watching film. We're doing things because I'm trying to three-peat here, and we took a huge investment on this guy. We're going to make it work. This guy, that's just how Patrick Mahomes operates. So he's going to see that flaw in Xavier Worthy's game, and hopefully with how good Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are, Xavier Worthy's going to be able to catch on and have a really good pro career because, you know, just that more experience, the older you get, the maturity, that means a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now we move over to the defense. Okay. So give me your best transfer addition on defense.
Man, might be biased because he's an Austin Knight, but Andrew Makuba, I think he could really be a difference maker. It might be a little quiet early on, but it might be one of those, it's quiet because he has his man locked down or his assignment is there and they're not really going after him. It might be one of those quiets, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden he'll make a big time play where you're like, oh shit, okay, this is different. You know, coming from Clemson, being that big time player that he was there, I think him coming back home and having that familiarity, that's very important. And, you know, I could have chosen Trey Moore, definitely a close second. But, yeah, I think Andrew Makuba has a chance to have a really good season, and he's a much needed addition for a secondary that had its flaws last year.
So it's interesting because Derek Williams ran first team in the spring and Michael Taft ran first team, and Makuba was backing up Taft. Now, that makes sense. Hold on. It makes sense because Michael Taft is the guy who's probably the most assignment sound. Now, Makuba's had all summer to get assignment sound, to know everything like the back of his hand. Now it's about just studying the opponent, knowing what you're looking at, being able to call it out before it happens. Because that's why Taft kept getting on the field last year, because he was assignment sound. He did the film study. He knew what he was looking at. He could call it out. Now, there were times he couldn't make the play, or he would grab and hold on, and he'd get drug a little bit, and then someone else would come and clean up the tackle. So that's where I'm very interested to see, because Makuba is a really good coverage safety. He showed that as a freshman. It was ridiculous. He's only had one interception in his entire 3 seasons of college football, but he had 9 pass breakups as a freshman. He had 6 last year. He knows where to be, and he'll get you to the ground. So I'm with you. And he's Taft Daddy, baby.
No.
He picked off Quinn Ewers twice in the state championship game because Ethan Burke was pressuring him. But, hey, it all works together. It's all Longhorn love now. You got Taft Daddy, Quinn, Ethan Burke, Colton Vasek, all those Westlake dudes now. But, so I'm with you. I want to see how Makuba elevates this defense, because I'm watching some film last night of this Texas defense and the Alabama game, and oh man, Jaron Thompson, he would make a play, and then he would see a play unfolding in front of him and think that another defender was going to get there, and then all of a sudden the guy breaks a tackle, and Jaron's got to be there, and he wasn't swarming. And so he was late. He missed the tackle. It's a touchdown. And you can't think like that. You have to go to the ball every single time. You have to think that guy's going to break all the tackles, and you're going to have to make the play. And if you're lucky enough, your teammates are holding the guy up for you to come in and give him a rib shot, you know? And that's where I want to see. That pissed me off so much last year, because Jaron Thompson would make a lot of plays. Don't get me wrong, but he gave up 5 touchdowns last year, more than anyone else on the team. Not even close, but he also had 3 interceptions. He had a pick 6 against Wyoming that was a key play. He had a huge interception against Alabama that led to a touchdown for Texas. So can they even it out? Can we even it out? Can we get more consistency? Not the big plays given up. Be more consistent. I think Makuba can do that. So I went with Bill Norton.
Yeah.
Because I think he's going to start alongside Alfred Collins, and I see that our man LFG also is on the Norton train. I think Norton was a huge pickup. Obviously, he spent his first 4 years at Georgia. He redshirted there a year. He's got, he's going to play a 6th year because of COVID. And he was a big part of the turnaround at Arizona with Johnny Nansen last year. And I think at 6'6", 325, he's almost a clone of Alfred Collins. You have 2 6'6" guys in the middle with their ability to get hands up, and Ethan Burke. Like, it should be tough for the quarterback to find windows against those dudes, because even if they're not getting to the quarterback, they should be able to get their hands up and bat some passes. So, you got Trey Moore from UTSA, who Sark has raved about. You got Javion Cole, who came in from San Jose State, highest Pro Football Focus rating of any returning cornerback in the SEC. So, some good pickups in the portal, but I'll say Bill Norton. All right. So give me your good God.
What happened? You act like you just got a pop up of porn or something.
No, it's like it was loading really slow. Okay, biggest position upgrade defense.
Yeah, I would say secondary again. Yeah, just kind of like, piggybacking off of Andrew Makuba and Javion Cole, like you just said, was one of the highest PPF grades for a cornerback coming into the SEC. Like that dude, I think he's for real, even though he was at a Group 5 school. I think he's the real deal. So, yeah, I would say the secondary. I think John A. Barron having that another year, as you said, being healthy. And I think they're going to move him around too. Like, I like Mookie Taft, love what he does, but I think this is a time where you can actually spread out the reps with the secondary a lot better than you did last year. Last year it's just Keaton Crawford had his bad moments. And as you mentioned, Jerry Thompson had his moments. And, Jalen Catalon didn't give us what we thought he was going to be able to give the Horns. Like, it wasn't what it should have been. And then you got Jalen Gilbo coming off that injury. And now you got John A. Barron hurt. So there was a lot of murky stuff going on in the 2023 season. And I even mentioned Terrence Brooks that could have been avoided. Malik Muhammad, he stood out last year. And now we expect him to have an even bigger season this year in his sophomore year. Like Gavin Holmes, can't sleep on him at all. Like Gavin Holmes has a lot of experience, and it wasn't like they just bossed him every play last year. The Washington game wasn't the best, but it wasn't the best for a lot of teams that played against Caleb DeBoer's squad. So it's a huge upgrade this year with all the experience, guys like Derek Williams, like you mentioned, Jelani McDonald all the time. Like that guy could be something just with his size and his genes. Like Blake Gideon and Terry Joseph and Pete Lukowski, they got a lot to choose from. And we'll see which one kind of puts themselves in front of the pack to where, like we've been talking about with this whole roster today, who's going to be able to be trusted.
Yeah, and I'll, the edge position, bringing in Trey Moore, bringing in Colin Simmons, I would say I would probably say the edge position, just based on, Trey Moore is an interesting character. He was not recruited out of Smithson Valley. Like he was a 2-star, if that, and was offered by Army and UTSA and like no Power 4 schools. And so he goes to UTSA, red shirts, and then has 8 sacks as a redshirt freshman, and then the 14 sacks last year. And just, everything I'm hearing is, again, he's got an array of pass rush moves and knows how to execute them against whatever he's facing. He's not indecisive. He's decisive. He's got a plan. He executes his plan. He has good instincts. So he knows when the quarterback's stepping up into the pocket and he can cut in and meet him up there. So I look at the numbers for Trey Moore and I say, I see a lot of sacks against 2-10 East Carolina. A lot of sacks against Florida International. No sacks against Texas. No sacks against Tennessee. Now, he did have 2 sacks against Troy in a bowl game. Probably his best game in a meaningful game against a ranked opponent. Now, he opted out of last year's bowl game, which was interesting.
Oh, he knew he was gone. What do you mean?
Yeah, man, he's saving himself to be a
Yeah,
Longhorn.
ain't nothing wrong with that. You gone. What's the point of sticking around?
You know,
Having to practice. That's
but
the worst part.
he was a single digit guy. You know, trailer. The team votes on who gets to wear number 2, number 1, and number 0, the area code of San Antonio, and he wore number 1, and so he's a leader. So I'm fascinated to see what Trey Moore brings at this level, because he's a speed guy. I'm hearing he's given guys fits, the offensive tackles, the bigger offensive tackles, not Kelvin Banks, maybe Cam Williams. And then Colin Simmons. I mean, Colin Simmons, confident dude, man. Long, bendy, fast. Want to see what he can do as a freshman. Obviously, the best freshman edge I've seen in my time covering the program was Tony Brackens in '93. He had 12 sacks as a freshman. Dude was ridiculous. So is he that good? Is he, I mean, Brackens was a bigger guy. Like, he came in at 250.
Woo!
Collins, 234, I want to say. Colin is, 234. So, and Brackens was from Fairfield. His dad, they lived on a ranch, and Tony was out digging fence posts and baling hay. Like, Tony told me he had to do all that stuff before he even went to school. Like, he had to get up. If a fence post needed to be retrenched, he had to go, move hay bales. He had to do all that before he even went to school. That dude was country strong, and no one was messing with Tony Brackens. So, and Brian Vosick, okay? Brian Vosick, the father of Colton Vosick, played with Tony Brackens. Vosick was the other end on that line. And now here comes Colton Vosick, baby. Baby Bosa.
Yeah, baby Bosa and Colton Vosick show what he could do in that spring game. But yeah, edge rushers, we'll see what they're about. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Trey Moore. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, I think Trey Moore, even though those stats could, look contradicting due to the competition that they were playing, when you're the guy that corrupts the whole offense, if you're the offensive coordinator and the coach going into that game, you're the focal point. Like, that's just what it is. Like, you're the focal point. Like, you're the one that we're focused on. We got to stop you first and then go from there. So now him in that rotation with Barron Sorrell and Ethan Burke, he's, one, going to be fresh, and two, they're not going to see him all the time, these tackles and these guards and these running backs. They're not going to see him all the time. They're going to see all these guys that you could possibly play. Colin Simmons, Colton Vosick sometimes. Hell, we know how good Anthony Hill is when he rushes the passer. Like, sometimes just to mix it up, throw him there. Like, there's a lot of guys that Pete Kwiatkowski could have a lot of fun with this season. So, again, who's going to lead the pack and show that when you have Georgia coming into town, when you go Red River and playing Kyle Field, who's going to be the one to muck up the game and change the momentum? And you got a lot of guys that I think could establish themselves as that dude.
Yeah. Rex St. Charles, yes. So Tony Brackens was the guy who decapitated the Texas Tech kicker on the fake field goal.
Man, legendary.
Go to YouTube. And yes, Tony Brackens was the one who was making a play out of bounds. John Makovic was looking at his play sheet and took it under the chin. And then if you watch that, Matt, that was back when Memorial Stadium had the track. And it had the that metal lane. There was a metal like guardrail on the ground for the for lane 1. Makovic's head hit that metal guardrail. Like Makovic said, he was in a concussion fog for 4 games that season.
Damn.
And I believe him because Tony Bracken's lit him up.
Yeah, he was special, and gosh, I'm glad I was too young to really remember that era, because track around the stadium, that is so damn janky.
It is.
That is the jankiest as a silver Rolex turning your wrist green. That is just so wow. I can't believe that was happening back then. And,
all right, let me ask you this.
Man.
Biggest question mark on defense?
Interior line. Defensive line. Even though Bill Norton, we think he's going to have big time success. Oh, about to sneeze. No, I'm not. False alarm. Again, Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat, they did so much, man. They did so much. Like, those guys, they just changed the game. They changed how these coaches called plays. They changed the team's whole scheme, even though it might be revolved around the running back. Like, you saw the temper tantrum Ollie Gordon threw last year. That dude was down bad, throwing his helmet, cussing, just losing his mind, which, you don't got to drink because of it, Ollie. It's okay. Like, they really messed Ollie up, got the DUI and stuff like that. Like, I bet you Trevondre Sweat and Byron Murphy ain't helped that brother at all. That's some serious PTSD type stuff. So those guys ain't walking through DKR anymore. Them days are over. So those new cats, even though we expect Alfred Collins to be big time this year, like, I am praying that dude has that year. I really am. Like, just for his sake, like, I hope he has that year to where 2025 comes around and it's time for the combine and stuff, and people are looking at him as a legitimate first round pick. Like, that's the type of year that he needs to have for the Horns if they want to get to the promised land. And guys like Vernon Braun, what is he going to bring to the table? Is Tia Savea, is he going to show what he's supposed to do? There's just so many guys. Lole, like, where's Bledsoe? Where's Mitchell at this point? It's just, we don't know. And that's why I'm answering this question the way I am. That's why it is a question mark. Like, they're the most we don't know, with a position group, not just defense, but in my opinion, the whole team. And even though they've done the best they can, Sark and the coaching staff, on getting guys in to try to replace Byron Murphy and what Trevondre Sweat did last year, it still ain't going to be it. So if we can get at least close to that, then you're cooking with some hot grease, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right on it. And the communication in the secondary. Last year, so many guys rotating in and out of at safety. Jade Barron was like, I had to look around to see who was in the game to make sure that I was communicating, the way I needed to be communicating. That communication has got to be airtight. Like, you watched Michigan's defense against Washington. They were communicating so well and adjusting and pre-snap, and they didn't make a mistake. Whereas with Texas, you felt like it was 50-50 and pick them if they understood who was doing what from play to play, especially in the middle of the field. So that's got to get better. Okay, what about biggest position battle? Because I'll jump in here and say Jahdae Barron and Jalen Gilbo.
Wow.
At the star position. Now Gilbo can play corner, and Jahdae can play corner, but he's really more of a safety. I mean, let's be honest. At the next level, he's going to be a safety. He's not going to be a corner on the outside. So who is it? Because Sark has talked up Jalen Gilbo. Hey, Jalen Gilbo's back. He looks – remember, Jalen Gilbo started 3 games as a freshman. How many times has Sarkisian said that? Like, he's prepping us that Jalen Gilbo started 3 games as a freshman and he's back. Okay. Well, sounds like Jalen Gilbo's starting somewhere. And what does that mean for Jahdae Barron? Does that mean we got him over here? We got him on, G14 classified. He's going to be sneaking around the chicken coop. You're not going to know where Jahdae Barron's lining up. Or they're going to share this job. I don't know. So, because I'm just throwing this out there, Zay. Don't get mad. Because I know Jahdae's your boy. He's 5'1" too. Sometimes coaches think you're moving on, right? Like you accepted the invitation of the Senior Bowl. Okay. Now, no one's going to be upset that you have a bunch of talent at one position, at that nickel star position. And Jahdae Barron put up crazy numbers 2 years ago. 11.5 tackles for loss. Those are numbers for a defensive end. And Jahdae Barron led the team with 11.5 tackles for loss. That was also the year that Gary Patterson was a special assistant, and Gary was doing unbelievable film study on the opponent and seemed to be yelling at Jahdae exactly what to do before every play. Remember when we saw Gary on TV in the TCU game? He's like, Jahdae, get up there. It's coming. And Jahda'd make the play. He had 2.5 tackles for loss in that game. Anyway. Okay, I want to know. I want to see.
Who's going
to be the star?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I think that one that Texas fans haven't really thought about, but I think it's Jahdae's spot, but I think they're going to mix it up with both of those guys because they know Jahdae getting hurt last year, he had way too many reps. And that was a big reason why he was hurt. That's a big reason why I think his play decreased a little bit because he was fatigued, So to keep him fresh, hey, don't have no drop off with Jalen Gilbo, who I've been a big Jalen Gilbo fan from day one. The Port Arthur native, he has that dog in him too. And when he started in that U of H game last year, he held his own. It was Keenan Crawford and Jaron Thompson who really struggled in that one. But yeah, I think you got to rotate both of those guys. And even though Jahdae Barron might run out there for the first rep, I think both of those guys are going to get a lot of reps combined. But also, as we're talking about, I think Jahdae Barron can play safety. And I think Jalen Gilbo can play corner. And you can mix it up there. Like if, those spots aren't living up to what we think it should be. Like Gavin Holmes and Javion Cole, I could have said them too. Like that's Javion Cole. Okay, sure, we expect it to be a position, bro. But if Gavin Holmes, who's been here and played a lot of ball, Power 5 ball, now Power 4 and no Pac-12.
4.3 speed, Gavin Holmes.
He bout it. I say he bout it because he's from New Orleans. He bout it. So let's see what Gavin Holmes could do. Like both of those guys are going to mix it up with reps also. But that's the beauty that Pete Kwiatkowski and Steve Sarkisian have with the secondary and the job that they've done in the offseason by getting in transfers and, building this secondary back with the depth. Like you got a lot of talent and parity there to where these few games that you have early on, you can see who's really down and see who might needs to wait their turn a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be, there's some interesting little position battles And the other interesting thing too is at edge. Like there are some people who are like, oh, Barron Sorrell and Ethan Burke are the same guy. Put them on the same side and have Trey Moore and Colin Simmons on the other side. We don't know if Trey Moore can set an edge and stop the run. Colin Simmons is what, 234. Okay. Is he going to set an edge? No. He's going to come in. Maybe he's Anthony Hill. Anthony Hill's a freak. But I like Ethan Burke and Barron Sorrell on the field together. And then if you want to take one of those big DTs out and slide Ethan Burke inside and then put Trey Moore outside of him or Colin Simmons outside of him, fine. But you have to set the edge in the run. And that's the thing. Ethan Burke is the highest rated returning run defender on this defense. Like, I don't think he or Barron Sorrell got the credit they deserved for their part in this great run defense. Like, it's one thing to avoid running up the middle against Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat. Okay, if those runs are bouncing outside, you better have dudes who can stuff that too. And Burke and Sorrell did that. So I'm real interested to see how they deploy Moore and Simmons and Anthony Hill in passing situations. But you got to stop the run on first and second down to get to that passing situation. So that's going to be fun. Okay, let me ask you this. Who's facing the most pressure on defense?
I think Anthony Hill. Jalen Ford's leadership and his play at that Mike linebacker position was so huge, even though he didn't have that first team all Big 12 type of year that he did in 2022 and 2023. Jalen Ford was still a big heart and soul light player on this defense. And as good as Anthony Hill is already, can he take that responsibility of all of the things you have to worry about as a Mike linebacker and going into his second year? And is this his position? Like, he's so versatile, you know what I'm saying? He just has that Michael Parsons aura to where, man, there's some games where you might just want to put Michael on the edge and let him roll there all game. But, what we saw with Dan Quinn these last few years, he put Micah everywhere. So we know with Johnny Nansen coming in, Mike linebacker is the spot Anthony Hill's playing. And now we're in a new era of college football to where he's going to have the headset in. So how quickly is he going to get acclimated to that? And is that going to make him think more instead of just going off of the attack? Instead of just going off the instinct where, I'm a football player, the film, the preparation that I've done prior to the game starting, I need to just trust my instincts and make plays instead of thinking so much because so much is going on with the whole pageantry of the thing. I think he's for sure capable. But again, Jalen Ford, he wasn't no punk. He wasn't no scrub. TLC, when they made that song, they weren't talking about Jalen Ford. You know what I'm talking about? So Ant Hill has some huge shoes to fill. And even though I think he will step in those things very comfortably, we still got to see that, because we saw last year, as good of a freshman year as he still had some mistakes.
Yeah, and there's no doubt. And you can make the argument, wait, don't put him in middle. He's going to make more plays at weak side linebacker because he's going to have protection there. And in the middle, he's got to fend off all comers. And I think you'll see Johnny Nansen move him around. I think you'll see him line up at middle one play. He'll line up on the weak side the next. You'll see him line up on the strong side as a rusher the next. And with a guy like David Benda who can play all the positions, Mo Blackwell can play weak and strong. I think they're going to be able to be versatile. And that's going to make it hard on the offense because you're always trying to identify the Mike. And I think they're going to move Anthony Hill around and try to, confuse people. So,
and ain't nothing wrong with that. David Benda, he's fine playing Mike for a little bit.
Yeah.
Like he's
big.
Year 6, just how the leadership David Benda has, the head on his shoulders, man. David Benda's a great teammate.
Yeah.
He is an exceptional teammate. He's the guys that, you strut around and, you meet those higher ups and he represents the team. And that's why they have him doing a whole bunch of the, leading the recruiting trail and stuff for the defense because he's been here so long. He's so comfortable with himself. And he took a huge step last year in year 5. So now in year 6, he should take an even bigger one. And I think that will give the ability for Pete Kwiatkowski and Johnny Nansen, as you said, to move Anthony Hill around.
Yeah. Yeah. And Benda, you want Alfred Collins and Benda getting off the bus first. Those dudes, those dudes are put together. Now that Kendrick Blackshire is with the UTSA Roadrunners, you want Alfred Collins and David Benda getting off the bus first. Okay. So we agree on that. And I'll say Jere Bledsoe too, because Bledsoe is a guy they need to emerge this year as the leader of the next wave of interior defensive linemen. All these older guys, Collins, Broughton, Norton, Savea, Jermaine Lole, they're all leaving after this year. So Jere Bledsoe, don't let all those guys up there fool you. You're next, and it's your time. So come on, Sydir Mitchell, same. So, all right. Last, before we get into the commentary, sleeper. Who's your defensive sleeper player?
Man, that's a good one. I'd say Colton Vasek. Yeah, man. Old baby Bosa, as Christian Jones called him. Like, that dude, just the history that he comes from, like from his pops being the coach at Westlake, the winning culture that he's bringing in, what we saw in the spring game. With him, it was just about getting healthy. Like, he hasn't been healthy much during his time at Texas, and that puts a damper in your development. So when you're young and coming in, you want to prove everyone wrong, and you have to get the playbook, and there's just so much change. When you're hurt, that's just another setback. So who knows where he would be if he did, get hurt and have to, wait a little bit before he really got going. But now that he is healthy, again, that spring game, he showed us, I got some juice. I can do some things. Still thinks he needs to add more weight to his frame, and I think that will come too. But he has added weight since he's gotten to campus, and I think that he could finesse his way and slither his way in the rotation, especially if the Horns get to that 16, 17 game mark. Like, you're going to need guys like Colton Vasek to come in every once in a while and see what he could do. And if he earns that playing time, for sure, give him a shot.
All right, kids. Zay and I were telling you at the beginning of the show, we're going to be in Vegas at Circa in August. Here's why.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rate. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
Yeah, you heard it. Enter in Nevada and then play the season from anywhere. So join us in Vegas. Or if you're headed to Vegas, Go to Circa and get in the game, baby.
Yeah.
Circa Survivor. You can pick the winner each week. Come on.
Yeah, you got until September 7th, and our wives are going. The fights are cheap now, so there ain't no excuse to get out to Circa, man. If you're trying to see the ultimate sports atmosphere, as Chip said, Circa Million, Circa Survivor, it's going down. We can't wait. The pool is exceptional, and it's Vegas, baby. It's Vegas. Like, you can't beat it. Shout out to Circa.
Circa's down on Fremont, which is a great vibe. It's totally different from the Strip. I love Fremont.
I love Fremont too.
It's old Vegas.
It's old Vegas. Golden Nugget, Fitzgerald.
Yeah, Golden Nugget, Binions.
Oh,
and now Circa, baby. And wait till you see the Circa Casino. They got dancers up right next to the blackjack table. It's something. You will not in the biggest sports book you've ever seen. So, yeah, get to Circa. You got to make the bet there, and then you can make your picks each week from anywhere. All right. Also, don't forget it's Monday night. It's Monday at 3:30. You got all night happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, and it's all night happy hour. And you know what happens during happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking? $1 raw oysters. That's right. How about date night tonight at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking? The best selection of raw oysters and $1 raw oysters. Come on, man. This is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Enough said. And when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams and it's getting closer to football season, kids, you need to get our man Tom McKay on speed dial at 255-8678. Tom and his crew bring everything to you. The best price on big screen, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. He's ready and waiting for you. If you're ready for the media room of your dreams, Tom McKay and his crew bring everything to you. Make it so simple. 255-8678. avconsultations.com. All right, Zay. Chip shot. Today, I gotta say, I'm very excited about the fact that we are 1 week away from SEC football media days, and I am, well, someone just sent me a little something here. Well, no. Okay. All right. I thought I was going to have a little something for you, but I do want to say, in talking to some team sources over the weekend, that the chemistry, the culture appears to be on point. And that's key, because in this age of NIL and look at me, Sark's got to keep this locker room together, and the players have to take ownership. They have to take ownership of the team. They have to police each other. They have to make sure that, whatever you're doing NIL wise off the field, that's great. But when we're in the locker room, we're going out on the field, that's when you show them why you got the NIL. Otherwise, you won't be getting it. And it sounds to me like the leadership is there. And that's important, because if you don't have leadership, you're not going to survive adversity. And you're in the SEC now, you are going to face adversity. You're going to face a lot of adversity. Hell, Texas faced adversity last year in the Big 12. In games where they had a 20-point lead, they ended up facing adversity against K-State and TCU and Houston, for God's sake. So It happens when you least expect it. You got to have a locker room full of guys with that dog. You got to have a locker room full of guys who are hell-bent, obsessed, Steve Sarkisian said, obsessed with success. And it sounds like it's headed in that direction. And probably another reason why we said Quinn Ewers has the most pressure on him, because as the tip of the spears, the quarterback, you're the one who has to be a leader. You don't really have a choice. You can lead by example, or you can be a vocal leader, but you have to be a leader. And guys have to feel confident that when they walk out on the field with you as the quarterback, it gives them a better chance to win. And I think that Quinn Ewers has done everything, this summer so far to make that happen. So just a little check-in, a little update on where this team is from a mindset standpoint. So, Texas fans, I think your leaders are doing their job, and that's where we are, July 8th. Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Shout out to Covert BK first, though. Covert Automotive Dealership. They've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it very well. They're down there, the beautiful 42 acres in the hill country. And, hey, they look to provide you with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, and Chrysler. Go to covertbcave.com for all your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, a little right call today, a little basketball. The Olympics has rounded out, and we do know the matchups for all the Olympic teams, the 12 teams that made it. As you see on the screen now, if you're watching us on YouTube, USA, they got the easiest draw. They got Serbia, South Sudan, Puerto Rico. So the only team I think you should worry about if you're USA, Serbia. You got Nikola Jokic. He's the best player in the world. He just won his 3rd MVP. Even though the United States should take that game, yeah, he's still going to be a problem because there's nobody that can match up with him. And, Team USA, they're in Vegas right now practicing. It's kind of like Dream Team vibes, Chip. Like, it gives you that 92 aura, just all those Hall of Famers from Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Stephen Curry, Anthony Davis, Kawhi Leonard. All 5 of those guys are on the top 75 team of all time, whether you think they should be or not. They're there. Like, that's a credential that they can't take away from them. But yeah, this team is very exciting. They should run the table, but teams that I would watch for if you are watching the Olympic basketball, games, Canada. That's a team that's going to be very dangerous. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jamal Murray, Lou Dort, Dylan Brooks, RJ Barrett, Nembhard for the Indiana Pacers. They have nothing but NBA players on that team. They're not the biggest, like Dwight Powell as their big man, Kelly Olynyk, their big man. Their big men are pretty weak, but when it comes to their guards in the perimeter, any given night, Jamal Murray and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander could go for 30. So if those teams, if USA and Canada meet sometime, which I think they play in an exhibition game, in a couple of days, which definitely going to tune into that. That's going to be just fun to watch. Like, anytime you see all these stars play together, it's going to be fun. But yeah, Chip, the talent has gotten so much better in the world that these games are a lot closer. And USA, they only have a small amount of time to get shit right, to get comfortable with each other, to get acclimated to each other. When you have all this talent, it's hard to go from being a number one guy to being a role player, like some of these guys are going to have to do. Like Anthony Edwards, as much shit as he talks, which he only Anthony Edwards would say something like this. He was like, "Y'all, these guys are going to have to defer to me. They got to work around my game," which we expect Anthony Edwards at this point to say something like that. But keep it real, Anthony Edwards, you ain't starting, bruh. You're coming off the bench, in my opinion. So you're going to have to embrace your role. I think deep down he's going to do that just because of the respect that he has for guys like his idol, Kevin Durant and LeBron James, and playing the right way and understanding that I agreed to this process. So I have to buy in by any means necessary. But I ask you, Chip, if you were to look at this roster and had to pick a starting five, who would you go with? And who do you think will lead this team with the starting five that you choose to gold?
Well, I mean, I see a bunch of legends. I probably got to go with LeBron and KD.
That's an easy one.
I'd probably go with big fella 76ers.
Joel Embiid. Who's getting a lot of controversy right now for, him being from Africa.
Always.
Playing for U.S. People are thinking he's selling out. And Hakeem played for the 96 Dream Team. So whatever. I never understood the rules. If he's allowed to play, whatever. That's fine.
Steph and Ant Edwards.
Wow. So you would start Ant Edwards.
Yeah.
Over Jason Tatum, who just got a ring.
Yep.
And Kawhi Leonard that has two.
I would bring Jason Tatum and Drew Holiday in off the bench together.
Okay. I like that.
Because there's some chemistry there. That's a good energy move off the bench. Same with AD.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Kawhi. I mean, I'm bringing Kawhi in off the bench. I mean, I got my defender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Kawhi's healthy, I don't know how you don't start him, but that's the thing. We just haven't seen Kawhi healthy for a while. So if he could, which his role is going to have to change too. If he could be that defensive stopper on whoever that number one option is on the opposing team, if he could go back to his Spurs early 2013, 2014 roots, that's something to deal with. I don't know if Ant Edwards is there yet, but that's why I would put Kawhi in that starting lineup, because he could be that defensive stopper and he's going to knock down shots from the outside. But yeah, I would go with Bron, KD, Steph, and yeah, I think Anthony Davis maybe. The whole Joel Embiid thing, just him being the African brother, let him come off the bench. He's going to have a weird game with these guys because he's a ball stopper. So I don't know how it's going to fit with him. I think it's going to take him a little bit longer than maybe someone like Bam Adebayo, who's always had that type of game where he could pass and he could play off guys like he does with Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero and all of those guards, and he can pick and choose his spots. But yeah, man, I think it's going to be a little difficult for Joel Embiid at the start. But usually with the Olympics, Chip, the last game, which is most likely the gold game, is when they play their best game because they've had so many under their belt. Like even when they start the Olympics in their first game, there's still going to be some rust to knock off. And I know they're going to have Steph playing off the ball, and LeBron's going to be the point forward passer type. And, what does that mean for KD, who's the all-time leading scorer in USA basketball? Like at the end of the day, this team is so deep, they shouldn't be touched. Luka's not playing, which I know Mavs fans could wipe the sweat off their brow for that one, because we know Luka needs some rest and he needs time to just get in shape. And that doesn't necessarily mean, hooping all the time, playing with Slovenia. But you might have to run into Canada. You might have to run into Giannis and
Who's the team that scares you the most?
Oh, Canada. Canada by far. France too. Victor Wembanyama, Rudy Gobert. The rules are different in USA and in overseas play than they are in the in the NBA. Like, that's another thing that these guys have to get acclimated with. The ball's different. That FIBA white and red ball, that's a different ball. It's a little bit lighter. It's not as smooth as the NBA ball. There's no defensive 3 seconds. So teams like France should be able to thrive because they got Wembanyama and Rudy Gobert, and both of those guys are so long and so good defensively. They're not going to have to get out the lane all the time when guys drive and stuff. There's that rule to where there's no goaltending. Once the ball hits the rim, you could go up there and knock it off and stuff like that. Like, it's a different game, and there's only 40 minutes. It's a shorter court, so the spacing's going to be a little bit different. Like, that could affect this USA team in a way that we might not think it has. Like, that 2020 Olympic squad, they lost a couple of games, So we'll see how that works. But I think Devin Booker, if he could be just a shooter and a good defender, he'll be fine. Same with Ant Edwards. You know what Drew Holiday brings to any team that he's on? He's just a basketball player. Like we talked about Silas Bolden just being a football player. With Drew Holiday, he's just a basketball player. Just throw him in there. He'll be fine. Oh, no, yeah. He's playing with blind people, and it doesn't matter. He'll be fine.
How the hell did we get to Canada? I mean, they invented hockey, and now they're the scariest team in basketball in these Olympics.
Dude, every time they have a lineup in the game, it's going to have an NBA player. That's what's nuts about it. Like they've came a long way since Steve Nash was the only one. A long way. And I don't know when it happened, but those guys, like, especially when they come from that Toronto, Ontario area most of the time. They come from that eastern part of Canada, which a lot of New Yorkers that were big-time basketball players that didn't go pro, where'd they go play? The Canadian League. So that's not too far from them. And then they had families and they had kids and stuff. And those kids turned out to be Jamal Murray's and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's and stuff. So, yeah, I would say that would be USA's only problem coming into the Olympics.
Man. Well, also, don't forget to get over to Cover 3, kids. Cover 3. I mean, go say hi to Tiger Brown. I think he's working tonight right there at the Cover 3 on Anderson, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the buffalo chicken sliders. Don't forget about the $7 social hour menu. Yeah, the deviled eggs with bacon. Yeah, you're gonna love it. All right, let's bring in the fellas. It is and I found what I was looking for as we bring in the fellas from SEC Unfiltered, Chris and Lucas. Texas is bringing Quinn Ewers, Kelvin Banks, and Jade Barron to SEC Media Days.
Love it. What's going on, guys? How was your 4th, by the way? I haven't seen you in a while.
It was good. It was good. Yeah. Happy birthday, America.
Yeah, I was laid up on a beach. That's why you did not see me last week. But yeah, excited to be back, man. Excited to be back.
Thing.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
You did great. You got a great 4th.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I got a little bit of sunburn that first day, but other than that, we were good. So yeah, but was not tougher than the sun. I'm actually peeling a little bit now, about a week later. So, but no, all good vibes, man. All good vibes. So I checked in on you guys a lot. Obviously, made sure everything was running smoothly with our crew. But yeah, it seemed like it went well. And I had eyes glued to the TV also on that Sunday, Monday. So it's I feel like that's kind of like the 4th is sort of the last rest or it's kind of the last gasp of air we all get before now we've been talking football for a while, obviously, but now it's like, okay, it's football season. Like if you're in the media of any sort, it's football season.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I guess the SEC caps, you can only bring 3 players.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. What was Big 12? 5?
12, you could bring 4, 5, bring as many as you want. No, I'm kidding. It was like It's like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So you said it's Ewers, Kelvin Banks, and who was the last one?
Jade Barron.
Okay, got you. Yeah, it's interesting how, you kind of get an idea of what the strategy is of some of the coaches. I think some guys obviously want to go star power. Some guys go more like seniors. Some guys go, linemen. It's kind of interesting. I mean, not that it really matters, but it's I'm excited, man. I'm excited to hear from. I mean, obviously Texas and OU are the big talking points, which we'll all be talking about. And you guys are actually going to be there at Media Day, so we'll be able to link up in person next week. I'm sure I'm sure you guys saw they just sent the email with all the full itinerary schedule. We got a couple of SEC Media Days events planned at Jerry World and Globe Life. So it's going to be a fun week, guys. I'm excited to meet you guys in person. And my first trip to Texas is going to be a memorable one. So
yeah, no doubt about it. And Zay, Oklahoma is bringing Jackson Arnold, Danny Stutzman, baby. All right, fellas, we will leave you to do your thing.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Have a good one. Lucas, what's going on, man? What's going on, Texas Sports Unfiltered? Appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. I am Chris Phillips. He is Lucas Hill. And again, we are, of course, SEC Unfiltered live right here Monday through Friday, noon to 2. I almost said noon to 2. 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain Time with the fine folks of West Texas. As you can tell, I got a little bit of rust to brush off, if you will, because we had that week off. I've got holiday brain, it feels like, here on this Monday, but either way, we're here, we're rocking and rolling. And for the first time, we're breaking in our good friend Lucas Hill, one of our college football contributors, one of our SEC football experts. Obviously, you guys may have noticed over the last month and a half or so, we were hammering the college baseball stuff. So as the subject matter changes, we're changing out different people, giving different people opportunities to come in here. Now, again, we're in the football grind. We're in the heat of football season. Our man Lucas Hill, who's been making videos, creating content for us, has been patiently waiting on the back burner to make his debut, and here he is on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Lucas, what's going on, man? I'm very, very grateful to have you on. Appreciate all the hard work you've been putting in. I'm really excited to have you jump on these airwaves, man. What's good?
What's up, Chris? How are you, man?
I'm good, man. Just like I said, happy to be back in the saddle. It was like I told those guys. It's nice to catch your breath, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
But the way that I'm wired, we were obviously still just pumping out content relentlessly last week, but I wasn't actually in the chair, so it's nice to be back after it and doing what we all love, man, which is just talking ball. And obviously you get the email about SEC Media Days, and we got some, more stuff with Media Days coming out with attendees and all. And man, it'll get your blood pumping. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where people say, like, does SEC Media Days really matter? And, in the grand scheme of things, Spurrier called it talking season. Others have called it whatever. It doesn't matter to a degree, but it's just, I don't know. I'm just, as a media guy, as a content, I say the word media, as a content guy, I love it, man. I love it. I think it's a blast. And I also love the networking aspect of it, obviously getting to work and collab with and create with so many different great creators and people in the space. I mean, the best of the best of the best in college football. And now we got Texas and Oklahoma, and we'll be able to link up with so many different people. But no, I mean, I'm great. How was your 4th, by the way? How's everything been on your end?
Literally, I've been doing nothing. I'm a college student at one hand, and I work at Canes on the other. So bit of both, but it's crazy how I pissed off the entire city of Austin, Texas with an article I put out about these dudes. And here I am on a Texas-based podcast.
What was remind me, what was the article again?
I said that Texas would be a kind of a disappointment this year. I thought they were overhyped going into this year.
That was kind of like the early days of SEC. I mean, we're still in the early days, but that was like the first month or two, I think, right?
Yeah,
that was February.
I think that was either the end of January or the first week of February.
I mean, it's inevitable, man. You give critical takes and analysis and opinions, and it's going to happen. You're going to ruffle some feathers. Guys, by the way, we want you to be part of the show. Make sure you leave us your questions, your comments, everything else, your feedback on Facebook, YouTube, X, wherever you're watching this show. Again, we appreciate each and every single one of you. Lucas, before we get into the SEC Media Day stuff, because, of course, now with the attendees being announced, I definitely want to get your thoughts on that. And we'll be breaking down, previewing SEC Media Days. This is also a big list week for yours truly. I don't even know if Lucas knew that, but I will be dropping tonight. I've got my pre-SEC Media Days, SEC Football Power Rankings I'll be dropping. I've got head coach rankings. I've got stadium rankings. I've got predicted order of finish that I'll drop this week. And I've got one more that I think I'm forgetting. Either way, it is a big week when it comes to lists for yours truly. And, of course, we're going to preview SEC Media Days also as the week goes on, talking top storylines, things that we're excited to hear about, questions we want to get answered. But this morning, Lucas, maybe even more exciting than that, we got – and by the way, a week from today, if you got the package which allows you early access, a week from today, and if not, it's about a week and a half, Lucas, we get the EA Sports College Football 25 video game. The gameplay video, which I'm sure you saw, was released this morning. Thoughts on what you saw and what you've seen thus far from the gameplay of EA College Football 25?
It just seems like EA has just been solely focused on this for the last year and a half, because the other Madden games that we've seen for the last 10 years have just been lackluster. It just seems like they have put Madden on the back burner and have put EA Sports College Football as their primary goal, because it has blown me away. Most of the stuff that you see for college football, you're not going to see in Madden. You're not going to see knee pads over the knees, unlike where the NFL is controlling that Madden series, so they're not going to allow any of that. That gives EA a lot more freedom. It gives them a lot more, ability to do more than what they could with the Madden series. And it's going to be in more depth to where what we saw back in from 2000 to 2014 with the NCAA series. So I'm really excited for this, Chris. I think finally EA got a great game that they can release probably since Madden 11 or 12, whenever I was just maybe 7 or 8 years old playing this on the Xbox 360. I can't wait for this game to come out, dude. I don't own a PS5 or an Xbox One Series S, but from looking at what other YouTubers have posted, I've heard from other people saying about this game, this is probably the most hyped game that has been released since the last NCAA came out. So I'm really excited to see what EA has in store for this one, and hopefully they can capitalize off of this momentum.
Lucas, admittedly, I bought a PlayStation 5 back in December of 2022. The story is kind of funny, too, because I was going to Verizon to get a new phone, right? I was like, well, I'm due for an upgrade. I've got an upgrade, whatever, in my back pocket. Let's go get a phone. And when I went to the Verizon store, they had 2 PlayStation 5s. Like, they had one on display, and they were like, we have one more we have one more in stock. And so I was in there, and I'm like, you know what? I was thinking about, I'm not a huge gamer. Growing up, I loved playing video games, and I like video games, but obviously you just have other things that are more important to do or take up time. But I'm not a huge gamer. I don't sit down and game every night. So I just don't. But I bought that PS5 because, Lucas, I knew, I was like, whether it's this summer or the next summer, maybe it's the next summer, we're getting that college football video game, and I want to make sure I've got a console. So, funny, by the way, another funny story, follow-up to that. I actually pre-ordered the game, got the early access, and I'm not even going to be able to play it. I didn't think about this. I'm not even going to be able to play it until I get home from SEC Media Days, because I'm going to be in Dallas, and I just thought about it. I'm like, I don't want to bring the PlayStation, and then the Wi-Fi at the Airbnb is not the best, and you know how good a Wi-Fi, you obviously need to stream stuff like that. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to exert discipline and patience, but I'm going to be fiending all week, dude. I hope they have something set up at Media Days where it's like some sort of, they've got the game. Because to your point, the content's going to be insane. Like the streaming, they better make sure the servers are like buckled up, ready to go, because it's going to be nuts. But looking at the gameplay, man, it looked, and I say I'm not a gamer, so like I've seen the videos of like Madden glitching and it sucks, but I have not, I didn't play the previous Maddens really at all. I just know that people were really, really dissatisfied with the games.
You didn't have to. It was the same game except different rosters.
Right. From what I've seen from the gameplay, this game looks really, really smooth. Like the engine they use looks really good. And then, I mean, to your point, man, like they didn't have to do a lot. Like they could have given us NCAA 14 again, just give us better graphics and give us things like updated entrances, stadiums, like all, because it's that pageantry and tradition. That's really what makes college football what it is. It's like, just get all that right. Give us the uniforms, get all that right. Even if the gameplay is average, the aesthetic of the game and just having the game, I think was going to make it superb. But certainly the gameplay looks awesome. I mean, it looks incredible. We'll see. I'm sure some bugs will come out and there will be some things that happen. Every game has that. But yeah, I'm going to be logging some serious hours, Lucas. I'm going to be Road to Glory, Dynasty, all of it. I don't even know, because I don't know if you've seen this, Lucas. In summers past, I've done season simulation series where I'll simulate games, and I had a PS3. I jailbroke my PS3. I had the college football revamp thing set up, streaming all that through what's called a Hopodge, which is a streaming device. I mean, it takes like a computer science, computer engineering degree to figure this out, I feel. I mean, it was nuts. But I did it. YouTube. Dude, yeah, but I did it, made it work, and was doing that over the last couple summers, and it worked well. People loved the content. Sometimes it would glitch or whatever and freeze. So I'm so excited now, bro, to literally just be able to click my controller, just like share, boom, we're streaming. Like, that's it. So yeah, it's gonna be electric. I don't even know what content I'm gonna make. People have asked, like, what's the NCAA content gonna look like, the video game content? I'm like, dude, I'm just gonna start streaming and kind of figure it out from there, because I don't really know what I want to do. And now we have the entire SEC, so it's like I obviously can't stream every game of every team. That would take literally forever. Maybe we'll do like biggest games, or maybe we'll take it week by week. I don't know. But we're gonna do something. Maybe we'll do Road to Glory. We'll do, we'll challenge other people and stream the games we play against them. I have no idea. But anyways, it's going to be legendary.
Oh, it sucks because fans have wanted NCAA 14 to be backwards compatible for the Xbox One. Unfortunately, they can't do that because of how high and popular the demand is. You know how bad the servers would be if they kept it up? I mean, it would be horrible. So, back to your point about the previous game, we would love that for backwards compatibility. Unfortunately, because of the high demand for it, and because I think the online servers are still up, you're not going to be able to get that, because like you mentioned already, these servers would be lagging horribly to the point where you would need a PS5 Pro just to be able to get good internet connection. So,
yeah. No, it's going to be electric, man. Again, guys, stay tuned. SEC Unfiltered across YouTube, social media pocket, everything. We're going to have tons of EA College Football 25 content. I can guarantee you that. Some of the most fun content, honestly, Lucas, that I get to make, we get to make. It's a blast. Hey, let's talk a little SEC Media Days, Lucas. We mentioned, obviously, this time next week, I'll be in Dallas, taking it all in, hanging out. We'll be doing this time this time Eastern time next week, but it'll be 3:15 instead of 4:15. Either way, though, this time next week, literally, we will be doing Texas Sports Unfiltered from SEC Media Days. At least I will be there, posted up. We'll have somebody else on, whether it's Lucas, whether it's Dimitri, Mike, Cole. You guys know the entire crew. Either way, though, we're going to be posted up at our good friends Texas Sports Unfiltered table. Going to be a lot of fun to meet those guys, and it's going to be a blast. Lucas, let's talk about the attendees that were announced today, and then we'll get into stuff like storylines, questions, things that you're excited about. Looking over the list, I'm just kind of glancing here, quarterbacks-wise. We got Jalen Milroe from Bama. How about Taylon Green's going for Arkansas? He'll be a first-timer. Peyton Thorne's going for Auburn. Graham Mertz is going for Florida. Carson Beck for Georgia. Garrett Nussmeier for LSU, Jackson Dart for Ole Miss. Got a lot of quarterbacks going. Blake Shapen for Mississippi State's going to be there. Brady Cook's going to be there. Jackson Arnold's going to be there. Let's see who else. No Nico. Tennessee's not going to send Nico. He's a young guy. Makes sense. Quinn Ewers is going to be there. No Connor Wegman for A&M, and no Diego Pavia for Vandy. Making sure I didn't miss anybody here. Your thoughts on the quarterbacks that will be in attendance, and maybe some of those that are not going? Seems like we got a great crop of quarterbacks, though, that are going to be showing up.
Yeah, no question about it, Chris. I think the biggest thing is Jalen Milroe right now and how Kalen DeBoer, since he got there, how is he elevating his game? Because you saw the back end of last year, you saw Milroe use a lot more of his legs, didn't pass the ball a whole lot during the last half of, especially in November and when you got to the SEC title and, of course, the Rose Bowl. How has he elevated his passing game and his passing accuracy? That's what I'm excited to see. How has he developed as a player? I know Cole talked to him last week and asked about his player and how this team is going to be very dangerous despite what everybody says without Nick Saban, despite all the transfers that left, despite all the draft picks that went to the NFL. This is going to be a fun team to watch. I can't wait for Jalen to describe his experience so far through the first 6 or 7 months with DeBoer at the helm. You said Jackson Dart is going to be there, correct?
Yep. Jackson Dart will be there. Yep.
How will Ole Miss handle the hype? Because this is arguably the biggest season that Ole Miss has had in quite a while.
Joining him, Lucas, by the way, Trey Harris, his number one target, and Jared Ivey, the defensive end. So those are the other two guys.
Yeah, those two are going to be probably the best receiver quarterback duo in the SEC. When you consider him, Trey Harris, you got Juice Wells from South Carolina joining. That's going to be an electric receiver quarterback duo. The thing about that, like I mentioned already, how will Ole Miss handle the hype? Lane Kiffin's been trolling on Twitter. He's been very relaxed. The spring game was probably the most fun thing I've watched in a while. It wasn't serious. It wasn't fully padded. It looked like the greatest showman out there back in April, but it's all about the hype. This is probably the most complete team other than Texas and Georgia in the SEC. The thing is, how do you handle the hype? And I think they've done a good job controlling the atmosphere that surrounds Oxford, the potential of maybe being a national championship contender, a little bit more than just being a playoff contender, which they all likely will be at the end of the year, just looking at their schedule. But so far, they've done a good job, and I can't wait to see how Lane Kiffin and this crew has handled the hype of this team. Brady Cook is another guy that I'm interested in. I know SEC Mike ranked him as the number one quarterback in the SEC.
That's by the way, Lucas, I blanked earlier. That's the other list I'll be dropping this week. So quarterback rankings from yours truly will be coming out tomorrow. Spoiler, I do not have Brady Cook at number one. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there. Love Brady Cook. He's not number one on my list, but continue.
Well, spoiler, he's not number one on my list either. I know
no disrespect. No disrespect. No. But I mean, and by the way, he's going to be joined by Luther Burden. That's a no-brainer to send him. And Christian Williams, a defensive lineman.
Yeah, and this Missouri offense is going to be very electric. There's no doubt about that. But I'm telling you, there's probably 4 or 5 quarterbacks that are better than Brady Cook in the SEC. This quarterback room, I'm going to give you a little history lesson, Chris. If you remember the 2008 Big 12 South with Oklahoma when they had Sam Bradford, you had Texas Tech that had Graham Harrell. I want to say Texas had Colt McCoy during that time. And Oklahoma State had a guy named Zach Robinson. And Kansas as well. I don't know if they were in the Big 12 South, but they had Todd Reesing. And Missouri also had Chase Daniel. This is what this quarterback class reminds me of so much because of how much they've revolved around airing it out. They're old school, big time. They're not going to run the football a whole lot. You're not going to see Oklahoma run the football as much. You're not going to see Missouri run the football as much, despite them having 2 outstanding running backs. By the way, video will be dropping about that shortly if I stand corrected. But, I mean, if you look at this entire list of the SEC, it's going to be based on offense. Now, if you remember back in the last 10 years, this was a defensively based conference. Now when you add Oklahoma and Texas, who are from that prestigious group from the old Big 12 South, you're adding a lot more offensive skill set, and we've seen the evolution of the offense really surround the passing game. And I'm really excited to see all that in action in 2024.
Lucas, going back to Ole Miss really quickly, it's just kind of a side note. Again, we're dropping, or I'm dropping SEC power rankings tonight, my pre-SEC media days. What if I told you, what would your reaction be if I told you that in my power rankings, Georgia was 1, Ole Miss was at 2 ahead of Texas? What would you say to that?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised because, I mean, Texas is coming into this thing brand new. And if you look after Texas beat Alabama, they were very inconsistent. The very next week, they almost had a collapse. They were tied 10-10 against Wyoming of all teams. And then they spark in the fourth quarter. They can't do that in the SEC. They did it against Oklahoma. They did it against Iowa State. They did it against Kansas State. There's a big difference in doing that in the Big 12. You get away with it. But if you do that in the SEC, you're going to get screwed. So I completely agree with you.
You know what I love, Lucas? I think you're going to be our guy. You're going to be our resident. You're going to be the guy that keeps the Texas hype in check over at SEC Unfiltered. I think if anybody's getting a little too carried away with the Texas Longhorns, go to Lucas. He'll humble you a little bit. So any Texas fans that need a little bit of humble pie before the season starts and want to, go into the season with a chip on the shoulder, Lucas is going to be our guy. So I respect it. it. I do. Because to your point, you are right, though. I think that's what's so fascinating as we're talking SEC Media Days. And of course, the low-hanging fruit, the storyline is Texas and Oklahoma. And I don't really worry about Texas and Oklahoma from the standpoint of can they compete in the SEC? Well, sure. And I know they get so sick of hearing about it, but it's like the week in, week out grind, to your point, to where in the Big 12, if you kind of slipped and you weren't all the way focused. And, Oklahoma guys actually made a point to me about this, and it sort of makes sense. They said that, as the competition rises, Lucas, it's actually easier to lock in and not slip and not have those because, you may not be all that fired up to play Iowa State or Wyoming or Kansas State, but, and maybe you could say, well, you could sleep on a Kentucky, you could sleep on a South Carolina, you could sleep on an Arkansas, but it's still a bigger game. It's still a bigger matchup. It's, so I guess I get it from that standpoint. But to the point of, I think it's a great point to make, Lucas, and I think it's a fair one, is we just have to see it. Are both Texas and Oklahoma going to handle this grind week in, week out? Because, again, where you got away with it in your previous conference, maybe it adds a loss per year to both their schedules, or maybe more, but maybe it adds a loss. You know what I mean? It's that's the adjustment. So I'm certain, to your point, I'm very curious how they're going to handle that this year. I think that's a fair talking point. I do.
Yeah, and you mentioned about going into a different stadium. There's a big difference in going from Jack Trice Stadium and going to Williams-Brice Stadium whenever you first leave that tunnel, and you've got the Gamecock in the cage rattling around. You've got Sandstorm playing. You've got the what's it called? Oh, that move.
Sandstorm?
Not just Sandstorm. It's the one before whenever they leave the
2001.
Yes, thank you. You got 2001 playing whenever South Carolina enters. It's a different atmosphere than when you go to some of these other stadiums in the Big 12. That's no knock on them. It's just a different atmosphere when you go into an SEC stadium. And look, I've given Texas a lot of garbage since January. But to be fair, they are a very, very complete team. And they're rightfully so deserving to be a top 5 team. When you bring back a guy like Quinn Ewers, who should elevate his game a lot more. I know Steve Sarkisian spoke during the summer and said that he's improved on his footwork and his throwing accuracy. I mean, if you look from a standpoint where he was in 22 to 23, he had a 10% increase in his completion percentage, going from 59% to close to 70% this past year. But the biggest concern for me is Texas's secondary. I know you got Andrew Makuba and you got an improving secondary, but this was a team that was 125th in passing yards allowed a game last year. You can't do that in the SEC. You're going to get burnt. That's the reason why I said that Texas would be an 8 or 9 win team and could potentially miss the playoffs if they don't come in, like you mentioned, ready to play in an SEC type environment. You can't let these lower level teams get ahead on you. You can't let a South Carolina, you can't let a Kentucky or a Tennessee get ahead on you, because you're going to get.
What? Not to cut you off, Lucas. I'm thinking about what would be the path to 9-3 for Texas. It's got to be losses to Georgia, Texas A&M, and
Oklahoma.
Okay, OU. I mean, it could happen. It could happen. It very well could happen.
The biggest, that's why I said the secondary is going to be a big concern. Other than the fact that you got one big star on there, and yes, you may have young rising stars, this team is still struggling. I looked in spring game. They struggled to tackle in the open space, and they struggled whenever it came to pass defense. But you've got the summer to work out. You've got private lessons that these individuals go out and get training from. You know, it's just going to build even better come fall camp. And I'm still excited to see what Texas brings to the table going into their first year in the SEC. It's a favorable schedule that can either go one of two ways. Like I mentioned, they could go either 9-3 or 8-4, or they could finish 11-1 or 12-0 and go compete for the SEC title.
And I agree with you. I think it's going to be fascinating to see what Texas does this year, what they are. I mean, I think they're going to be very, very good. They've got tons of talent. But to your point, secondary is a big question, big concern. Just to give folks an idea, by the way, Lucas, because, again, everybody's a fan of somebody. We embrace it. Everybody pulls for somebody. Anybody who tells you they don't, they're lying to you. So your background is with LSU, right? You're kind of would you say you're an LSU fan, or you just have a lot of background in Louisiana? Because I know you're down. Correct? You're down in Louisiana, right?
Yeah, I live about 20 minutes away from Baton Rouge, so I've been growing up watching LSU for pretty much my life. So
you're an objective party, but you're obviously, you got some ties to LSU. So I'm curious your thoughts. I think Brian Kelly might be the first. I think he's going to be the first coach to speak actually at SEC Media Days. Going day one. Garrett Nussmeier, Mason Taylor, and Harold Perkins going with Brian Kelly. Thoughts on who LSU's bringing and what you're excited to hear. What do you again? So you're right there, down there, right by Baton Rouge. And I know it's media day, so it's like, well, what does the fan base want to hear? It's all lip service, but still, what do you think the fan base wants to hear from Brian Kelly? The message going into a pivotal year 3 for him.
How do you replace two of your best receivers that you've had since Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase? You're losing both of those guys who are first-round picks and in all likelihood will have productive careers in the NFL. Now you've got Kyron Lacy, who was that third option that showed signs of promise. You got Aaron Anderson, who was a transfer from Alabama, who pretty much got buried underneath the depth chart, didn't see a lot of action, got a lot of playing time, though, in the starting role in the spring game. Then you've got C.J. Daniels, who kind of worked with the 2s and 1s a good bit, but he still has a lot to develop as a young player. For Garrett Nussmeier, we saw his first glimpses against a top 30 defense in Wisconsin. I think they were the best defense in the Big Ten this past year. And he did fairly well, but he obviously had help. Despite not having Malik Neighbors in all of the second half, he relied on Brian Thomas. He got Kyron Lacy the ball, and they really took it to this Wisconsin defense late in the game. That's how they managed to get the dub in their respective bowl game. But going into this offseason, the biggest question was their defense. Like we already know, this is the worst defense that LSU put out on the field last year. But if you give it the top 50 defense, that would have been a playoff contender last year. For this year, Blake Baker's coming in. He brings a lot of intensity. He wears cleats through practice, Chris. This dude is probably the most
I did not know that. I did not know that.
Yes, this dude is probably the most intense defensive coordinator I've seen in a while coming to LSU. Bo Pelini had his moments, but other than that 2020 season, nobody else has come close to his intensity until I saw Blake Baker. This is a team that's going to blitz a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see Harold Perkins come on blitzes a lot. He did much better in the spring game as an inside linebacker. He's still going to rush, but he's not going to come from that outside because of the biggest weakness for him was in the run game. He couldn't get off of a reach block well because I'm a former defensive end myself. Whenever he got reached, he would always get trapped inside. He wasn't push-pulling well enough to be able to get outside leverage on an opposing tackle. Well, now that you moved him back to Mike linebacker, it gives him a lot more range of motion, be able to cover out in the open space and make open field tackles, which you saw a lot of during the spring game. And I'm really excited to see his new adjustment. He's still got a lot to learn, but he's turning into a big leader. He's starting to coach up the guys during practice. Mason Taylor is going to be a guy that's going to get a lot more catches this year. I know the biggest thing that surrounds him is the 2-point conversion catch he made against Alabama 2 years ago. But this guy is so much more than that. Was the safety valve for Jaden Daniels last year. And he did fairly well in that role. He may get a couple more downfield shots. He has the speed and athleticism to get 50-50 balls, to create space in the open field. He's going to do all of that and a lot more. And he's got the offensive line to prove it. For Garrett Nussmeier, it's hard to replace a Heisman Trophy. Him and several others that have lost starters like Brock Bowers, so on and so forth. They've got big shoes to fill. I think he can do it. And this is going to be a lot different than when Joe Burrow left in 2019 because you didn't lose 17 starters to the NFL and you had a depleted offensive line and you had COVID. So this year is going to be much better for LSU. I think they've got the best offensive line in all of football. You've got 2 first-round tackles on the outside in Emory Jones and Will Campbell, who I thought would be the first pick of the draft next year. Him and James Pierce are going to be fighting for that, and I think Kelvin Banks as well will be a fighter for that one. But this is an exciting team. And in years past, when you saw the Les Miles era, they got off to back-to-back 11-win seasons. The third year, they won a national title. Some fans are thinking the same thing could happen. I don't think so, but they still will be a college football playoff contender because of how this offense will perform despite losing a great offensive coordinator. You've got a guy like Joe Sloan, excellent quarterbacks coach. He knows how to run this offense. He's been in the system for the last year or two. He's very smart, very instinctive, was at La Tech, who's an offensive school in the CUSA. So the hype is real in Baton Rouge. We'll just have to see what happens on the field.
So, Lucas, turning the attention and the conversation to SEC Media Days as a whole, again, I mentioned the low-hanging fruit, talking top storylines. It's Texas and Oklahoma, and they're going to get the question nonstop, Lucas. Are y'all ready for the SEC grind? Like, are you ready? Do you actually feel like you're in position to come into the league, kick the door down, succeed early? So outside of that, because that's the very obvious one, what are some things you're most excited to hear about, whether it be from Greg Sankey and it be about the future of college football, whether it be team-specific? Like, what are the things you're most excited to hear about and you most want to learn from SEC Media Days next week?
Well, to your question first, Chris, it will take time for both of them to get adjusted to the new grind of the SEC, but both have favorable schedules, and this shouldn't be too big of a problem for them coming from the Big 12 to the SEC. For expansion as a whole, are we going to see more teams come into the SEC? I know there's a lot of contention. Maybe Texas A&M could leave. Maybe Vanderbilt could drop down just based on how they've performed over the last 20, 25 years of their existence. They had, 1 or 2 good seasons with James Franklin. Other than that, that's really it. But we're going to see a lot more teams come into the SEC over the next 4 or 5 years. Expansion's still a talk in college football. You got more teams coming in 25, more in 26. Will the SEC be involved in those talks? And I know that it's still kind of early for those seasons upcoming, but you've got the rest of the decade to talk about it. I'm sure Commissioner Sankey has a lot to discuss on that and what their initial thoughts are with having Oklahoma and Texas in the SEC, which should just elevate the fan base. And I think that's a big reason why they moved from their CBS affiliate to now they're going to be with ABC broadcasting their games.
Mm-hmm. Lucas, who were a couple teams in the SEC that you're looking at that, we talk so much about the top of the SEC, Texas, Ole Miss, Georgia, et cetera. We're going to be hearing from all these coaches. So coaches like Shane Beamer, Billy Napier, Sam Pittman, Jeff Lebby, who's obviously in year one. Clark Lee. Do you see a path for any of those teams I mentioned, and maybe some others I didn't, to elevate and go from the bottom third to middle of the pack to maybe even top third of the SEC? Are there any of those teams you're looking at the bottom that you think could be overachievers this year?
Believe it or not, I think Vanderbilt has an opportunity. I think with the amount of talent they brought in from the portal, this was arguably their best season that they've had in the portal. You get arguably the best quarterback transfer from a non-Power 5 school in Diego Pavia, who was around a New Mexico State team that was irrelevant for most of their time in college football. And all of a sudden they have their first 10-win season since the 60s, and they make it to a bowl game. And that's something that New Mexico State wasn't accustomed to. Well, not only that, you bring their offense. Pavia is going to have his former offensive coordinator and his head coach in his backyard in Nashville. Obviously, this is make or break for Clark Lee. He's had multiple seasons to get an opportunity to elevate where he has been since the start of his tenure in, what was it, 2019 or 2020? I think Vanderbilt has an opportunity to maybe win 4 or 5 games this year. And that could be enough to save Clark Lee's job. And because of like we mentioned, the long history of Vanderbilt. They've had only 2 winning seasons for the last 10 years or so. And I think Lee's going to have an opportunity to do a lot more with a quarterback like Pavia. Now, that's not the only quarterback that we're going to see. I don't know if he played a lot during the spring game, but I'd look to the depths of YouTube. I just could not find Vanderbilt's spring game whatsoever, but I get it. It's because of the lack of coverage and how bad the program is. But
well, Lucas, just to inform you, they didn't have a spring game.
Really?
I think they had like some sort of scrimmage, but it was not an official spring game. No, they did not have. I think it maybe had something to do with the ongoing construction on the stadium, maybe.
That makes sense.
Yeah, did not have a spring game.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
I love the Vandy hype, though. I mean, this is the first I've heard of Vandy hype from anyone. So kudos to you.
Yeah. And I've mentioned Diego Pavia as being one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the SEC. I wrote an article about him. And to me, this guy is a great player. He's surrounded by talent. He used his arm really efficiently, and he can also run the football. I think he had almost 4,000 yards of total offense just last year, and he's a big reason why New Mexico State went on that great run and beat Auburn in the same year. He's a very physical quarterback, too. I don't know if you've seen the video, Chris. He body slammed an Auburn player whenever he threw a pick.
I have seen that video, actually. That was epic. That was epic.
So this guy is not afraid to get physical. Another team that I think probably South Carolina, your guys up there. I do think Lenore Sellers is going to have his struggles first. But I think last year was a big disappointment for them, especially with how 22 ended, with beating Clemson and beating Tennessee and having that close loss to Notre Dame in the Gator Bowl. I think that y'all were a win or two away from being in a bowl game and being in probably the Mayo Bowl again. But I think this is going to be a much better year. I think Lenore Sellers is going to be a very good quarterback. He's learned from Spencer Rattler last year. He's in a great system with Shane Beamer. You just got to get the right pieces together. Your defense has to improve. You got to be more efficient on offense. You got to get your playmakers the football. And Lenore Sellers is in a good position to do that.
I definitely think his dual threat dynamic is going to open up that offense more than it was, a season ago, as good as Rattler was. Going back, though, Lucas, to Diego Pavia, what I think is so interesting, we were having this conversation actually last night or 2 nights ago, something like that, talking about Diego Pavia. And, you're going to see him in these quarterback rankings in the preseason on most lists at 16. And what's interesting, I think it's really easy to put the Vandy guy at 16. You know what I mean? It's really easy to, in all these preseason power rankings, put Vandy dead last. But I could argue Diego Pavia should be up around 14 or 13. I mean,
and I think the biggest reason why is because not a whole lot of people know about him.
Right. I mean, he's played. He's actually won a SEC game, which is more than Lenora Sellers can say, Brock Vandegrift can say, even a guy like Taylon Green can say.
Nussmeier.
You know, Blake Shapen, Nuss. I mean, so, and I'm not saying that Diego Pavia should be above all those guys, but I'll tell you this. So I spoiled one thing for you, Lucas, and everybody else, that Brady Cook's not number one in my power rankings, my quarterback power rankings, which will drop tomorrow night. Diego Pavia is not 16 in my power rankings. So there's somebody else in the SEC that is 16.
I think I might know who.
Yeah,
but I'll leave it to it.
I'll leave it at that. Anything else, Lucas, SEC Media Days wise? I mean, I you know, it's fun, man. SEC Media Days is one of those things. My first time ever going was last year. And I mean, I've been covering it full time for a while, but obviously going to it and being present for it was a, you know, I'll say a dream realized. I mean, it was, because growing up, I would watch SEC Media Days on TV and just be thinking to myself, man, like how cool. I mean, I remember, you know, 10 years ago this summer, you know, all the summers previous, but especially 10 years ago, I just remember vividly sitting in my living room watching SEC Media Days and just thinking, man, like how cool would it be to be there and be covering that event, like, and just talk college football and college sports full time, and now to be doing it. So I don't know, for me, man, like SEC Media Days, it's I don't think it'll ever get old. It's one of those things that I look forward to every single summer. So for you, in closing thoughts, you know, anything else you're looking forward to from SEC Media Days in regards to coaches, players, anything in between?
It's crazy how Nick Saban had been to every SEC Media Day since 2000, except for two, whenever he was the head coach for the Miami Dolphins. Kalen DeBoer has a lot to answer, not only with the development of Jalen Milroe, about the guys that have left. It's about how he's going to take over the legacy that Saban left behind. That's probably one of the biggest shoes that's going to be filled this year. And I'm going to be dropping a video pretty soon about the biggest shoes that teams have to fill, and probably the top 10. That's probably going to be number one on my list, because how do you replace the GOAT of all of college football in Nick Saban? It's very hard to do, but you've got a guy that has a long history of winning. He did it whenever he was at Fresno State as the OC, whenever he was under the Jeff Tedford offense. He did it at Washington in 2 years there. That was a team that whenever he took over at Washington was 4-8 in a locker room that was extremely toxic. And he leaves there as a national championship runner-up in back-to-back 10-win seasons. So he's inheriting a great roster that's still going to be a college football playoff contender and may have a Heisman Trophy representative in New York City in Jalen Milroe. So it's a lot of big shoes to fill, but he's got the mindset and he's got the track record to be able to continue this winning tradition that Alabama has had. And he's going to have a much better team than he had last year on a team that was supposed to go 9-3, but ended up going to the Rose Bowl. I do think they're a dark horse national championship contender, and a team that is not a whole lot of people are talking about since the new expansion of Oklahoma and Texas coming into the SEC, with the rise of Georgia trying to go back to their national championship winning ways, and a lot of other SEC teams that are on the rise, like Ole Miss, LSU, Tennessee, guys like that. You're forgetting about the guy who has owned the SEC since 2009 in Alabama. I'm trying to think of who else. I do think
that was I see, to your point, Lucas, that was, you know, we're doing this what if series, just kind of presenting hypotheticals and questions that could kind of shape each and every single individual team, and questions that could inevitably shape the college football season. I mean, I don't think there's a result of a game, Lucas, that will shake up college football and change, you know, because it's interesting, Lucas, don't you agree? Like, we go into seasons and people have these preconceived thoughts, these preconceived notions, like they already know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? And every year we go in like we think we know what's going to happen. This fits neatly in the little package of predictions and how I think it's going to unfold. And then by the time we get to like week 3 or 4, that is just blown up. Like it's just like didn't know what we're, some things hit for sure, but like it never goes the way we all think. So like right now it fits very neatly that, okay, Bama's got a new coach. They're going to take a step back. It's Georgia's conference. Here comes Texas. It's going to be them two at the top. It's going to be Ole Miss up there right behind them or right with them. Mizzou's going to do this. LSU's going to do this. And to your point, it's not like Bama's being forgotten, but this is probably as little chatter as Bama's got in quite some time, just because there's so many other stories. And with Bama, we just have no idea. The result of that Georgia game, Bama, Georgia, and Tuscaloosa, I don't think there's a result that more changes our outlook on the college ball season than if Bama beats Georgia in that game. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, Lucas, that I feel like there's this overwhelming assumption that Georgia's going to win. But I mean, listen, they're a 7.5-point favorite. I haven't met many people, and I know that we're starting to get in like prediction season. I have not met many people that are saying that Bama's going to beat them. But if they do, and we talked about that, what if Bama beats Georgia? I mean, all of a sudden we're going from the, okay, Bama's fighting to be 9-3, 10-2 fringe playoff to like, if they beat Georgia, Lucas, this is just Bama. Like we're back. Like there's no drop off. It is right. I mean, that's just, I feel like that's the game that could just totally change this entire combo we've been having all offseason.
There's 3 things I want to say about that one. I think the winner of Bama, Georgia, and Georgia, Texas are going to be playing each other, not just for the SEC championship, but also for the national championship. Because college football expansion is only going to benefit the SEC a whole lot more. Because you're going to see at least 5 SEC teams in the top 12. All likelihood, it's going to be another SEC national championship. And what was it? 7 or 8 straight years that the SEC had won the national title, dating back to 2016, and it just got broke this past year. But college football playoff expansion is going to benefit the SEC a lot more, because if we would have had expansion last year, I think we would have seen another Georgia and Alabama matchup, just because of the different rankings that each team would have played, the different buys that we would have seen, and it would have benefited the SEC greatly. And it would have prevented Florida State from getting pissed off about missing out of the CFP. But this year is going to benefit the SEC just a whole lot more because of what you're going to see from the regular season. The competition is a lot better. The games are better. College game day goes there a lot more. That's why they're moving from CBS to the ABC to get more primetime action and to get more viewers on their respective stations and to gain more money for their different schools. So I do think I want to see Alabama, Georgia, and Texas that are going to be the top favorites to probably play for a national title come January, despite everything that I've said about Texas.
I mean, yeah, especially Texas beats Georgia and Austin. I mean, that's another one of those results that, I think that's the one, and I'll be honest, Lucas, when I talked, we've talked most important game for Texas. And again, a lot of these are so yours could be different. I said the most important game was Texas A&M, but you could argue Georgia. I would 110% see where you're coming from if you said the Georgia game, because that's the one. If Texas wins that game, I think if they lose, it's not like they're out of the race or they're out of the playoff hunt. But if they win, Texas has arrived. You know what I mean? Like Texas they've officially arrived on the scene.
I mean, that's their rival. I mean, they played before they left. Texas A&M left for the Big 12 70, 80, 90 times since the 1910s. That was your most hated rival. I can completely see where you're coming from, because if you beat your rival, and if it's on, because they're playing at Texas or they
at Kyle Field, so it's one of those things. It's one of those things too, Lucas. I just look at it as like, it may not even be a game that knocks you out of the playoff hunt, but we keep asking the question, is Texas back? Is Texas back? I don't know that they have to win the national title to be back, but you can't go one and done in the playoffs. You can't, I think you need to be in the Final Four again. Losing to Texas A&M is going to do one of two things: knock you out of the playoff, which would be nightmare scenario, or you're going to be going into the playoff not feeling very good about yourself. We'll put it that way. You know what I mean? So I think there's a fine line, and I typically dance on the line between must win and can't lose. It's as much a can't lose as it is anything.
Especially to a rival that you've been playing and a rivalry that's going to be renewed. These two schools are separated about 2 hours from each other. If you think a rivalry isn't big, if you haven't played against a rival, you're sadly mistaken. So to say that game is much important as the Georgia game, you're out of your mind if you think that.
Lucas, I want to change the convo a little bit. Are you surprised how it still feels like, I don't know, would you say Carson Beck is underrated, or would you say he's overly disrespected maybe? Is that fair?
I don't think so. I do think that he hasn't gotten a lot of love from the media. Everybody talks about Quinn Ewers and Jalen Milroe. If you remember, Carson Beck got so much better after the Ole Miss game. You started to see the offense really click whenever he was under him. This is a guy that threw for almost 4,000 yards last year and really developed his game. He has that opportunity. I've seen a lot of articles about this to really have a Joe Burrow type season this year. I wouldn't be surprised if I do. He's got the talent around him to do it. You bring in Quinshon Judkins, you have Dominic Lovett on the outside, and you have London Humphreys as well. Not only do you have as well as Oscar Delp, who's going to be emerging. That's another big shoe to fill for Georgia. That's going to be really good for Carson Beck. He's surrounded by talent. He's surrounded by NFL draft picks all around him. And I think those are going to be the big reasons why he's going to have another big-time season this year, because of those guys specifically. A quarterback's best friend is a tight end. Oscar Delp is going to be a big factor in why Beck is going to have a big season. I do expect about 40 or 50 receptions from Delp. I think he'll get close to 500-600 yards. But the biggest thing for him is goal line situations. You're going to go for number 4 almost every time. Either that, or you're going to find Quinshon Judkins out of the backfield on the short crossing patterns, or just on a swing screen out to the right or to the left. So do I see the disrespect for Beck? Yes. Does he care? Not really. Because what you can say for Beck and about, he's not that good, he's overrated, he's got this, he's got that. Just look at the film. It doesn't lie. He's got the talent to be an NFL quarterback, and I think he will it will just further his game tape and help him elevate himself much more going into the 25 NFL draft, and will be a big reason why Georgia is going to be a national championship contender, like I already mentioned.
Yeah, I just think, Lucas, that it's almost like he gets punished for being on a good team at times. It's like, it'd be one thing if I felt like, again, looking at quarterback rankings and stuff, it's one thing if Carson Beck was a quarterback that it's obvious his team is carrying him. And I know he's got an elite team. This dude almost threw for 4,000 yards last year. He led the SEC in passing. So, I think any of the Carson Beck slander or Carson Beck disrespect is kind of crazy. Maybe I'm reacting to some of the quarterback rankings lists that have guys like Brady Cook ahead of him. I know it's a popular, fun thing to kind of crap on a guy like Carson Beck, who, again, is surrounded by great players. By the way, it's I know you didn't mean this, but it's Trevor Etienne, not Quinshon Judkins, running back, Georgia. Yeah, no, you're good. I know you know. A lot of names to keep up with. Either way, though, I think Carson Beck is very, very good. I will not. I think it'll be if I had to pick, and we're actually going to do a series on this, who's going to lead the SEC in passing, rushing, receiving. I do think there's a good chance Quinn Ewers leads the league in passing. But I think it'll probably be between those two guys. Maybe Jackson Dart, but they love to run the football too. So, and Georgia might run it more this year. Georgia might run it more because you add an ETN. I think Quinn Ewers with the weapons he has, I think he could lead the SEC in passing. Lucas, before we get out of here, getting back to SEC Media Days, is there a coach? I know you mentioned Kalen DeBoer. Is there a coach, though, you're most excited to hear from just from the entertainment standpoint? Like a guy that you can't get enough of at the podium. It's interesting. We don't really have like any of the Spurriers or, anything crazy like that. Kiffin is entertaining in his own way, right? He's very dry but he'll talk your ear off about NIL and portal and how college football is this and that. And then he'll go out and, sign the best portal class of all time or whatever. But is any coaches you're particularly excited to hear from that just from an entertainment standpoint or otherwise?
I can't wait to hear BK's fake accent over and over again. He's been milking it since 2022. He's still doing it. But come on, dude. Drop it. You're from Michigan. All right. But these coaches are so much fun. Sam Pittman's a great guy to talk to. He's got a lot of pressure under him, especially with a brand new offense. I think their offense is gonna have a lot of spark this year. I think the combination of Taylor Green and Andrew Armstrong is going to be really fun to watch.
More pressure in your mind, Pittman or Napier?
Oh, Billy Napier, no question about it. Because, you look at Florida's schedule, it's the toughest in the nation. You have talent, okay? Yeah, you lost Trevor Etienne to the portal. You lost him to Georgia. You still bring back Graham Mertz, who's the most underrated quarterback in the SEC. He doesn't get a lot of love. The only thing about him is who does he have as his outside threats? Because you lose Ricky Pearsall. So who do you replace in that standpoint? You do have a tight end there that is really efficient. Napier's under a lot of stress. And just the culture of Florida, how toxic it has gotten since he first got there. There's a reason why they call him Sun Belt Billy. And it's because of how bad this Florida team has gotten with him and how toxic the locker room is getting. And this is me not just hating on Florida. It's not me doing this and that. I'm telling the truth about Florida because I've seen it not just on social media. I've talked to guys that played. I've talked to guys that were former coaches there. They say the same thing. The locker room is so much different than whenever we played because you're seeing a lot of kids really taking control of the locker room. And I hate to bring this quote up, but it's almost like watching the inmates take control of the asylum. The guards are out of there. And it is horrible to see what has happened with the legacy of Florida. And you think about guys, Steve Spurrier wouldn't put up with any of that. Even Ron Zook or Urban Meyer wouldn't put up with any of the garbage that's going on. Dan Mullen wouldn't put up with the garbage. Because I think we need to start bringing back the Urban Meyer mentality. Because I don't know if you've seen the little documentary that's on Netflix.
I watched that. Yeah.
Brandon Seiler made a great quote. They had the guys that really were leaders and guys that are going to be stepping up to be big players during the season. He gave them steak. But the guys that are slacking or left behind gave them hot dogs and whatever. He said, and I remember this quote from Brandon Seiler. He said, I'm going to treat my best players the way that they ought to be treated. I'm going to treat my kings like kings, and I'm going to treat my crap like crap. That's the type of mentality that needs to be brought back to Florida.
Yeah, could fix a lot for sure. It's going to be interesting to see, hot seat. Is there movement? Is it in season? Is it immediately after? And the SEC kind of always finds a way, Lucas, to surprise us. You look at last year with Jimbo. You look at Zach Arnett, who didn't make it even a year. So who knows what could happen when it comes to head coaches and their seats and coaching movement in the SEC this year. Guys, we've hit 5 o'clock. Hey, appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Lucas, this was a fantastic debut, my friend. You guys will be seeing more of Lucas Hill right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Of course, he's all across SEC Unfiltered. You can find us across all social media platforms, YouTube, podcasts, all that good stuff. Again, stay tuned right here to Texas Sports Unfiltered, Monday through Friday, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain Time for the fine folks of West Texas as well. Again, guys, appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you all so much. For Lucas Hill, I'm Chris Phillips. We appreciate you all tuning in, and we will talk to you all tomorrow.